going on, everybody? I bet everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, the 28th of July, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in the half shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. We are ready. We gotta go. We got so much going on here. I'm not even in the right place. There we go. That seems better somehow. Is it? Oh my god, stuff to fix, stuff to fix. I am so tired. I haven't even had my coffee yet. Is it ready? Look, I gotta check to make sure that the basil seeds in my coffee have soaked up the appropriate amount of coffee and or soy milk so that they don't, I don't know, stick to my internal gut lining. That would be bad. We don't want that. We don't want that. They get stuck to stuff, right? I stirred this I stirred some basil seed coffee with a chopstick, and then I left it out to dry. And I looked at it again, and there was like there was a basil seed like dried to it. It was like hard. It had ossified. Oh my god, chat! No, I really need this. I need it so bad. I don't know what is wrong with me. I am super tired today, super worn out already, and it's only Tuesday. That's crazy. Oh yes. Little bit of orange juice and sparkling water to keep me cool. Oh my god, please don't overflow. Yes. And of course, we have 15 minutes left of the butterfly goal. We need 5 more teal super chats. Is it teal? Oh my gosh, I meant to set it to light blue. I meant to set it to light blue. So yeah, hey everybody, how's it going? What's up, Sue Fair Wolf B? What's up, Direful? What's up, Commander Toots and Davi? My god, the classic liberals have come back to where they were my also my favorite weirdos. Wait, which classic libs? The ones the Sargon classic libs? Or the Sargon classic libs, or are we talking about the normie libs? Chat, we got a bit of a civil war on our hands today, and luckily I'm not involved in any way, possible way, right? I did get kind of drug into the war between Vosh, Demon Mama, Doe versus RGR back in the day. Somebody like retweeted me on Blue Sky of all places. Kind of, I guess that's where the Vosh people went. I don't know. Is that right? Is that where the Vorses went? Is that where the Vorses run free on Blue Sky now? I don't know. But yeah, somebody I recognized from probably more like Demon Mama's community rather than Vosh's community. Just reminding people, you know, what of RGR's history. We've also got, I guess, like RGR's, I have confirmed that, yeah, RGR and, oh my god, what is her name? Alice Poole. They're dating. So that is real. And I found out that when Alice Poole made an impassioned video about the trials and tribulations of RGR. Still not sure what to think about that one. Obviously, you know, mental health for people involved in media. You know, when you're constantly under the microscope, under the magnifying glass and stuff, it can be hard. It is. I don't know. I don't know if I want to touch that one. I think I'll see more about what that's all about. But yeah, talking about some of Riley's issues. RGR is mean as fuck. Yeah. But now they're kind of, I don't know what to make of this, chat. I don't know what to make of this. They're kind of like laying an episode of mental health of RGRs at the foot of the Vosh community, which, you know, obviously, you know, I've been around these people. They're not great. You know, the fact that they're okay with their, you know, streamer, even though he showed them his porn folder and it was full of loli, which, you know, he's always disavowed, has not, you know, changed much for these people. I mean, that's a sign. Oh my God, Chad, I gotta drink my coffee or else I'm just gonna be completely useful. Like, this is stuff that you really gotta think on, right? This is stuff that you really gotta, you know, tread carefully on, because, yeah. Obviously, online harassment and the such, you know, can get ridiculous and doesn't take into account that the people that are the subjects of this are actual real people with lives and, you know, and such. But at the same time, there is kind of a tendency to weaponize, I don't know, this stuff between communities. So the Vosh community, yes, very disturbing indeed. You're telling me to drink the coffee, Darful. I'm just afraid. I'm waiting here. Look, I'm gonna drink the. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drink the cold orange juice soda first. Yeah, maybe that was a mistake. Chat, you shouldn't drink soda right after you brush your teeth. Maybe orange juice soda in particular. Yeah, maybe not the best idea. But we got so much to go over. I don't want to get waylaid. I'm already waylaid. Let's fix this. No, stop. Everything's breaking. Okay, where are we at? There we are at. I'm gonna release the chat from the regular window, try to do that. I really need my coffee. Chat, I can't even think. I don't know what to say. So much going on right now. So much going on. I guess I can say what I always say to, you know, chat at the end of the stream, which is take care of yourself and others, right? But really take care of yourself. And for online personalities, sometimes that's a difficult sort of thing. You know, if you are online, you're going to be under the microscope, especially, you know, especially if you're, you know, saying horrible things about other people, right? It's almost unavoidable. Even if you're not, even if you're just dealing with horrible people, right? You're going to be under the microscope. So, you know, definitely wish Riley the best in the... Am I okay? No, I just, like, I'm trying to decide whether to talk about something or not, right? Something that apparently almost happened with RGR. I feel like it would be smarter, though, to wait until I have more information, right? Because whenever a streamer or a online personality, you know, has, you know, an issue with harassment, I empathize with that. I've experienced a little bit of what that can be like, and I don't think there's a way to, like, really fully explain it to somebody that hasn't been there. There are a lot of takes on this, like, cyberbullying is fake, just turn off your computer. And I wish it was that simple. I really do. The greatest Elon moment was when he confirmed that he watched, unironically, a Rudyard video that caused a perfect expansion of my mind in the, it felt like I got perfect understanding into my dumb brain. I mean, if you do DMT and watch that Elon video, yeah, I think that the machine elves actually come and carry you away. But yeah, that's what I'm sort of dealing with, is trying to make sense of a claim from Riley's girlfriend about like the results of the Vosh community, I guess. And look, I mean, I would normally say, you know, well, RGR, I've seen like what you've done to other trans women. I've seen what you've said about other trans women. It's pretty fucking gross. There's no way in the world you got room to, you know, complain about, you know, how you got treated. But I've also seen how the Vosh community treats people when they're not, you know, when they attack a, because the Vosh world is just like super parasocial. Like it's a parasocial family. Like imagine Ethan and Hila, except that people, like, instead of like people caring about like, oh well, I care about this crew member or I care about this person, it's like they care about all of them. They're all one big family. Everybody sits in Vosh's lap, and if you do say anything bad about one of them, that, you know, an injury on one is an injury to all, and they go fucking ham, and they forget any sort of you know you're anti you know, transphobia, but maybe if the Vosh's enemies are trans, maybe that doesn't apply so much. So I don't know what to make of it. That's why I feel like I need to be no comment chick for once and just like find out a little bit more about the situation and stuff before having a take. So yeah, the beginning of the stream when I haven't had my coffee, probably the worst time in the world to have a take. The only take I have, Chad, is that yeah, streamers are people too. Like, don't be, you know, inhuman to them. Then again, you know, like, what do you do when they're inhuman to other people? It's questionable. It's questionable indeed. Cyberbullying is fake if you're a rando on the internet, but if you're a public figure, even with 30 followers, then it's real. I don't know. I guess. I'm gonna test the there we go. That was pretty quick. So anyway, yeah, we're just trying to figure out you know, what exactly is going on here. But yeah, look, let's just go forward with the content that we got for today. All right, what is the content that we got for today? All right, first of all, we need to cover DGG Civil War. These are the streamers that have you know, like these are the Destiny community that has, it's fractured, chat. It's the fractured butthole, as someone once said. All right, we've got a fractured butthole situation between the normie libs, the hosts of the Lib and Learn podcast, and the Neo-McCarthyites, the people that are up Destiny's butthole so deep that they go hard in the paint. You know, to the point where you got to really question, right? As much as these people like to use the word illiberal as a buzzword, are they illiberal? And by illiberal, I don't just mean mean or I don't know, whatever illiberal usually means. I'm talking about, like, are they making common cause with the fascist in the Trump administration to try to get rid of political enemies that they have lost to? So DGG Civil War is the first thing we're going to be talking about, right? This all went down kind of starting on a Pisco Twitter space, which we're not going to watch because they brought on a bunch of people. They said slurs. It's Twitter, right? As much as people like to complain about Blue Sky, there's a reason that people go to Blue Sky, right? And it has a lot to do with the, you know, just like kind of the, not just the culture on Twitter, but the fact that there's a fucking narcissistic, fascist twat putting his thumb on the scale constantly of like, oh, Hasan Piker's community is getting too many likes. We'll have to fix that. Let's see if we can boost some of these Destiny people. I don't know, Chad. Is it that? Look, I mean, he hates Hasan. That's the one thing that, like, as crazy as what I just said sounds, you know, he really does hate Hasan. And let me explain exactly why. Grimes, when Grimes left Elon, not too long after, she showed up on Hasan's podcast, right? And if you're a jealous guy like Elon Musk, I don't know, what do you think about, what does that make you think? Well, she's in his house, what is she, you know what I mean? His mind goes places, right? Also, his daughter, who he refuses to call his daughter, went on Hasan's show as well. No, Jack Dorsey I think Jack Dorsey was involved in like the inception of Blue Sky, but he does not own it now, right? It was some kind of a project of his, though, back like his hands have formed it, right? The ownership of Blue Sky also not exactly the most progressive people, let's just say, for a variety of reasons. So it's a strange place, you know. It's meant to be a Elon alternative, it was meant to be a Twitter alternative, and you know, a lot of, I don't know, it's developed like other problems, I guess. Please, let's not talk about RGR and dropping at all. Like just you like, I haven't explained yet. I don't know. Do I need to explain this? I don't want to start this stream off with something so dark. All right. But if you see me going a little bit lighter on RGR here, there's a reason, chat. I don't want to be involved with anybody that is, I don't know, having, you know, mental issues that make them want to maybe leave this world, right? This fucked with me when it happened with Dylan, right? Right as he in his community were like, she's mentally ill, NCC, mentally ill, and he ends up in the hospital for, you know, an attempt on his own life. And I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, what am I doing? I don't want to be in a back and forth with this guy. Like, he needs to take care of himself, right? I always say take care of yourself and others, and I mean that, you know, to friends as well as enemies, right? I don't want to be part of whatever the fucking dark shit, you know, Dylan had going on. That's kind of when I dipped from that whole drama. I was just like, what the fuck, right? And that didn't stop his fans from like blaming me or saying that I was like celebrating it or I'd caused it, or even Dylan himself like came on and was like, no, this has nothing to, it's a family problems. This is, you know, personal stuff. This has nothing to do with streamer drama. And they still attacked me over it. So I think that might be what's going on with RGR, right? This might be, Destiny has been spoiling for a fight with Vosh, as you may or may not know. You know, you don't know, chat, because I haven't been covering it, all right? I haven't been covering it at all. But Destiny, he's just like, he's strapped for relevance, right? At this point, that's why he invaded Hasan's event, right? That's why he did the kick IRL harassment at Hasan's event, right? To get attention, right? He inserts himself into a situation with somebody that the mainstream does care about, that being Hasan Piker, and now he's, I guess, it seems like they're trying to start shit up with the Vosh community. They want to, and Vosh doesn't have any orbiters left. This is the thing. From what I can see, like, right, Demon Mom, like, come on, name me a Vosh orbiter, chat. Who's a Vosh orbiter now? Maybe I just don't know. Maybe there are Vosh orbiters. But yeah, I think what it is they see Vosh alone. And no, the one thing they're not going to be doing though is talking about Vosh and his lowly addiction, right? They're not going to be going there at all, because Destiny's community is even worse. The reason that Vosh is like this when it comes to age of consent and, you know, stuff involving the reason, like, that is a DGG personality trait for him to be like, they're just drawings. Actually, they have no age. Actually, she's a 6,000-year-old dragon. So there's nothing. She just happens to look like a minor. That's all. So you know, they're not going to be going after Vosh for any of that, because I don't think, at least, right? That would be completely hypocritical. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that either, Urit Gal, and it just happened. I was just like, oh my god, of all the things to say. I'm definitely not accusing you of you know, wishing harm on her. I don't like these situations, right? Maybe I'm a sucker. Maybe I have too much empathy. Because with the Dylan thing, I mean, there was some suspicion, like, you know, given the timing of it, and that's not the first time that sort of thing has happened with Dylan. Wait, wait, Vosh's last collab was with Dylan Burns? Really? Okay, because he comes up in this drama too. He comes up in this drama too as the hero, along with ContraPoints, who saved RGR from a horrible choice, I guess. Is Destiny doing Hasbro just to piss off Hasan? Huh, God, I don't know. That seems like a question for Hasan. I'm not trying to be cheeky here. I really don't know. Hasan did admit he only speaks about Destiny now because of Israel. Yeah, it was goblins of the short stack variety. What is worse, no orbiters or only boring 18 to 50-year-old orbiters? Wait, oh no, for Vosh, yeah, good question. But yeah, I don't see anybody from chat like mentioning like these are the new Vosh orbiters. So yeah, I think he's all alone. And look, the Riley thing, right? It was very one-sided. I told you, even Destiny, upon seeing or upon hearing like what Riley said to Doe, you know, and the cruelty of that, even Destiny backed off of defending her. So it was bad. It was nasty. And it was the whole internet basically saying fuck you to Riley Grace Rochon. And while, you know, she, you know, while she deserves some kind of middle finger, I just don't know. Like the things that they're claiming, you know, that transphobia was kind of part of the attacks. Then again, I mean, it's hard to tell when something like that happens. You get a bunch of anonymous hate, really nasty, vile stuff, and you know, you never know where it comes from, right? The easy thing in the world would be like, Dylan sent these people at me, or Vosh sent these people, you know, whoever you're beefing with, right? Blame it on them. But it seems disingenuous to say that when you really don't know. And it also seems a little bit uncharacteristic. Say what you will about Vosh and that community. You know, I've definitely seen him kind of suggest for trans people to take a back seat in their own liberation. There's a way, the ways in which he advocates for trans rights in some cases kind of harmful to trans people, like the J.K. Rowling thing. But in terms of like, you know, transphobia, that's not something, and I've criticized him heavily. That's not something I've seen come from his community. So it's kind of shocking. But, you know, online harassment communities get a hold of this stuff when it goes down. And they kind of see it, I think they see it as free ball. So who knows? Who knows? I don't think Destiny cares about Israel. Never watched his stuff outside of the stream. But I get the feeling that he just runs on negative polarization. Yeah, he's, a lot of people say that he's a, well, not just negative polarization, but that he's a contrarian. The negative polarization, which Davi's talking about, just so for anybody who doesn't know, that means when everybody's on one side or another, if you can say like whatever bullshit you want about the other side, or you can be as nasty as you want to be. Oh my God, no, wait, what is that from? You can be as nasty as you want to be. That's a thing, isn't it? I feel like it's a meme, or like, is it a song lyric? I don't even know. You could be as nasty as you want to be, and your side will generally support you. They will lose track of, you know, when you're violating your own like moral rules, and you know, as long as it is in service of fighting the good fight against the evil side, right? So that's the negative, you know, polarity that Davi's talking about, right? There's also contrarianism, which a lot of people say that Destiny, it's either a content strategy for him or it is just a personality quirk that he has. That if somebody comes and says, you know, the sky is blue, and he's like, actually, you know, I would call that color whatever. It's not technically blue, like, right? It's gotta be a hook on a song somewhere, doesn't it sound like? It sounds like an 80s song or something. As nasty as they wanna be. Oh shit, you know what it is, chat? Wait, let me look this up. Okay, so Tankies infiltrate RGR, alright. So the Whick, RGR, Tankie panel. I'll put Tankie in quotes. Because again, chat, the word is kind of getting stretched. The meaning is getting stretched. But yeah, look, I'm a human being. I care about people. All right, if that's a fault of mine, tough. I guess you know, that's a weakness or whatever, right? I do not want to see you know, anybody miserable like that. He always has the opposite stance as Hasan and leftists. Yeah, a lot of people think that some of his sort of well, yeah, it's like this. Okay, let me just let's just here's what I do know about Destiny, right? He does seem to get like peeved. He does seem to get annoyed, you know, and stuff like the BLM thing, right? He's so upset that there's, you know, protesters blocking the street, and he kind of like, you know, he's nominally like okay with free speech as long as it doesn't inconvenience anybody. And you don't understand that the whole purpose of demonstration, yeah, it's got to inconvenience people, or else it's not useful at all. Nobody pays attention, right? I believe that like Occupy Wall Street, you know, kind of ended, kind of like fizzled out when they were no longer able to occupy public parks. And some people are like, those are public parks, they shouldn't be, you can't just camp out in a public park, right? And it's like sort of like, well, you know, if you don't, you know, you can't just be like, you know, we are Occupy peacefully protesting, occupy this corner of the sidewalk that no one's paying attention to, right? Then you stop getting attention. And if you want something to change, it's not going to change. It's not going to change at all. But yeah, his reaction to the left, yeah, it was like the lefty something arc, right? Oh my God, chat, I just got to drink coffee. Oh my God, I didn't leave. I told myself, leave your coffee out, girl, so that you can make more of it. But yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little bit shook. I mean, I don't know what the reality of things are. I don't know if they're like exaggerating things to like sort of farm sympathy for RGR for her big return, because she was their shining star, right? She was, you know, like sort of a prize for them, because again, a lot of trans people do not fuck with Destiny's community. And if they do so by like letting everybody know we're the good ones, right? We don't want too many rights. We don't, you know, we don't have pronouns beyond the, you know, expected ones. Like we are like, right, you got to be a bit of a pick-me. You got to be, you know, trying to sort of make a separate piece to even want to be a trans person in that community. And so for them to have a trans person that says, yes, Destiny's community is great and welcoming to trans people, you know, it's a big get. And, you know, all the criticism that he gets, I mean, like, he's constantly picked fights with trans women. This didn't even start with Demon Mama. I always talk about the way that I met Destiny was because he was really pissed at Demon Mama. I had talked to her a few times. I had people on my panel that he knew. He asked one of them, is it okay if I come on? And I was just like, I guess so. Destiny's just a guy. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, I found that out in 2021. What the worst that could happen is just being under the, like, you know, watch of these toxic people. You know, when you say something that they don't like, when you go against a creator that they do like, you know, you get all kinds of shit. So anyway, I don't want to get too wrapped up in, yeah, this is the thing, is it's sort of bringing me back to a time that was not great. So thank you for asking, Narwhal, if I'm okay. It's actually a very perceptive question. I cannot, like, I don't know. Am I okay? Do I seem okay? I think I should just probably concentrate on the subject of the stream for now. I've just got a lot to think about, and, you know, try to figure out, you know, how I'm going to handle this. Because again, I don't like being involved, you know, with people that other content creators that talk about, you know, potentially, you know, making a exit stage left, because you never know if that shit is real, you know, or if this is something that they are, you know, sort of farming for sympathy with, right? Literally do not know. There's only one person that does know, and she's not somebody that I trust. I'm okay in your book? Yeah. Well, no, I just mean like, okay, like, I mean, do I seem okay? Like, right? Because it is like emotional. It is, you know, it like I said, it sort of brings me back to like a dark moment in my own career, and, you know, understanding, how alone you can feel. So whether or not it's Dylan or and ContraPoints, you know, people I don't exactly like, or whoever. I mean, if that got Riley into a better, you know, headspace and let her move on with her life, I'm happy for it. It's, you know, it's good to have people around you when you're feeling like that. All right. The thing is, I feel so silly if I'm just playing into somebody's, I don't know. I hate to think that this shit could be kayfabe for people, right? And I'll never know with Dylan or with RGR. I'll never know what, like with somebody that fucks with kayfabe the way that Dylan likes, literally part of his brand. Literal Vadim, chat. Vadim, I don't know if Vadim is in here right now, but Vadim was the sort of victim of some of that kayfabe that Dylan's community did back in the day when he was drafted, I believe, to select a winner for the Hippy Dippy. This was the debate panel, and to Vadim, it was just like, oh, cool, I'm a content creator. Other content creators want me to come on and judge who did the best in a debate. I can do that. I like debates, right? And I guess I'm trying to remember how exactly it went down. Vadim had some concerns about that whole thing because it seemed, I don't think he got that it was fake. I don't think that he understood that it was kayfabe. And then you know, he really got like put on blast by the entire like panel scene, right? And so when somebody plays with games like that, like where one person, that was the problem, right? It's one thing if you're gonna be like, all right, everybody, we all know this is fake. We're gonna say some things about each other when we go live, but don't anyone take them personally. You know, that we're making content together. This is a business. Like, just please understand, right? But Vadim, I don't think had that communicated to him, right? It was like it was like a Montreal, what do you call it? The Montreal double cross, chat. There's a name for this, isn't it? It's called being extremely popular, which I am right now on Twitch. Let's try to get less popular, okay? Can we get less popular? There we go. You want faux suddenly? There we go. Communists invading radicals. All right. Maybe the butterfly on her head is secretly a computer chip that plugs into her brain. Yeah, it's like, what do you call it? Neuralink, probably? Something like that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was actually a bug from Stream Elements. I'm not as popular as I thought. Oh, well. The Montreal Screwjob, yeah. It was like that. Yeah, that's a great example, right? Isn't that... I don't know the most about wrestling, chat, but I feel like I've heard this described to me, and it was one of these situations where there was a discussion about how the wrestling event was going to go down. You had a champion who was going to retire. That's, is it Bret Hart was the guy? Or was it the other Hart guy? Anyway, one of the Hart brothers was going to retire, but he wanted to, like, what was it? Like, he wanted to win, like, a match in his hometown and then, like, give up the belt. And they set it up. They set up a situation where, and it's, you know, it's not like he was, like, attacked or, you know, it turned into a real fight or anything like that, right? But he was set up with a situation where the ref actually did call him pinned when he was supposed to kick out. You know how that works, the pinning stuff, right? Like, so whether you kick out in time, whether you are not pinned for 3 seconds kind of doesn't matter. That it's decided ahead of time who's going to win, and the referee at a given time in the choreography will either go 1, 2, 3, that's the end of the match, or they'll go 1, 2, up, he got up, right? And it's very subjective. It's very subjective, like when they start counting and such. And so, yeah, he thought that it was going to be a situation where he kicks out, and instead they just go 1, 2, 3, you're gone. And I think he was forced to, like, sort of lose the title in his own hometown. But yeah, this was similar to what happened to Vadim with all that. And you even had people, like, making videos about Vadim is the biggest cry bully in the world. I can't believe he's such a piece of shit, right? Yeah, so I mean, I've seen friends of mine, you know, have this happen to them, and in that kind of world where everything's kayfabe, I think that's where it really fucks things up. Is like once you see that they're doing some of the stuff is pre-planned, some of the stuff is not real, some of the stuff is kind of staged, right? You know, it's fine if like that's what you're gonna do and everybody's in on it, but if you sort of use this, you could weaponize this against people too, right? If one person doesn't know what the plan is, they kind of end up looking like the asshole. Yeah, they end up holding the asshole bag, right? And I think that's what happened to Vadim. It's been a while. I'll have to, you know, maybe we'll have a conversation sometime and talk about it, but, wait, oh God, I wish. Already over 100. No, we're already under, 1 is what we are, right? We're at 0. We're the big 0 right here, chat. But look, we could be the 100. We could add enough to the bonus goal in order to get. We could add enough to the bonus goal in order to get an extra hour. Oh God, hours. Yes, let's do that. Holy shit, chat. There we go. Back on track. Okay. The coffee really worked. It turns out coffee is actually really good for you. It turns out coffee is caffeinated and delicious. All right, so look, reset timer, 4 hours, start, countdown. All right, there we go. So here's how this works. Some of you may know this, some of you may not know this. Fake content, fake drama content is so Ethan Klein. What with like, wait, which of Ethan's content is fake though? I mean, oh God, Oliver Tree. Yeah, that was fake drama. That's true. I want root beer bottles to fight now. Yeah, I just want to get the stream going. So yeah, we're gonna be going over the DGG Civil War. This is between the Neo-McCarthyite faction, that being Whick, RGR, probably Stardust. Actually, no, Stardust is not in this panel, right? Hutch. No, is it Hutch or? Yeah, I think it is Hutch. We got to figure out who's on what side. Got to stop drinking coffee next week. Why? I mean, if you need to, definitely do this. What time is it in Thailand? Is it 11:40 already? It is. Oh my God, we got to get going. Love not being able to stream Taco Bell stuff. Yeah, I really wondered if maybe that was kayfabe, if that was a setup, but I still don't know. I still really don't know what's real and what's fake there. But anyway, yeah, we got the Neo-McCarthyite faction. This is the faction that sees like the DSA as such a threat that they're willing to give up the thing they say they don't like about the DSA. What's wrong with the DSA? They're illiberal. We want liberal society. We want, what do you call it? Plurality. What is it called? Stardust was always on the dark side. You're right, Gal, unfortunately. But yeah, the plurality, you know, like if you look at her early career, she's, you know, doing content with Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer. Later on with Destiny and John Cerna. Is it? I mean, I always get his name mixed up with John Cena. John I can't fucking think of the guy's name. And Infrared Haas. Yeah, pluralism. There we go. That's what we're thinking of. We're talking about pluralism here. An existential threat, as Wick put it, says Direful. Yeah, and it wasn't, I don't think it is like, you know, her being like, Richard Spencer, how are you so based? I don't think it's like that, right? Zerka, there we go. I was like, Circa? John Circa? I literally mix up John Cena and John Zerka, and I come up with John Circa. So John Cirque du Soleil, the famous acrobat, who was a Twitch streamer before he got banned. Yeah, no, I mean, she's been playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes for as long as I've known her. I mean, she's also involved in that that Discord server. Oh God, yeah. I kind of forgot to. I don't think I've talked at all about Stardust relationship, Stardust's exchange, Stardust's collaboration with Mr. Girl, right? This is the Mr. Girl, the guy that said Cuties was hot, the guy that basically, I mean, like, it's hard to tell like what he really is. I don't want to call him a pedo himself, but like what his content is doing is like low-key normalizing that, like, what's wrong with that, kind of is he's sort of begging the question on pedophilia, right? Is his content. And up until like he crossed DGG personalities, Stardust included, they were all okay with him. In fact, Stardust went as far as to write a tweet to Twitch begging for him to be unbanned and calling him a pillar of the community. That is before Mr. Girl, and this part I really feel bad for Stardust about. Yeah, I do have some empathy, and I do care about Stardust. I don't want this kind of shit. Supposedly he like exposed himself to Starduck. Unrequested exposure, right? And so and I would not like victim blame in that case. Like, what happened to her was awful, and it shouldn't happen to anyone. She also shouldn't have been defending the guy. And no, the fact that she shouldn't have been defending the guy does not make it okay for her to do that. And I'm not saying, well, like, go lie with dogs, wake up with fleas or anything. No. Nobody, no matter how hypocritical, no matter how craven, no matter how dishonest, and Stardust is all these things, should ever fucking have their consent violated that way. That's fucked up. And I'm always going to call that fucked up, no matter who it is. I like that you are empathetic, Irene. I can't help it. You're it, gal. I was born this way. Don't my enemies know it, right? Anyway, chat, we're not talking about the ops today. We are talking about the DGG Civil War, and we need to jump into that. Of course, we have our timer today. We got 4 hours to do everything that we need to do, to cover everything that we need to cover. You can make that longer. You can make it longer than 4 hours. You can make it 5 hours or even 6 hours today. By supporting me through super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I am crowdfunding a day at the hair salon, right? I want to get my hair done. All right. I was looking at old pictures of me. My hair had so much more body. So much better looking. I really need to up the hair game. This has been like the last concern on my mind. When I'm worried about, being able to deal with visa stuff and having health issues myself last winter. But yeah, just seeing like what my hair can look like, seeing what it used to look like, it reminded me there. And luckily for me, and I asked you all about this, like, right? I said that a very, full service kind of hair thing is like color, cut, style, everything, even like a little treatment or something like that. It's about the $90 here. So it sounds like that's cheaper than in the US. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here. Yeah, I think I said it around there. Some hair product, and also going to the salon. So if you want to help me out with that, you can do so now at throne.com. I'm not going to put it up as a QR code. Okay, you'll have to go over to throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to help me with that. But I do appreciate, that, and just know that when you're donating on Throne, like, more of your money kind of gets to me compared to YouTube and Twitch, which they sort of take their cut, right? Throne takes its own cut, but it's less of a cut. Yeah, it's pretty affordable. So, and it seems like it's about time. Having it this long tends to, sap whatever body it has, right? Just because of the weight of it. And so I really need to get a good deal of this cut off. I'm also thinking about maybe doing bangs this time. But anyway, chat, that's for the future, all right? You can support me on throne.com/nocommentchick if you want to. It makes the number go up, this number go up, yep. As does supporting me on patreon.com/nocommentchick or even twitch.tv/nocommentchickcc. You can support me there. And here's what I want to tell you, okay? Before you think of subbing to me on Twitch, check and see, do you have Prime? Do you have Amazon Prime? Because if you do have Amazon Prime, stop right there. You can get a sub for free, all right? You can get a free sub, and I don't want you to waste your money if you have this, right? You can hook up your Amazon account to your Twitch account, and you will get at no cost to you a sub. Now you're already paying for Prime, so obviously there's some cost involved, but you already paid that cost. No reason to pay more to a giant corporation, which has probably taken enough of your money already. You should hook that baby up. You should get a Twitch Prime sub, and it'll give you can use that on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, first of all, thank you, because you only have one to give, so it means a lot when you park it here. But second of all, it gives you all the privileges. It affords to you all the privileges of every other just having a sub on Twitch. So you'll be able to rewind the stream, you'll have the emojis, you'll have the badge, tells you kind of how long you've been a sub here. It goes all the way from Tatsuya to June. We haven't encountered June yet in Persona 2, so we're gonna be doing that maybe this. I feel like it's coming up. We're gonna meet June, who is I can see Woody Red's got a June emoji there, a June badge. Yo, Steven Sayers, I actually caught your... Wait a minute. Let's make sure you're the first one to support the stream today and kind of show us all how this works, okay? Let's put that there. Okay, can we do this? Look at this. We got the story of the hippo. The hippo. Let's try that again. Hippo. Yes, the hippo. That hippo is serious, you can tell. Because when the hippo turns the hat around, shit got serious. Thumbs up to you too, Steven Sayers, and thumbs up to the hippo as well. So yeah, we've got, that gets us started on this goal, right, that we have of getting to 100. If we get to 100, we'll get to extend the stream a little bit longer. And we'll be able to add an hour. If we get to 200, of course, we get 2 hours. If we get to 300, what happens? Do we get 3 hours? That'd be nice, chat, but that would also tire me out, and I wouldn't be able to stream to you 5 days a week. So we put all the excess on Friday stream. So if we get to 300, that extra hour, it goes on Friday stream, and we start with 5 hours instead of 4 hours. And Friday technically can go as long as it wants to, within limits. You've taken me very close to my limit, but not over the limit yet. So it's kind of a personal challenge to me if the Friday stream gets extended. But yeah, you can you can use a Twitch Prime sub to make sure that, if you have Prime, you don't have to pay $6. It is $6 for a sub, by the way. People like them because Twitch is a premium viewing experience. And if you watch me on Twitch, I guess it makes sense to get a sub. Yeah, it does cost $6. Now, if you can't afford that $6 and you don't have Prime, never fear, right? There is another way. If you're active in chat and somebody comes along that's gifting subs and they see you, they'll probably gift you subs as well. So, you can, that's your best route, right? I know not everybody can afford to support me monetarily. I'm like that too. There's a ton of streamers out there, there's a ton of small streamers that are doing a lot of hard work and deserve to get, to get paid. But I don't have that kind of disposable income, and I'm guessing most of you don't either. So if you fall into that bucket, just be active in chat if you're over on Twitch, and make sure to like the stream on YouTube, regardless of what platform you're on, because that helps me out a lot. It brings more people in, so the more likes we can get, the better. So anyway, we've got a big show today getting ready to go on. Oh yeah, we've also got bonus content. So one of the rewards for hitting 100, in addition to getting another hour, it's like, what am I going to do with that extra hour? All right, what am I going to cover? I am going to cover bonus content. Right now, we got a Channel 5 Andrew Callahan deep dive. I tried to watch this yesterday, and I apologize, chat, because my attention was not really on it. I think we had found a old graph, an old chart of how the American political parties work, sort of like which, the whole Federalist and the Anti-Federalists and the Whigs, and then the Democrat Republicans, and then you got the Democrats and the Republicans, just kind of coming to our modern political party setup. But just to kind of expand over the idea that like America's a two-party system, it wasn't always like this. That made me think of snakes, because the chart actually looks like snakes in amorous embrace, right? And by amorous, I mean sexual, right? The snakes are getting it on, right? They've got, what kind of music do people listen to? Like, is it Marvin Gaye that sings Let's Get It On? Yeah, they put on the let's get it on, and they all ball up into a big ball, and the snakes are just, I don't know, they're doing snake sex, I guess. So I was like distracted, I believe by the animal husbandry of it all, right? During a very important moment where this Hempleton fellow is trying to explain, first of all, the court case against Andrew Callahan, because he did have a court case. Some of you may remember he did a Twitter post and he made a video saying, like, I'm getting, having legal trouble. Could you please help me out here? And Hempleton was, giving us like kind of like the deep cut of that, of like what is actually happening. Is Andrew Callahan actually at the right here? And it looks like maybe not. So yeah, if you want to watch more of that, we got the Channel 5 Andrew Callahan deep dive, right? Then we got the insanely racist Hasan takedown. This is the picture of it's like the classic meme, the classic racist meme of the 5 black guys standing behind a couch in their underwear. It's a white woman on the couch in very little clothes. And, the implication there, I don't know, is some kind of racist fantasy or nightmare or who knows what, right? That's the meme, right? They take this, they put Hasan in the place of the girl, right? So he's on the couch, and then the 5 black guys are like Osama bin Laden, Kim Jong, Xi Jinping, etc., etc., etc. Etc., etc., etc. Yo, Psycho Saber, thank you for taking my advice and not spending money that you don't have to spend when you've got a Twitch Prime. You can use that to get a sub for free. So yeah, anyway, goal goes up to 13. We're at 13 out of 100 right now. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'm going to add an hour to this. We're going to go for 5 hours instead of 4 hours. Right, and I might need it today. I might very well need it, considering the just like, I don't know, Chad, I'm in a weird place. I'm in a weird place, right? Like it's a conflict between my empathy and kind of like my whoa. It's almost like a William Blake thing. You got the songs of innocence, the empathy, and then you got the songs of experience, right? Do people know about this? The 2 poems that kind of exemplify William Blake's songs of innocent, songs of experience, which are books of poetry, are the poem "The Lamb" and then the poem "The Tiger," right? And it's an experience. It's an odyssey, if you want to look at it that way, between the how you want the world to be. With no knowledge whatsoever, and your reaction to how the world actually is, like the part of you that emerges in the face of adversity, right? With the tiger. So that's kind of the conflict right now, chat, is the lamb and the tiger, are fighting, and are not really fighting. It's because the lamb doesn't have to fight. And the tiger's already fought. But yeah, that's just stuff that I'll have to deal with on my own in the time between hitting stop streaming and hitting start streaming for tomorrow. We got to get on and chop wood, carry water, as they say, right? Because yeah, the show must go on. So let's make the show go on. But just to let you know, you got the ability, you got the chance to watch some bonus content today if we hit 100 here. And right now it's a tie between the insanely racist takedown of Hasan Piker and the Andrew Callahan deep dive into his legal troubles, his legal case. What is that all about? I kind of didn't pay attention to it. So hopefully Hempleton, if I lock in and we all lock in, we can understand a little bit more what is going on with Andrew Callahan and his legal case. Right, second place, we have the video essay, The Fall of Asmongold. I could tell people really want to watch this because it's only 4 points behind everything else, and it's done pretty well. So vote for that if you want to see this video on the fall. It's a former Asmongold fan that was a fan of Asmongold apparently before Asmongold was this toxic piece of shit that we all know him as now. And he wants to make the case for us of like why he liked Asmongold in the first place, and kind of why he does not like Asmongold so much now. So we got that, and then in last place, last but not least, we got the Israeli hires Hasbara e-girls. Have people seen this? One in chat if you know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know if it's just one content creator or if it's multiple content creators, but there's these pictures going around on Twitter of a woman in sweatpants, right? With her feet up on the chair that she's kind of reclining on, right? And a little bit spread. She's in sweatpants with her legs spread, and she's telling you about why you should support Israel and why you shouldn't feel bad for the Palestinians and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Yeah, is nothing sacred. Yeah, not even e-girls are sacred, chat, but they've used this before. Can you imagine, though, if Nazi Germany had decided, like, you know, what we have women in our, you know, let's make some hot, sexy Nazi babes here. Maybe then people will forget about, you know, forget about the whole death camp thing, right? Maybe people, well, I guess people didn't know about that yet. People will forget about, you know, the countries that we're invading and the weird, you know, German supremacist plans we have for the world, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Look, let me show it to you this way, okay? Let me put it to you this way. All right, I am going to share with you my latest tweet, because it seems like Twitter always explains everything when I'm not able to explain it myself. Oh my God, what are you doing? Okay, out. That's not it. That's the blast off tweet. Oh my God, chat. Should I show you the blast off tweet first? Wouldn't it be crazy if I was like, yeah, I'm going to show you something on Twitter, and then it was just the blast off tweet? Look, this is the blast off tweet. We do it every day. If you're on Twitter, which some of you are not, you can support me by going here and liking this tweet and helping us blast off. Because indeed, as soon as one of these tweets with links on it starts to get some likes on it, they let it run free. They let it run wild. They care less that there is a external link on there. This is the thing that Elon doesn't like, because he doesn't want people to go off of the Twitter platform. There we go. So yeah, I have linked it in chat. It's also linked in the pinned if you want to click on that. Either way, you can go over. There's the lovely thumbnail for today. We got the soy pill over here. That's the cartoon guy with his friends Josiah, who used to be a Lib Learner. He was on Lib Learn until, I think, this drama. Josiah's an interesting case, chat, because he is well to the right of me and probably you as well. I'm sure the guy has some bad takes and stuff, but he's one of these liberals who doesn't want to waste his time punching left, right? His channel, his whole online presence, it's sort of dedicated to punching at Trump's ball sack, right? He's playing speed bag with Trump's balls, like, constantly, right? That's Josiah, right? You can't get this man away from the speed bag. He's like, I gotta punch Trump in the balls more, right? So he doesn't really want to do this whole anti-Hasan thing. I think that's why he left Lib Learn in the first place. But he came by Pisco's live, Pisco's Twitter live, and said some things that I guess perturbed some people, right? He hasn't dedicated his heart against the Tankie Menace the way that the the Neo-McCarthyites over on the left side of this thumbnail want him to. So yeah, over on the left side, we got Whick, we got Riley, Grace Rochong, we got Hutch, we got Destiny in the middle of all these cringe lords. And he's a bit of a cringe lord himself. He just doesn't realize it yet, chat. He just doesn't realize there's a reason that you're surrounded constantly by cringe followers. And it's because, yes, Destiny, you yourself are fucking cringe. All right, but yeah, there's kind of a battle between the just go along to get along, hey, let's just try to do our best against the right wing, and the people that are like, no, we have to join the right wing and purge these leftoids. Like, you know, instead of like maybe standing up and talking about Trump's fascist, power grab that he's doing, like literally, and this is the shit that will come for them too, chat. Make no mistake, the same shit that they're using to go after leftists, the same shit that they're going after pro-Palestinian protesters with, it's eventually going to turn it against libs, right? First, they came for the communists. But instead of like, I said nothing, these guys were like, and I was like, fuck yeah, get those commies. First, they came for the communists. Hell yeah, base Trump. That's a kind of weird response, and that is the response that we're getting, and that's what's got the normie libs over here sort of perturbed, right? They're just normie libs doing their normie thing. They want to get back to brunch. They want to grill, okay? And the Neo-McCarthyites, they got like, I don't know, their eyes are turning red, you know, as they fight against illiberalism by making common cause with Nazis. But again, it's not a new thing for Destiny to make common cause with Nazis, especially Nazis that he wants to have sex with, such as Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, right? So yeah, that's where we're at. This is what we're going over today. And if you want to go and help me out, help this spread to infect more and more timelines, you can give me a like, you can give me a retweet. Only do that if you think that your followers would be interested in it. I'm not trying to get you to spam my stuff at your followers so that they are like, I don't want to follow you or mute you or whatever. I don't want to do that to you. Just only do it if you think it's if your you know, followers are like people that would be interested in this, right? You can also comment on this if you got any comments about the stream. If you want to let people know what the stream is like, what we're talking about, what we're doing, and you know, just kind of give them a reason to jump on in, you can do that in the comments. So there we go. That is the blast off tweet, and it's blasting off well, and you can help it blast off even better. Okay, so what is the yeah, there we go. Is this one? Is this one? All right, I don't even know, chat. I feel like Twitch would not be happy if somebody, yeah, that's a perfect place to stop. Oh my God, chat, are we ever lucky that it stops right there? Are we ever lucky that are we ever lucky? You know what I'm talking about, chat? Twitch had a real issue with women on its platform in revealing outfits. I don't know exactly what constitutes a revealing outfit, but yeah, these are sweatpants. These are sweatpants that she's wearing, and they're not really hiding much. It's just like a, you know, let's have a little conversation on Israel from a porn POV. I guess so, right? Like I said, you know, if only the Nazis had figured out, you know, we need to get the hot Nazi babes out there doing, you know, saying, oh, Hitler is not so bad. He is not so bad, Hitler. He's a very nice man. Do you know he loves his dog Blondie? He is so kind to that dog. He feeds it sausages every day, even though he himself is a virtuous vegetarian. Anyway, chat, Hitler was a fake vegetarian. The guy secretly snacked away on, what was it, like liver dumplings or something like that? Anyway, it was kind of an op, the whole Hitler vegetarian thing. I know people like to use that to be like, oh, Hitler is a vegetarian, so maybe don't be a vegetarian. But yeah, I mean, he's the kind of, you might know a vegetarian like this, right? Somebody that likes to be known as a vegetarian, but doesn't really like to limit themselves to a vegetarian diet. That was who Der Fuhrer was. And it wasn't because Germans were like, you know, pro-vegetarian or anything like that. It's just because it made him look like kind of a Spartan, austere sort of guy. Like that, you know, and there's some talk too, if it was a, you know, an attempt to make diplomacy with India easier. But I don't know, that sounds a little bit, wild. But anyway, yeah, we got our Hasbara sweatpants POV gal. You know, talking to us about society. Yes, Hasbro POV angle sweatpants e-girl. Society indeed. Society indeed. And I'm so glad that, yeah, a vegetarian. That's the kind of person that this content appeals to, maybe. Let's take a look really quick. Let's take a spin through my bookmarks. Oh, no, interesting.
On the Haley Stevens camp, not even these liberals are defending Haley Stevens. Let's take a look.
I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic in that race. Like, I don't really like either of them, to be honest with you.
Really?
I mean, I liked McMorrow. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If he gets elected, I do think, like, he's a bit of a showboat. Like, I don't know. I don't like his vibes, but I'm closer to policy on when it comes to him, like, over.
So this was another surprise for people.
Wow.
Yeah. That's Hutch. That's Hutch.
Wow.
Wow.
Remember the universal outrage when you didn't immediately endorse a hypothetical Gavin Newsom run?
Oh, chat, this is so weird.
Sure who he would vote for.
This is so weird.
Presidential election between J.D. Vance and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a vacuum. I don't know why J.D.
Okay, so yeah, it's a combination of the Lib and Learn. So this is Lib and Learn right here, right? This first thing that he watches, this first thing that he clicks on, that's the Lib and Learn panel from this Monday. You got the soy pill in the upper left-hand corner. You got Pisco in the upper right-hand corner. You got I'm Really Important, aka the guy. His name is literally Guy from Pretty Fly for a White Guy, and he's anything but fly these days. Pretty in the tank for Israel. And then we got Hutch. And look, I mean, like, this is a cursed place, honestly. I mean, like, Pisco, friend of the VOD, he's a nice guy and everything, cannot seem to extricate himself from Destiny's orbit or from reflexively sweeping for Destiny. I don't know how much of that is the, harassment and shit that he's getting from those corners of the internet, or how much of that is just his, capitalist realist mindset. But either way, Pisco, one of the hosts of Lib and Learn, Soy Pill, these two are sort of persona non grata already. Like, a lot of DGG does not like Pisco. He's disagreed with Ethan Klein. He's disagreed with... I think what he questioned the reason that Ethan Klein was suing the particular people he was suing. That was not taken well. He's disagreed with Destiny at some points. He's argued with Destiny, and yeah, kind of had a lot of hate directed at him, even within DGG. He hasn't left, remember? And then we got the Soy Pill, who's maybe putting a little bit more distance between himself and Destiny. Still not somebody that I would disagree with on a whole host of things. But a little bit less cursed than like let's say Hutch or certainly Whick. And this is where we're starting to see the distinctions between these characters. We're starting to see the contradictions emerge in real time. And it'd be one thing if it was just like, well, some of the people tangentially related to DGG are a little bit more anti-communist. Some of them are a little bit less anti-communist. Some of them are like okay with the DSA. Some of them are not. It'd be okay if it was like a live and let live kind of place. It's not, chat. It's not. It's an echo chamber, and Destiny hates it when he's hearing anything other than the echoes of his own voice within his echo chamber. Remember, this is his in Barbarella, the Chamber of Dreams. The queen must be alone in the Chamber of Dreams, Chad. If Barbarella gets in there with her, I don't know, wild lesbian sex might happen. But in the case of Destiny, it'd be more like, sucking Fuentes's dick once again. And so, yeah, when he starts hearing something that doesn't smell like him from the echo chamber, he gets really peeved. And that's when we have these crazy panels, this, kind of Inquisition vibes going on in DGG, and these guys are on blast, which is crazy, right? What they've said, even Hutch, right, is that they're okay with Abdul El Sayed, and a lot of them kind of, Soy Pill, Pisco, sort of, maybe even Hutch. Let's listen to this again. I think even Hutch sort of said he's like marginally on the side of AES, which again, the contrarian, the anti-leftist thing. It's a part of Destiny's personality. It's also a part of Hutch's personality a little bit. But this is not, they're not, exactly preaching to the choir here, or singing with the choir here.
On the Haley Stevens camp, not even these liberals are defending.
Wait, what is this? Pisco got really drunk on stream and went on a racist rant? I did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know that that happened. Oh no, chat, I've just received word. I've just received word, okay? We may have to skip some stuff because something just happened in a Twitter space. I was so thinking I wouldn't have to cover a Twitter space tonight, right? I was so thinking I could just use Lib and Learn and maybe the Whick panel, the anti-tankie panel that Whick did with RGR and all these people. I thought that's what we were watching tonight. It turns out there is a live space that just maybe finished or is about to finish, and Destiny came in to argue with Pisco, and he's losing it. So as long as Destiny can keep from saying any slurs, I think we should be okay. Ooh. Oh my god. What is the chick's name from Fallout New Vegas? I can't remember her name. The actress. Can chat find it first, or will I find it first? Wait, what? The show? What? Why is it showing me the voice actress? No. No, not the 2010 game. Okay, somebody's got to have it for me, right? Somebody's got to have it. Who's the actress? But yeah, the Ella Purcell. Thank you so much. JD Pondon. You saved my ass right now. That's so good. Yeah, it's Ella Purcell is who I'm thinking of. Purcell. Sorry, Purcell is a composer. How did I get this mixed up? I meant like that's what Twitter thought too. Sorry, that's what Google thought too. Google also thought that I wanted to know who the voice actress, there's a ton of voice actresses in the game, but yeah, the game, I guess, it's Mrs. Bethesda. No poll today. Wait, is there no poll? You certainly must have a poll. Is there not a poll? I do see a poll. And Andrew Callahan, the deep dive is winning. 58 votes counted so far, and we got in second place tied the Fall of Asmongold and the insanely racist Hasan Takedown tied for second place, and then Israeli hires Hasbro e-girls, which I was trying to boost just by showing you a little bit of what we're talking about. Maybe I've got some of this in bookmarks as well. But yeah, let's watch the rest of this, and then I'll explain more about how the poll works and how the bonus content works and everything else.
Let's take a look.
I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic in that race. Like, I don't really like either of them, to be honest with you.
Really?
I mean, I liked McMorrow. Yeah. I mean,
He was a McMorrow guy. He's sad that McMorrow left. He was inspired, chat, when she did that weird cringe millennial parade. I mean, you've heard of the black parade. This was the white parade. Or the ginger parade, some other kind of parade that she did. It's like kind of the opposite of, like, you know, instead of when I was a young boy, it's when I was a middle-aged woman, and instead of the father taking you into the city, it was, I don't know, the Democratic establishment taking you to the Senate or something. I don't know. But yeah, Hutch, yeah, he hasn't gotten over McMorrow dropping out of the race.
wow. I don't know if he gets elected. I do think like he's a bit of a showboat. Like, I don't know. I don't like his vibes, but
It's the Live, Laugh, Love Parade. There we go.
I'm closer to
Actually, Love Parade didn't Love Parade used to be like a street party in Berlin or something? The potluck parade?
Like over Stevens, but
Wow. Remember the universal outrage when you didn't immediately endorse a hypothetical Gavin Newsom run? Streamer Destiny says he's not sure who he would vote for if the 2028 presidential election between JD Vance and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a vacuum. I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. I mean, I probably would vote.
Okay, so this is Destiny saying, I don't know if he's going to watch the clip, but yeah, Destiny did say that, like, somebody asked him straight up, AOC versus JD Vance, who do you vote for? And he did like a Peter Thiel. You know, like when Peter Thiel's like, so should humanity survive? And Peter Thiel's like, well, right? That was Destiny. And his rationale was this, okay? JD Vance used to be a centrist Republican, used to present himself as anti-Trump. And he somehow thinks that JD Vance maybe is like a secret centrist that just, like, you know, was like nice to Peter Thiel and nice to Trump and kind of got in there. And, you know, if only this Trump guy could fucking have a cardiac event and, dip out of his own administration, then maybe JD Vance would be like, hey, everybody, I know it's been hard for a number of years, but I just want everybody to get along. And yeah, this war in Iran is really stupid. This ICE shit, it's a little too hardcore. I mean, we want to have strong borders, don't get me wrong, but we can't have masked thugs shooting people in the street. That's crazy. He somehow thinks he can go back to brunch with JD Vance. And yes, JD Vance was at one time kind of a bruncher, like the closest thing to a bruncher that you would find in the Republican Party, right? When he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, like the people that read Hillbilly Elegy were libs. And he's somehow bought into, I don't know, a delusion, right? And again, why is this, Davy? Is it negative polarity? No, maybe not this time. Sorry, I don't mean to make you the poster boy for negative polarization, right? But I think in this case, yeah, it's more of the contrarianism, right? Because if you earlier in this stream, Davy and I were talking about the sort of duality of Destiny's motivation. Some people will say it's contrarian. He's a debate bro. If he sees everybody be like, yeah, Israel's kind of fucked up, that he'll be like, no, actually, Israel, maybe Palestine is fucked up. Maybe Hamas is fucked up. Maybe that's maybe Israel's okay, right? And then obviously the other hypothesis is that it's negative polarization, because if he's that's a lane that he can occupy alone, that it's like a business decision, right? And it's always a question with Destiny, what is his real motivation? But in this case, it does seem like some kind of weird contrarianism. It's a weird thing to say, chat, after like MAGA hates Destiny. Like I don't think he's got anywhere to go. Given the split with Nick Fuentes, and the split with Mr. Girl, the conservative elements of his community have kind of up and left. So it's a weird play for him to enact, to say, I don't know. But I think it's the kind of thing where like everybody's like, AOC, like, right, saying that you're for AOC in 2028 is not saying that you like everything that AOC has done. Is not saying that you think AOC is, what you're just saying is that, like, you're looking at the list of hopefuls, you're looking at the list of people that are being talked about for 2028, and you're saying, of all these people, what you got, like Ro Khanna, Van Hollen, AOC probably the most progressive coded, right? So you're hoping for the best possible candidate, at least among those that are being talked about right now. The only man that can wear eyeliner is Captain Hook from Once Upon a Time. Wait, what was that? JD just wants some cushion. More cushion and less pushing, but in the sense of a couch, not anything else, chat. The only place he can go is full fash. I mean, people are predicting. Wait. Actually, people are predicting. Mike from PA wrote a tweet. I don't know if I can find it, chat, but it's something like that. He had predicted by the end of the second Trump administration that Destiny would become a Republican. It's a ridiculous thing to say. It's a crazy thing for him to say. Everybody thought that Mike from PA was off his rocker. Like, you could say a lot about Destiny, but he's not going to become a Republican. This is the guy that like made fun of people for going to MAGA rallies, and if any of you ever showed up at a MAGA rally and you got shot by a shooter, I would laugh at your face, right? That shit got him banned from Kick. The conservatives over at Kick did not think that was appropriate, right? Thought that was a little bit too much for him to say that, and he got suspended temporarily on his Kick account. So anyway,
OC, but it's a coin flip. Yeah.
I just like the way that she carries herself more. And I do think that the fact that she got the endorsements from people that are actually plugged into Michigan politics, like, I do care about that stuff as a voter. I think that stuff does matter. And so, but I really don't have like a strong preference either way.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I feel like I'm the only Stevens champion out there right now. I don't know, because even Josiah said he was with El Sayed last night.
He did,
so
yeah.
I was surprised to hear that, but interesting. I mean,
Josiah listens to me.
Put the APAC stuff aside, which I know is hard for a lot of people, and I think she's a good candidate.
Put the APAC stuff aside? Why would you do that? What do you mean? Listen. Pay no attention to the fact that I got hit in the gut with a shotgun, okay? aside from the gaping wound on my gut, I am a beacon of health and excellence. Okay? Just put that aside. I don't understand. It's only $54 million. Just put it aside, dude. It's $54 million. What do you mean? It's a record-breaking amount of money. Just put it aside. Yeah, replace AIPAC with DSA. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah, exactly. The only reason they're for Stevens is because they're against you. I don't think so. I think this one is teetering on the edge. This one's already gone. Okay. Pisco's already far, far more open-minded. He's on like the Podjohn wavelength where he just doesn't care. If Democratic Socialists are winning, he's like, no, that's great. As long as they're winning, that's great. This one is just a Destiny Orbiter, but I guess even he's teetering on the edge here. And I don't really know anything about this one. I assume this is just like a pro-Israel guy first and foremost, and that's why he said something as silly as put the AIPAC stuff aside. Stop, man! You gave Pac-Man grace, and you know what happened. I mean, I'll continue. I'm really important. Really hates you. IDF family member. Yeah, oh, there you go. Wait, he's a citizen of Israel? Put the AIPAC stuff aside, guys. Guys, can you put the AIPAC stuff aside? Oh, damn. Dang. So, yeah, I don't think it's just animosity towards whatever he perceives my position to be. I think there's maybe a little bit more to it than that, but you know.
I mean, she's got the experience. She's just seems like she knows what she's doing. I'm more concerned about El Sayed not being able to have the Democratic Party in Michigan coalesce around him if he wins, because he's been so nasty. Like when Gretchen Whitmer endorsed Stevens on Friday, he was like, we still got potholes.
For the record, I do want to say something. I mean, there's literally Israeli citizens in my community. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Live here now. So just because someone is even a citizen of Israel doesn't.
Yeah, there's been people don't talk about this as much, but there's been kind of in fact, Professor Dave. I'm like trying to remember where am I remember these from. Some of you have seen the Professor Dave. God, that should have been in the bonus content, chat. Professor Dave, I should have mentioned. Put out a large video responding to Destiny, right? So Professor Dave, if you don't know, one of the foremost science communicators on YouTube right now, does amazing videos, usually is calling out like flat earthers and other cranks like that. But he has been talking more about Israel, and he's pissed. Like, right, he is pissed about what is happening in Gaza. He's been that way for a long time. He seems to have been targeted on Twitter and actually mass reported. He lost his account. He was permanently banned from Twitter. And he's probably seems to have been targeted by groups like the Canary Mission. I don't know if it was the Canary Mission per se, but similar groups that just want to try to hijack the discourse and brigade things like that, drive pro-Palestinian voices off the internet to their best ability. And so Destiny did a video responding to one of Dave's videos where he's exposing a crank, but also a crank that is pro-Israel, right? And he mentioned some of the ways in which this guy is pro-Israel in his video. Destiny reacted to this and was like, "Oh my God, Professor Dave is a neo-Nazi," right? It's a wild thing to say for somebody that was like, I don't know, is Nick Fuentes a Nazi? Is Lauren Southern a Nazi? Don't you think you're going a little far by like saying that? Like, don't you think, like, right, who's basically done apology for actual white nationalists and Nazis, and then he turns around and is like, yeah, but to Professor Dave, no, I think legit is is an anti-Semitic Nazi. So anyway, Professor Dave clapped back today, and it's a marathon video. Would you want that? Should we have like a dark horse thing? IRI, yeah, is from, is a citizen of Israel. I don't think, I don't know if he was born there, or I don't think he currently lives there, but yeah, he's an Israeli citizen. They gave him citizenship for that pretty fly for a white guy video, actually. No, just kidding, chat. Israel, that really cooked in Israel. They were like, oh, this is our favorite music video here. No, I don't know where or when or why he got Israeli citizenship, but he did. Yeah, he's pretty bad on the issue of Israel-Palestine. But yeah, God, I can't believe I didn't think of, oh yeah, there was a reason though, because Dave goes hard. Dave pulls no punches. And Dave in that video is showing images of how this genocide has affected Palestinian children. Like he's showing, you know, children that have been injured in this video. I already saw it with Hasan's 1 hour and 40 minutes thing. Yeah. Wait, you mean the Dave video is 1 hour and 40 minutes, or the Hasan watch is an hour and 45 minutes? Either way, chat. Support Professor Dave. He's going through a lot right now. It's clearly a hit against IRI because Hasan's viewers think it is Wait, what? Wait, I'm not sure what you're talking about, demagogue. Let me scroll up. Hasan here demonizing these guys. Do you have something in front of your eyeballs that's causing you to see a different reality than the one that the rest of us are looking at? He's actually being fairly nice to the cast of Live and Learn, considering. But yeah, no, I'm going to be real with you. IRI is a disgusting, you know, Zionist, right? I don't think we ever covered this. It was in the bonus content. But yeah, no, he's an absolute ghoul. Is what he is. And even saying that, Hasan wants people to know that not everybody that's an Israeli citizen is like that, right? A lot of people have left Israel, you know, during what's happening. A lot of the people that have an objection to that. And that's why Israel's even worse than, like in terms of the people there, right? If you're against this shit, you leave Israel, right? You have left Israel. You're trying to leave Israel. You don't want any part of this, right? But if you're, you know, so it's becoming more and more a nation of, you know, just supremacists and genocide enjoyers, right? It's a little bit of a self-selecting thing that's going on there. But no, not every Israeli citizen is like that.
Automatically make them someone who would be you know, pro-Israel, pro-AIPAC, all this shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, chatters, if you've developed any parasocial relationships with this guy, but the pretty fly for a white guy video, as cringe as it is you know, probably the best thing he's ever done, honestly.
From my estimation, I made that assumption because I didn't know that he was a citizen of Israel. I just assumed that he's very pro-Israel because he said, put the AIPAC stuff aside. Okay.
That need to get filled 8 years later. And it's like, all right, bro, like you're not helping yourself here by attacking people who chose to go a different direction. You know, it's like, you're going to need those votes and those endorsements in the general. What are you doing, man?
Joe Bart coming to LA August 1st. Get him on for a Chad Vice. Yes, we were supposed to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here. I don't think I'm going to be here when Joe Bart is here, ironically enough. It's crazy.
I didn't say that living in Israel makes you pro-genocide, evil Elrond. You got to pull the cotton out of your ears. There are people, like, for instance, if you don't have the money to leave, right? You know, you're going to still be there. There's Jewish people that were in Israel, or whose family was in Israel before, you know, any of the Nakba stuff, right? Who just, like, you know, there were Jewish people living there. There are, you know, even like Orthodox groups that are against violence, against joining the army, and against the Zionist project. There's anti-Zionists in Israel. That might blow your mind there, evil Elrond, but but I'm here to blow your mind. Unlike Destiny, who's here to blow something else. If you're a groiper, which I'm assuming you're not. Have we got Israeli groipers in YouTube chat? Check on that, mods. I mean, it's not like as weird as you think it is. It's not completely, you know, impossible. We could have a.
God, you suck at fun. How do I unsub? I don't. What is this? It looks like Roop Raj might be a fan. No, Roop, be careful. You're gonna get banned from Twitch. I like that everybody in this community loves Roop Raj as much as I do. There's no such thing as Palestine 2 weeks ago.
It didn't seem that crazy.
Top DNC shill. I'm really important. The Libs will kind of strip a stunt and a nothing burger. Yeah, I don't care about this. All right, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I don't need a deep dive into this guy's behavior. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, we're a part of the Roop troop. You got brought up on the Megyn Kelly show. Zohran Mamdani grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. It's not.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, again, this is RGR's girlfriend talking about, you know, what she heard RGR describe her experience of during all the drama, you know, which stemmed from RGR attacking another trans woman. But again, chat, I'm not going to sit here and say that the, you know, harassment that she claims that she went through, which includes transphobic shit, I'm not going to say that that's not real, because I know how this shit kind of works, right? That and I've experienced you know, this kind of stuff myself. So again, I'm not gonna we'll wait a little bit before going on this, and I just hope that everybody involved, you know, can kind of take care of themselves, take a step back from content creation if that's what's needed. I don't want to see the toxicity break out again. But again, this was, you know, toxicity that stemmed from some just horrible attacks that Riley, you know, initiated on other trans women. And I don't, you know, wish, you know, this kind of shit on Doe, on Demon Mama, or on RGR. I was friends with all of them at one point, and although I feel, yeah, have I fallen out with all of them? Yes, I think I have. I think we could say that. I think we could say that I've fallen out with all these people, but you know, they are human beings, and they don't deserve, you know, the kind of harassment that pushes somebody off the All right, so we got Destiny here. He's not entirely sure what his choice would be between AOC and JD Vance. It's a coin flip. It's not like 90-90. It's like 55-45. Wait, in favor of AOC. Okay, well, at least that's, you know, it could be worse. I don't know. He's slightly favoring AOC. Here I am being a Destiny apologist.
That you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? In that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs.
So the problem that he has with JD Vance for what being okay with MAGA is the same problem that he has with AOC for being okay with the DSA. Like, this is some pretty bad false equivocation that's going on here.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything. So he might be, like, that might just be like way too far fucking gone. But I don't know for AOC, like, I just don't know with any of these people now, like, given your opportunity to, like, abolish all private enterprise, And if the people backing you were for it, I don't know what her answer would be there. I'm not sure. I don't.
Destiny's really worried about an executive order from President AOC, right? The kind of initiative that would be opposed by the majority of both parties, right? Abandon private enterprise. That she's going to pull an executive order to cancel capitalism. And that's what's giving him pause. God, I wish she was based like that. I don't think you could accomplish something like that through an executive order. I don't think Destiny knows shit about politics anymore. This is what happens, chat, when you get overly focused on drama. And yes, I'm sure you could make the same criticisms of the stuff that I cover, just because the drama stuff, if you want to really give it a fair shake, you gotta go dive deep. And for that reason, we don't cover as much news as I otherwise would, but no, Destiny, this is making me want to like revamp my own content, because I'm seeing what happened to Destiny. He was never a smart guy, all right? He was always a mid-white dude that benefited from kind of a first mover effect, right? What do I mean by first mover? He's the first political he's the first like big political streamer, the first person who sort of figured out, actually, like one of the early innovators of like streaming at all back before there were platforms. And obviously he was on Twitch before the dinosaurs had evolved into dinosaurs, right? He's old as fuck in terms of him being on the internet. But yeah, he's been in an echo chamber that's primarily focused on his own ego and on his own dramas, and it's taken its toll on him to the point where he's afraid of an AOC EO canceling capitalism. That's nuts. That's nuts. This guy's not even engaging with politics anymore. Like, it's tangentially about politics. He was debating the alt-right in politics. That's what made him famous as a political streamer. But at this point, he needs to touch grass. And I don't even mean like go outside and take a break or anything. I mean, like, engage with reality, engage with the material world, right? You take yourself out of this your abstract fantasy of like, I don't like, AOC because what Hasan said a good word about her, right? This is nuts how far he's gone. See what Mouton has to say about it, though. Mouton?
I don't know at this point. I'm not sure.
Crouton, Mr. Crouton.
But the problem is that
I'm willing to take my chances with AOC.
Sure.
Based Crouton. I mean, relatively speaking, obviously, chat. Obviously, he's not a great guy, but comparatively speaking, he's all right. Buffy Geek, thank you for resubscribing. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Let me put this up to so we're at 19 right now. Again, chat, if we get to 100 on here, I'll stick around for an extra hour. I'll do more content. I might need that hour just to be able to cover everything that we got on our plate today. But also you'll get some bonus content. I'm going to explain the bonus content and how all that works in just a second. Just let me get through the Destiny is nothing without Wikipedia. Well, it might be Chat GPT these days. What is Mouton's whole deal? I think he's some kind of friend of Destiny's. I don't know if he's like an online streamer friend or if he's like a IRL friend or what, but he's been Destiny's homie forever. So that is Mouton's deal. In my personal experience with him, I found him to be somewhat less toxic than Destiny, but at the same time, it's just like just like Pisco. If you can't extricate yourself from that world, you're gonna end up involved in some fucked up shit. Anyway, Destiny, Mouton. We choose Mouton. Can we do that, chat? Can we vote for Mouton over Destiny? Like kind of like a Pepe versus Yi thing? And if Mouton wins, then Destiny has to then he has to give all his social media to Mouton. See what Mouton, maybe Mouton's a good streamer. I don't know. Maybe Mouton actually cares about politics. Maybe Mouton has some intellectual curiosity despite the fact that he doesn't know shit. I don't know, chat. I'm just throwing these ideas out there for the audience, for all of the audiences watching me today.
One, I did already vote, early voted. Somebody is going to win. I do not want Mike Rogers to win.
Somebody is going to win. That's the best take of the day. Yeah.
Whoever it is, like I said, it's not an issue. It's not a candidate issue. It's a human rights issue.
Yeah, right.
Jai, what's your full name?
Jai, J-A-I,
Thank you. I know.
Singletary, S-I-N-G.
All right now, guys.
See you.
Bye. See you tonight.
Wait, where did Haley go? Wait, did she walk in front of them or something? I'm sorry, like she did the chat. I've been seeing there was like a AI video of Elon Musk walking with his kids, which it was purported to be like an actual video, but it got community noted because it's clearly AI. There's like a woman in purple walking behind them, and as soon as it's like she passes behind Elon and she doesn't come out the other side. All right, it's like his shadow ate her or something. I mean, obviously it's AI slop, and that's what we're seeing here. But now I'm like on the watch for it. I'm on the watch. I'm like, wait, did Haley Stevens just disappear? Is this AI?
It's not a candidate issue. It's a human rights issue.
Yeah, right.
Wait.
That's awesome.
One, I did already vote, early voted. Somebody is going to win. I do not want Mike Rogers to win. And whoever it is, like I said, it's not an issue. It's not a candidate issue. It's a human rights issue.
Yeah, right.
Jai, what's your full name?
Jai, J-A-I,
Thank you. I know.
Singletary, S-I-N-G.
Where did she disappear to? Where did Haley go?
Bye. See you tonight.
This is fucking with me, chat. Where did Haley Stevens go? Look, I would rather know where she is than not know, than where she isn't. Okay, it makes me very nervous. Is she behind me? Is Haley Stevens gonna manifest as some kind of a Momo doll?
31.
Some kind of a Zionist Momo doll, perhaps?
I'm sorry, I missed the top of this, but is it the neighborhood board?
Yeah, so I kind of answered, I put one hat on, Executive Director of Woodbridge Neighborhood Development.
Okay.
And my second hat, I've been living in the city of Detroit since 2019. I've been a resident of Michigan since 2017.
And you already voted early.
I did.
Absentee?
Yeah, I get a ABB. Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, look, chat, it's like, okay, so here's the deal, all right? If you ever get haunted by Haley Stevens, right? Because we don't know where she is, right? She disappeared. She could be teleporting all around the place, chat. All around. She could be teleporting, okay? Look, if you ever are haunted by a Haley Stevens Momo doll, the thing to do is to say human rights. Look at this. Somebody says human rights.
And whoever it is, like I said, it's not an issue. It's not a candidate issue. It's a human rights issue.
It's a human rights issue.
Yeah, right.
Watch what happened. Oh.
Singletary, S-I-N-G.
All right now, guys.
See you.
Bye. See you tonight.
Look, maybe I'm maybe I'm mixed up and she just moves really fast. She was just like making a real beeline out of there. Maybe she was running. Maybe she was doing, hopscotch out of there. I don't know, chat. I don't know how Haley Stevens works, but I do know that Israel still comes to her in her dreams. So yeah, I wanted to watch that. Yeah, but yeah, again, human rights. All right. You have a problem with the Haley Stevens teleporting into your apartment, teleporting, maybe you're in the bathroom taking a shower and all of a sudden there's Haley Stevens, right? Be like, I really care about human rights, Haley. And she'll be just, boom, out of there, gone, all right? If Abdul ever gets tired of, I guess there's not going to be another debate, right? But if he got tired of dealing with her during the debate, he could have just, that's the secret code, chat. You mentioned human rights, and she disappears. All right, so what do we have here? You want a pearl clutch over Destiny's son? Destiny is the reason he's a groiper. This is Steph. Did anybody know Steph? She's a streamer. I somehow didn't realize this. I thought she was just a Twitter personality. There's Mel in the background. Oh yeah, we started watching this video, I think, and ran out of time. We should revisit it sometime because it bears repeating. What do we have?
What do you think of Nick? What do you think of Nick, Melina? You think he's a Nazi?
He is 1 day younger than me.
It's true. That means you're older than me.
Yeah.
That means your wife is older than me.
I'm sorry. What is that?
Wait, you're like 10
Yeah, because you sucked my dick, Steve. That's why it's
years older than me.
It kind of seems like you're only into people half your age. That's all I'm saying, Steven.
Yeah, Mike, you're closer in age probably to my son than you are to me. Jesus.
That's true. How old's your son?
Oh no.
He's gonna be a groiper.
That's crazy.
He's gonna be a groiper. What? What? Did he predict it? Chad, did he predict it? Oh my god, he just said he's gonna be a groiper.
You give me a lot of excuses because I'm about to be 24. Like, oh, he's young, he's growing, but I'm like the same age as.
Wait, is this a Sneeko Fuentes Destiny collab, or is this Sneeko reacting?
And Melina.
No, it is. They're all.
Okay.
You're hanging out with children. Yes, Steven. That's.
You know, they're hotter.
Oh, shut up! Please shut up! Please shut up! Please do not say any more.
Based. Let's fucking go. That's why we love him. That's why we love this guy.
Because he. That's why we love getting groomed by this guy. No.
I told you I used to be a Ron Paul fan, right?
That's right.
Libertarians do, dude.
It is what libertarians do, and thanks for reminding us. You used to be one.
Libertarian sensibility. That's what
you'd have to get a 45 out of 50 on your how many.
Chat, what is he? Who is he hanging out with now? Like North? Is this a thing, chat? That he the great thing about like 18 to 19-year-olds is that he keeps getting older and they stay the same age.
You know the age of consent in before they let you into the
That's
conference.
true. So. Yeah, that's why I failed them.
Oh my god.
How are you friends with these people?
Well, this is Nick. He's a political guy, so we talk to him.
Arch nemesis for years.
That's Sneeko. We pump him for content. We're milking the fuck out of that.
Oh no, don't say milking. Don't say pumping, please.
I'm milking you too. What are you talking about? All these debates? I
don't want to know about this. I don't want to know about your sexual histories, guys.
Any of this debate world before you.
You didn't get any of the debate. Wait, what?
I didn't get the debate political world before you.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, I'm milking you more than you're milking me.
Oh, dude, if you view it that
It's okay. Everybody's milking each other here, apparently, especially Destiny and Nick.
way, then God bless. Amen.
No, but it was good
lefties
meeting
on
you.
Lefties on Twitter are molding. Do you want to say anything to your lefty fans on Twitter?
I don't have fuck lefties, but shout out to Destiny Groiper gang. Shout out to the DGG chat. I talked to all your fans in the DGG group chat. We're all buddies.
His treatment of me is so bad.
I mean, it seems like he's giving him shit, but he's not entirely wrong. At this time in the Destiny community, now, to be fair, there were people that left the Destiny community, just like I was saying earlier, there's people that left Israel during this intensification of what was a slow-moving genocide. But yeah, there's people that left the Destiny community when he brought in Nick. When he said, like, is Nick a neo-Nazi? Is Nick a white supremacist? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I know that people say this, right? Again, a man will do anything when it's in his financial interest. Will say anything when it's in his financial interest to do so. That's crazy. That's crazy. He got to your kid, Steve. Nick got to your kid. You thought he was in there just to get his, you know, just to get his weenie sucked, and it turns out no, he had other designs.
Understand.
He was there to get your community, and he did get some of your community, and he was there to get your kid. But yeah, at this time they were and this is the time when Stardust was like having conversations with Fuentes, right? Again, I almost want to see this as like she's watching the older streamer in the space. What does he do? Right? He's supposed to be a liberal, and he comes in here with this, like, you know, amnesia of like, oh, is Nick Fuentes a Nazi? I don't remember that being a thing. I'm not sure about that. Oh. And she fucking, she just like, she copies him. She's copying what works. Who can really blame Stardust?
That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. He should have been so conciliatory towards me, and I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything, but for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, I'm like, bro, who the are you? I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the would you like burn my shit so hard? Like,
all right. Oh no. I mean, this one's not super related. We've already wait, what is Vadim says? Give me your Beth Spin Gavir impression, Ethan.
Yeah,
we'll end on this one.
It's not even close to the biggest spender in terms of political donations. Like Qatar spends more money than AIPAC.
You don't hear about that ever at all.
Yeah, because most places, if you told an obvious lie, somebody might correct you or call you a liar. But in this echo chamber, that doesn't happen, especially when it's your boss. When it's your boss telling the lies.
And what they're doing is influencing universities to basically, you know, it's this like this Islamo communist alliance.
Are we doing the elders of Zion but with Muslims? Is that what we're doing here? They're actually under every rock and behind every bush. The Muslims, they're out there.
It's like a perfect marriage between, you know, the anti-West ideologies, so that they just long enough so that they can tear it down and then turn on each other the minute that
right,
that they achieve their goals. But right now, their common goals is you know, tearing down the Western civilization.
Look, I'm glad that there's strong warriors like Ethan Klein. This is the last thing I'll say. Okay, I'm glad that there's strong warriors like Ethan Klein and Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell out there protecting Western culture, which is a small bean, chat. It's a small bean. It's very fragile. It's very marginalized against the big bad Islamo-communist cabal. All right. Meeting in smoke-filled rooms, discussing how they're going to control the events of the world. I'm glad that there's people out there to warn us about the ways of the conniving Muslim and always trying to start Sharia law somewhere. Anyway, chat, that's enough of that. That's enough of that for now. All right, let's go back and get started. All right, what do we have here? We have 19 out of 100. All right. If we get to 100, we're going to add another hour. I'm probably going to need another hour today just to get through what I've got here. But if we do add another hour, I will also give you some bonus content. Now, what is the deal with the bonus content? Well, it's all going on YouTube.com. You can vote right now. You can vote on what kind of bonus content that you want. We got 4 options for you. I should not have one of these highlighted because, chat, anything that I do, and this is why I'm trying to be really careful, not to kind of like, put my thumb on the scale, right? Or tell you like, oh, this one is really good, or sure hope we get this one, because I know that more people, like the second that I say that, more people gravitate it. This is about you. This is not about me, all right? I choose the main topic for the stream, which is the DGG Civil War, and I guess we're going to get into this Destiny live space as well. That's going on right now because it's related. And then you tell me what to watch for bonus content. You tell me by voting. You vote over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Even if you're watching on Twitch, chat, you can feel free to open up another tab or, click over there, whatever you have to do. YouTube.com/nocommentchick. You'll go to the live stream. You'll click on that. Then you'll click on the chat. And then at the bottom of the chat, there'll be a little poll that might pop up for you, or you might have to hit it to get it to pop up and open up the poll. And you'll have these 4 options to choose from, right? We got Channel 5, Andrew Callahan, Deep Dive. That is the Hempleton video that I got distracted on yesterday. The deep dive into the court case, I guess, against Channel 5 and Andrew Callahan, and how it's not what Callahan is representing it as. So interesting stuff. I really should have locked in more on that, but I was too distracted yesterday. I apologize for that. So I decided I'd have it on the poll again, and yes, people are voting for it, right? We also have the video essay of the fall of Asmongold. This is from the perspective of somebody who used to be a big fan of Asmongold, somebody who was was he a roach? Does that make you a roach if you're a fan of Asmongold? I hope nobody in Twitch chat is gonna get sensitive about that. You say that everyone who likes Asmongold is a roach. How dare you? How dare you? You're so judgmental. You're painting with too broad a brush. Look, I mean, he was always dirty, right? He was always roachy. He always left his soda pop on the counter. Look at this, me with my pomelo and, oh my god, chat, chili salt. You gotta have the chili salt if you're gonna have pomelo. And green tea on the counter here, but yeah, no, he just has Sonic cups, I guess, over there. But yeah, this guy used to be a fan of him way back in the day, before any of the politics stuff happened, before Asmongold's community was so toxic, and he kind of misses the old Asmongold. He kind of wants the old guy back. He thinks that he's put up a picture of old Asmongold and new Asmongold, and he's like, these are not the same guys. This is not what I was promised. So anyway, that's the video essay that we got for you to vote on. We also have an insanely racist Hasan takedown. Even the thumbnail is kind of racist, right? So we got that as a possibility. And we also have the Israeli Hasbara e-girls, right? This is a new thing. Maybe there's one girl, maybe there's many girls, maybe they're AI. I don't know, chat. We're going to have to figure out, are they cloned? Are they cloning sweatpants, POV streamer e-girls that spread their legs on on stream and tell you to support Israel, that's an option too, although it's not winning. Let's see what is winning. I owe it to you to let you know where the poll is at right now. Is the DGG Civil War topic covering the shit that went down tonight on the Twitter space? Yes, we got it. We got to cover that. We got to cover that. Assuming Pisco leaves it up. Pisco, if you're watching, please leave that up for us. We need to see that. Again, mods, I know that you might be struggling with some weirdness in one or more of the chats here. Just remember my guidelines for you, right? You're on the round. I'm not. You make the choices about how to moderate people, who needs a timeout, who needs a ban, etc. People are allowed to disagree with me. They're not allowed to make the chat shitty for other people. So if that happens, you know what to do. That's swing the ban hammers and like your name was Haz El-Den, and yeah, just go from there. Oh yeah, the other thing that I should mention to you as well is that when you're supporting the stream, whether it's through super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you gift a membership to memberships to other people, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, oh yeah, the other one is Twitch, or if you support me on twitch.tv/nocommentchick, you got the right to let your to put your money where your mouth is, right? And that is by letting me know in the chat, hey, I want my donation to go to Channel 5. I want my donation to go to Israel hires Hasbro e-girl. I want my donation to go to whatever, right? And I wish I had the Professor Dave video on there too. But yeah, you can do that. You can let me know that, and I'll put your dono right up here. I'll allow you to goddamn. Anyway, chat, it's a weird night. It's a really weird night. Especially for the mods. Sorry you're dealing with some of this shit. But anyway, you can let me know which of these topics you support, which of these topics you want to see win, and you'll be able to add a little extra bonus percentage. That's what all this stuff is about here. Whereas it says 00000. If you say Israel hires Hasbro e-girl, then that would be, you know, whatever you donated would be the percentage in there. So that's how that works. You could also put your money towards Vox Populi. If you're like, I don't want to choose what everybody sees, I just want the voters to decide. And yes, chatter, the voting does go on solely on youtube.com. Why? Because Twitch's polls suck ass. They don't stay open for long enough. They're shitty polls, shittily designed. Twitch needs to fix that. But maybe someday they did. But for now, you got to go over to youtube.com. You got to click on the stream. You got to click on the chat, and then you could click on the vote and the poll, and then you can vote for any of these topics, right? And when you donate, you can also say Vox Populi. If you are like, look, I'll have what they're having. Whatever chat is voting for, that's what it should be. That's what Vox Populi means. It means you're a weasel of the people. You're a person of the weasels. I don't know how it works, chat, but however you want to make those maths work, you can basically support the already existing vote of the chat by saying Vox Populi. You can also say gaming if you're like, you know, I love you, NCC, but the one thing that you don't do is you don't play enough games. Everything is turning into 2021 right now, okay? And you're not playing the game that you played in 2021, except on Friday. I might have to schedule some more gaming sessions, right? In that case, so that is what we're doing. That is how we're gonna do it. And yeah, I did mention earlier Patreons, right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. So let me shout out the Patreons right now. Shouts out to my fancy weasels here. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Silver. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orl's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moino. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. And shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to my fancy weasel. Shouts out to Rachel K, Omega Star, Crystal Saphira, and Zerix. Chat, with that being said, we cannot waste any more time. We gotta proceed. All right, we gotta proceed. We gotta stay on the course. And that means that we're gonna start, I guess, with Live and Learn. Here. So we ended yesterday watching this weird panel. Yes, RGR is back. Yes, she's still cringe. Whick, North. I don't even know the guy on the top. Oh my God, Anonymous. Sorry, I almost called you somebody else. Anonymous. I'm sorry, Anonymous. I think and Anonymous, probably two different people. If not, I blew your cover. Sorry about that. But yeah, with the 10 big ones gifted on in Twitch. So Apollo, you just got jellyfish. Sorry, Apollo Noir, you just got jellyfish. Wool VR Raza, you just got jellyfish. Ludite, Cyborg, yo, you just got jellyfish, right? Moscow GG, you just got jellyfish. Joint Specialist, you just got jellyfished. Moinoip, you just got jellyfish. George Von Trapp of the Von Trapp family, perhaps. You just got jellyfished. Hope you get out of Austria, in time and everything. CJ1980, you just got jellyfished. Laney Suki, you just got jellyfished. Obtanium XX, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that brings us up to, oh my gosh, chat, what is the count now? The count is 89, so we are very close. We are closing in on adding that extra hour that I'm going to need because I started off the stream so sleepy. The coffee has now gone into effect. I might actually get some more coffee later. I might actually pour myself another cup because that felt good. And my brain is now working again. And, I'm balancing the lamb of innocence with the tiger of experience and trying to come out with some kind of a chimera of the mind, I guess, as Descartes would say, in order to face the adversity that life throws at me. Right, is it 79? Yeah, ContraPoints got brought up as somebody that was there for Riley at the crucial time. So I don't know what's true with these people and what's kayfabe. But if Riley really was going through a hard time, I am glad that she got some help from her friends, even though they are not. Sorry. Let's leave. We're gonna try to leave the past in the past for now. All right, that's what we're gonna try to do because the past is fucking complicated. But yeah, we were on this tanky infiltration, and then there's the Hempleton stream. And again, if for any of you RGR fans in chat, I did compare her to Boudica of the heroine who fought against the Romans in early England. All right. Oh yeah, and the snakes. Oh no, chat, not the snakes. We're back to the snakes. Do you remember the snakes? One in chat if you were in chat. If you saw the animal husbandry segment that I did yesterday. Live and learn is what we want, not snakes. Not on a plane. Not Okay, what do we have? Troy Jackson. Oh, this is the actual official Live and Learn. We got Hutch. It seems like he cut off some stuff. Should we just go with this? Should we just go with the Live and Learn? Maybe that's our best bet. Direful, if you think there's a better stream I could be wait a minute. Oh no, I should you did a timestamp for this. I'll just go with whatever video Direful has got timestamped because that actually really helps me. And on a day like today, don't I appreciate it? Oh my gosh, the Destiny Twitter space. I'm so tempted to start with that, but I have a feeling that starting with this is going to be better. Okay, if I can find it. We're going to have to do our rundown tomorrow. There's the Wick McCarthyite panel. Okay, here we go. There's the video for Live and Learn. All right, cool. Direful, your timestamps, as always, but especially on a day like today, are very helpful. You gotta wait for the slide. So what are we doing? Okay, Wait, doesn't Pisco do something funny in the beginning?
You gotta wait for the slow ramp. Really gets their dicks hard. All right, there we go.
If you ever wanted to hear Pisco do a Rick from Rick and Morty, now you have one more item to cross off your bucket list. But please don't kick the bucket just yet. I got so much to share with you.
Wait, actually, I don't know. Wait, I don't know if Hochul endorsed her in the primary. I know she definitely endorsed her in the general, but I don't remember if she did in the primary.
You mean Mamdani?
Yeah, she definitely endorsed him, but I just don't
Mamdani
remember.
a trans woman?
Why is Riley a Boudica reference? Because Boudica got fucking destroyed by the Romans, right? The rebellion against the Romans did not go well at all for Boudica. But DGG, like, she still holds a place in their heart, right? The dark little hearts of DGGers still has a place for RGR, where she is queen, and she actually won, and none of the toxic shit she said about Doe or anybody else, all the, just craven drama, chasing that she did doesn't matter, and they still see her as a symbol, almost a nationalist symbol, if you will. So yeah, more about what Boudica represents than what Boudica actually was.
I don't think so. That would be news to me.
You used the feminine pronoun for him.
Wait, what?
Oh, did I say her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who just got?
Mamdani.
She heard Zohran? Wait, how did this happen?
Because I feel like he would have had a much better response there, which is like, hey, whoever supports me supports.
So, the four squares we got here: upper left, soy pill; upper right, Pisco; lower left, I'm really important. The white guy, and pretty fly for a white guy. Not that should impeach his credibility. He impeaches his credibility enough with his association with Destiny and with his support for the Zionist entity. And in the lower right, of course, the lead liberal of the group, we have Hutch.
Supports me, and I'm just trying to do the best. But like Syed being like, oh, well, what? You don't even fix Michigan. It's like, okay, good job.
Okay, so yeah, Hasan said this. Hasan, I think this is the part that Hasan reacted to. I wanted to say something about this. Okay, so in general, somebody endorses somebody else as a candidate. Usually, you wouldn't say anything, because if that's a Democrat, there's a decent chance they might endorse you in the general, and that might help you out a little bit. Every little bit helps. You don't want to make enemies. You don't want to alienate people. So, there is a reason that, like, for instance, Zohran Mamdani did not alienate somebody like Kathy Hochul in New York, which I think is what they're talking about. But at the same time, what he's talking about with Gretchen Whitmer is true. And if he said it, there's got to be a reason, right? I don't know what her standing is right now in Michigan. Gretchen Whitmer, I'm talking about, Big Gretch. But I do know that she got on a hot mic. Maybe we could bring that up. Maybe we could find the clip of that. She was on a hot mic telling a AI data center person that we're used to, like, allowing the data centers to go in even if people don't want them. And that felt like a betrayal to a lot of Michiganders, right? And the pothole shit, that he's talking about, it's very okay, that's wild. Is Twitch okay? Is any of this okay? Yeah, so Gretchen Whitmer has alienated a bunch of Michiganders. She still, was governor for 8 years and is was fairly popular. But yeah, I can understand Syed kind of channeling some of the frustration of Michiganders. This is one thing that Zohran has made good on, right? Is something as simple as fixing the potholes. It sounds silly maybe, but it's actually not. It's basic. And as a politician, you've got to cover the basics, right? You've got to make sure that you do what you can to deal with the issues that are, you know, affecting your constituency every day. So yeah, I think there kind of maybe is a reason to put Whitmer on blast. Should a candidate, you know, who's going to be running ostensibly if he wins this in the general election, be doing that? I don't know. Is it wise or not? I can't really say, but there are reasons to not. The other reason with Whitmer, and the reason that a lot of people have kind of, you know, she was being talked about as a 2028 candidate, right, for president, right? She was in there, and that's ended after, you know, her sort of showing her belly to Trump, right? So that's a big part of what.
Wait, actually, I don't know. Wait, I don't know if Hochul endorsed her in the primary. I know she definitely endorsed her in the general, but I don't remember if she did in the primary.
You mean Mamdani?
Yeah, she definitely endorsed him, but I just don't
Mamdani
remember.
A trans woman?
I don't think so. That would be news to me.
You used the feminine pronoun for him.
Oh, did I?
Did anybody else catch this? Some people are also floating her as a Biden replacement. Oh, in 2024, I remember that. I remember that happening.
I say her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mamdani.
I want to say I will be perfectly fine with El Sayed if he wins, and I think he can beat Mike Rogers, and you're not going to hear me running my mouth about him. I'll be pointing out the positive. I'm reading his book right now, Medicare for All, just to see how he thinks we get there. For me, I think a public option is like the first step, is a step towards Medicare for All, just like Biden allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices for the first time, along with all the Democrats voting for that, the Inflation Reduction Act. So I don't see those two as exclusive.
Well, I feel like something that we keep brushing over here that no one talks about nearly as much is like, okay, yeah, these more left-wing candidates are gaining momentum and potentially have bad optics or terrible policy, but people keep voting for them. This is happening. They're winning. Like, they're not, you know, overwhelming the party. It's what, like 5? I know Hutch, you keep posting the meme where it's like the 2 DSA wins and he sprays himself with the bottle. It's a good meme. But it's like, how much are we going to talk about, like, if these people are so poisoned, like, why do they keep winning? Like, is it because they're fighters? Is it because the policies resonate more with people? Like, obviously the stuff that does suck isn't prevalent enough to drive the Democrat voters away, or they wouldn't be winning primaries. So
what? I asked Pisco this last night, so I know his answer, but Soy Pill, have you heard of a guy named Kai Newkirk?
Is that who they're replacing Brylan Hollyhand with? Be really on the nose.
Kai Newkirk ran in Arizona's 4th congressional district last week in their primaries. He was supposed to be the next DSA candidate to win after that woman in Colorado's first. He got his ass kicked by 25 points. Now, the difference is his district that he ran in, Arizona's 4th, is D+4, I believe. These other DSA guys have won in D+29, literally D+32. And I was telling Pisco last night, there's only so many of those environments out there. Most districts aren't anywhere near D+30. So I think the concern that they're going to win right and left, I think it's a bit overblown. And that's why I go back to what I said at the beginning. I think they're just kind of filling a void of anything else to talk about. You know, sometimes we get into these conversations because there's nothing else going on. And with 100 days until the midterms, it's just kind of filling the air, in my opinion.
People are just freaking out. I like, it's so fucking annoying, honestly, how many times we have to have these conversations and these like hand wringing. These guys are not, the people in charge of the DSA platform are not close to the levers of power, and they're not overwhelming our majorities. I just totally agree with Guy. I think he's absolutely right. And it was just like a few weeks ago, or I don't know, a few months ago, where people were calling out the lack of success of Mamdani in the general election against Cuomo.
Only facts bringing up that Kai Newkirk is not DSA.
I think that's unrepresentative for some reasons, but fine.
Did he just find like a left candidate that didn't have like a lot, you know, a lot of buzz around him that lost to a Democratic incumbent? Which is pretty. Here's the thing. All right. And here's what these guys, I mean, look, if they want to cope, fine. As long as that keeps them off of the, you know, DAC and AES's ass, right? I guess I'm happy with that. But it is cope, and they should realize this, right? For a Democratic, you know, long-term incumbent to win a primary, that is a dog bites man story, right? That is the expected result. What we're seeing is a lot of not expected results. And yes, it is happening first in the more democratic areas. I don't know what kind of cope is it is to be like, well, you know, in a place where there's a lot of Republicans and shit like that, it's not this isn't happening, right? This is a sign that the Democratic base is tired of loser liberals, and there can be like, you know, there's I don't know, like a spectrum of how awake that you can be as a Democratic voter to this. Most Democratic voters don't really think about elections except for, once every 4 years. Like the rest of America, they're more keyed into like who is going to be president. They might know who their member of Congress is and vote for them. A little, if they're a little bit more involved, maybe they vote for their member of Congress in like off year in midterm elections. And it's only the people that are really like that are I don't know what you want to say, like sort of like the more tuned in people tend to be the volunteers and people active in organizations like CDA. And amongst that crowd, they're kind of sick of these loser liberals, and I don't blame them.
And that was their position at the time, that they were saying that like it was moderates who were sweeping in these different places, and now all of a sudden the communists are everywhere. They're lurking behind your school. They're about to take over, and it's like this is so disproportionate.
But I guess what we got to kind of reorient ourselves to is rather than calling out the cope of guy from Pretty Fly for a White Guy or any of these libs is more the their attitude towards the DSA, which is in some places somewhat supportive, in some places a little bit of trepidation, but in a lot of places they're just saying, hey, don't worry about it, it's going to be fine, right? This is just a little blip on the radar. I'm sure that people will forget that they're upset with loser liberals losing to Republicans, giving us 2 Trump administrations, giving us 2 Bush administrations, right? Giving like if you want to really go back, giving us 2 Reagan administrations and the follow-up Bush administration. People are their mindset, their ultimate victory is going back to brunch.
I mean, I think it's like understated and overstated at the same time, depending on who's talking about it. But
yeah, look at that.
What does that mean?
Hutch has got his feet on both sides of the fence there. That must be kind of uncomfortable.
I think it's overstated by people with a bad agenda, like Fox News. Like they're
congrats on your moderator anniversary, Moino. Good to have you here.
Overstated for obvious reasons to try to distort perception of the Democratic Party, and it's understated by people like yourself, Pisco. Like I think
how is it understated? What did I say that's understating it?
Because DSA is an organization that just come out like they come out and explicitly say that their goal is to basically destroy the Democratic Party. And
do you hear me deny that?
I think I don't know if you outright deny it, but you don't. It doesn't sound like you talk about them or treat them as they just explicitly present themselves to be. It's like you're just like, well, that they say that stuff, but it's not that big of a deal. And it's like, wow,
well, there's 2 questions. One is like, what are their true intentions, and 2, how much of a threat is it to actually like scuttle the Democratic Party? And one can have the view that many of them, maybe even the people in charge of their platform, maybe even the people who are in charge of the leadership of this organization, do want to like disfigure the Democratic Party and take over or whatever. So that's not inconsistent with a position that they're not in a position to do that. And so I don't see an inconsistency, and I just see us looking at election results and noticing that these victories don't, and many times the victories are of people who are palatable to at least you, palatable to many Democrats, people like AOC, and so much so that when I bring up AOC as an example, they're like, oh, that doesn't count. Mamdani, oh, you mean the most moderate one of DSA? It doesn't count. And so the only people who count are the craziest concentrated like DSA members who I'll grant are fucking insane, but just have no way to get to power.
Well, Mamdani, for example, I mean, I don't know, winning a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, that's not nothing. I mean, their numbers are small, like Guy said a moment ago.
Look, if nothing else, even if some of the priorities of the DSA candidates are not going to be picked up by the larger Democratic caucus, it is a shot across the bow of the powers that be in the Democratic Party. And, we are going to be replacing Schumer pretty soon, possibly even replacing Hakeem Jeffries, right? This is going to, weigh into to that calculation as well. And for a smart Democratic, for smart Democratic leadership, right? The proper response to a shot across your bow is to take note and not to shoot back necessarily. The smart move is actually to use this new energy to your advantage, even cynically, right? Nancy Pelosi, I guess, is an example that comes to mind. And, in some cases there was, a little bit of an embrace of this. In some cases, she was hostile, but, her overarching goal was to kind of use this energy to the overall benefit of the Democratic Party. So even somebody that does not want much to change would be well served by keeping, even if they do low key, like consider these people enemies, keep your enemies close, right?
But Michigan is not a D+30 state.
Oh, Stephen P, thank you for saying my thumbnail today was a banger. One in chat if you think it was a banger.
It's not a D+30 state. And Mamdani, like, he has for sure, like, optically moderated, but with his endorsements in those New York races, I think he really revealed his hand. And so, they would not have gotten over the finish line without him. Like, you don't have Daria Lisa, serving in the next Congress if he hadn't stepped in and helped her unseat an already progressive seat. And so I don't know. I find
an already progressive seat there. There's some question on that. Stephen P, thank you for the gifted sub to Justin App 6023. Justin App, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
I mean, I agree that Mamdani was a kingmaker in that respect. The question is one about threat and proportionality. And I also think, let's just get things off the table. So any comparison to AOC doesn't matter, right, guys? Everyone in the chat, just discount AOC, even though she's endorsed by the DSA, even though she's a standard bearer for this wing of the, maybe she's a dues pay member.
This is the thumbnail. Oh,
I actually
don't
know if she's an official member.
This is the thumbnail.
She's
at odds with them.
She is.
Yeah, I was going to say half of them don't even like her, right?
So let's just get her off the table. So AOC doesn't count when we're doing this analysis. Got it. Don't bring up AOC because she moderated.
Daria Lisa.
Next up, so Mamdani. Wait. So let's just go through them. Does Mamdani count as part of our analysis for the tanky takeover? One of the more popular Democratic figures right now among the base.
So yeah, chat, if you're Destiny, yes, Mamdani absolutely counts as a tanky, right?
Definitely. I think
in fact, people far more moderate than Mamdani count as a tanky, right? You know what a tanky is in DGG? I feel like it's anybody that is to the left of Destiny. I feel like it's a word like snarker that kind of just means op to these people.
Definitely counts, but I'm not talking about like his obvious, hiding of power level moderation thing that he's doing. I'm talking
like this is just a word that was used by communists back in the day. This was used by communists and socialists, right, to distinguish themselves from the communists and socialists that still supported the Soviet Union, even look to that as the standard bearer even after the Hungarian revolt and the suppression of that, the invasion.
Talking about what, his direct influence in those races put those candidates over the finish line. And so I don't know, that did make
someone
me
you're palatable with. So let's go through them. Is Landers
is not DSA. Landers is not DSA.
Okay, I know he's not DSA. Is he someone who you have a problem with?
No. I don't have a problem with him.
So throw him out. So AOC's thrown out, Brad Lander's thrown out. Mamdani only to the extent that he's supporting candidates, but not Lander. Now we have Valdez. Okay, in virtue of what is she part of this?
She's representative of DSA. Yes, like she's in line with the organization and their stated national platform.
Her and Daria Lisa, those are the two candidates. Now our population sample size is of 2. Right?
The GOP was smart to jump on this. I'm seeing from chat. Listen, maybe and maybe not. All right. What they want to do. They've got it's hard to imagine a worse position for the GOP to be in right now. It's hard to imagine a worse standard bearer than Trump, a worse set of policies than tariffs, the Iran war, ICE, right? Everything Trump has struck out with, right? Like people are talking now about the illegal kidnapping of Maduro as a policy success, because compared to everything else that Trump has done, that one's gotten less pushback. There's been less obvious negative consequences to what Trump did in Venezuela, but they're in a very bad position, and I guess to them, like, anything would be better, anything would be preferable than just defending Trump if they can make the election about, like, oh, look at this DSA person, they want to get rid of the prisons, you know what that means. All of the inmates come out, and instead of raping each other, now they're going to rape you. They're, like, you know what I mean? It's they can fearmonger a little bit, maybe. Right. But what they're also doing is the same thing that the Democrats did against Trump. Right. Laugh at him. Say, I want to run against this guy. Gee golly, I sure hope this guy gets through the, primary. Wow, Trump would be a great, if it's Trump, it's no question. Like, obviously, easy win for Hillary. And in the process, they kind of built up Trump. There was even I don't know like how deep this went in the Clinton campaign, but there was thoughts of a Pied Piper strategy. In other words, if we by attacking Trump, we raise his status. By raising his status and using that negative polarity. Remember, Republicans hate Hillary Clinton. They've worked on Hillary Clinton for a long time. And if she can make Trump her op, then Trump is more likely to get that to get the to succeed in his primary, right? And also, Trump just took over the news cycle, right? So when things are going bad, when people aren't happy, and you keep on bitching about this outsider, watch out for this outsider. Don't you want the status quo? Don't you want to stay with the status quo? The outsider doesn't want the status quo, right? They're going to abolish the cops. They're going to abolish ICE. They're going to abolish all this. They're going to, like, all this stuff that you're saying is bad about them starts to sound like maybe low-key it might be good, right? And that's the danger of Fox News's strategy to try to platform, really, is what they're doing now. The DSA in the form of, bringing on DSA officials when they can, bringing on actually some supposed whistleblowers, people that are like, oh, I was involved in the DSA back in the day when it was cool and moderate and awesome, but now it really sucks, and there's some scary tankies in there, and they're coming for you. They're going to take your toothbrush. They don't believe in private property. You can't have a toothbrush if there's no private property.
Right?
No. I'm not thinking about just the politicians, though, Pisco. I'm thinking about the entire organization. I'm thinking about the fact that they passed a national platform.
I know that's fine, but I just want to get on the table. Who are the politicians who we're worried about the takeover coming from? So,
and in some ways, that platform serves as the inverse to the Democratic platform, right? As opposed to a platform that moves the needle to the left, like 2 millimeters. This is a platform that moves the needle to the left 2 miles, right? And in the course of the push and pull between the DSA and the Democratic Party that we're starting to see, it might actually have the advantage of making that like middle space that ends up getting settled on a little further to the left than it would be otherwise.
Is it just those two?
I'm not talking about individual politicians, so Pisco. I'm talking about the whole org. I'm talking about the whole org. I'm talking about their potential to.
So we're not talking about politicians. We're only talking about the organization.
No, I said I'm not just talking about politicians.
Okay, so
you want
the
to restrict the conversation to just like AOC and Mamdani, but it's not just about them.
I'm literally not. I'm just trying to put on the table who are the politicians that are in the set. So
to what end, Pisco? Like, what are you trying to say? That it's too small? Like it's a movement. Like this is what I was getting at. Voters are voting for these people in safe blue districts, and if they get influence, and maybe they do moderate and hide some of the positions that they know are less palatable because they get smart. I don't know if AOC is like mask on, but if they do, and then Hutch is worried about these people like taking over and putting some of the stupider policies in place that could destroy the Democrats or literally abolish the military, like, yeah, it's not just who's the people that won in the last 3 months.
This is the point I'm trying to make. The smaller you make the set of politicians who are part of this problematic set that are showing the true hand of the Democrat being influenced or whatever, that are part of the dependent variable of politicians who are included here, we've survived these types. We've survived Jamal Bowman. Is there any reason to think Jamal Bowman and
we've survived Jamal Bowman? Yeah, Jamal Bowman was. I think part of it was a. Wait a minute, was that part of the Dem redistricting? That was in New York, right? Oh my God, chat! I gotta relook this up. The menace of Jamal Bowman. Yeah, we survived Jamal Bowman. Look, what took out Jamal Bowman was partially a sort of a right-wing attack about the fire exit thing, and AIPAC, right? That's what we're talking about there.
Daria Lisa.
Yeah, so it's strange. New York did redistricting a few years ago, and it seems to have been that the goal of this was to minimize the chances for left-wing insurgents winning, but it actually resulted in maybe a couple of Republicans being elected who would not have otherwise been elected, right? It's largely looked at as a self-own, but it was a self-own that was done because of the anxiety that the establishment Democrats have about the left flank.
You're going to treat them significantly differently. These are people who, like, Jamal Bowman endorsed Daria Lisa. That's a question. Jamal Bowman, Daria Lisa.
What about Jamal Bowman? We survived him, so therefore
yes,
I shouldn't worry about these people. I don't know. I don't think that's a great.
I did not think that's a great. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. I never said don't worry about these people. The question is one about proportionality. I just think it's not proportional, the amount of time and consternation that's being spent, like worrying about our party being taken over by tankies. It's not occurring. That's what I'm saying. And to the extent that it is, many of them are palatable, like Lander, AOC, and not problematic.
Lander's not DSA. He's not DSA. He is just straight up not DSA.
Lander,
I think the reason that they associate Lander with DSA is because he's friends with Zohran. There was coordination in the primary in terms of strategic voting between Lander and Zohran, and that Zohran kind of presents Lander as the acceptable liberal Zionist, right?
AOC, whoever you want to say, as the candidates, you might say that Lander doesn't count, AOC doesn't count. That's great. And so
Pisco, Lander is not DSA. He was not endorsed by DSA. He is not a DSA member. So why are we including him?
Hutch. So yeah. So in terms of the problematic actions, it is just limited to DSA endorsed candidates, correct?
No, are you listening to me? I said it's.
On a side note, how are people still watching Xander Hall? I don't know, but luckily now it's less people than are watching NCC. I gotta pee.
The entire organization. Like when I say DSA, what do you think of? Like what do you consider DSA?
So I understand that you're making a critique of the organization. I'm trying to tie it to a threat of politicians, right? The threat of politicians taking over and giving governments, correct? There's a connection. It's not just the organization qua organization, it's the organization and its influence on power, correct?
No, but you know my position where I'm not. I don't think the threat is that they're literally going to take over. Their actual threat is they're just going to help Republicans win more seats and defend more seats. They're never going to take over the party. That's not going to happen. It's just they are way too.
Hutch, you're on the record.
Yes.
The DSA is never going to take over the party. It's not a threat in terms of that, correct?
Obviously not.
Okay,
no.
So
they would have to.
Not.
Yes,
obviously not, right? Okay.
Well, yeah, Pisco, that would be in contention with the fact that Hutch is posting the memes of like, look, they're celebrating the wins at their back. Okay, they got 2 or 3 seats, but ultimately, like you say Jamal Bowman or like Cory Bush, and it's like, okay, hey, they voted against like this infrastructure bill. It's like that's not good that they are coming in.
So did AOC.
Right, that's not good.
Right. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, where is this existential threat?
Because AOC didn't vote for the infrastructure bill?
She did not.
What the fuck? Is that real? Yeah. Chad, is this real?
It is real. Yeah.
I'm going to fact check you on that one,
I'm looking for the existential threat, because what people are adding me at is like, Hitler's going to come and Stalin's here and our whole country's going to go away and there's going to be a civil war, some woman said to me on the Twitter space yesterday, based on the conditions being created by Mamdani. That's what you told me. So I'm looking for the existential threat.
It's such an easy like A to B connection to make here. I mean, do you view the Republican Party as an existential threat to American democracy? Do you think that the DSA helps Republicans win and defend seats?
Not materially, no. I don't think so.
We know for
because
a fact
they're competing. They're competing in non-Republican areas, as you just stated, as everyone is pointing to.
No, but all the defund stuff and all that stuff in 2020, we lost seats in 2020. We lost House seats in the same cycle that we picked up two Senate seats. Claimed a 50-50 majority and won the presidency. Like, why do you think we lost seats that cycle?
That's first of all, I'm looking at the chat right now, and there are people who disagree with you, Hutch. Just to be clear, people like Wick TV right now saying the party is going to turn illiberal. And just to be clear, you think I want to have it on the record. You think that's crazy, right? You think Wick is crazy?
I told
the
Wick.
Democrats. Wait, can you just answer the question? So Wick is crazy.
Why are you doing a gotcha?
Calm down.
I told Wick to his face. I think this is crazy. They're not going to take over the party.
I just want it on the record.
It's on the record, bro. It's already on the record. Yes, I disagree with Wick. I disagree with Wick.
I want to formulate it this way. When Wick says the party is in danger of turning illiberal, that's crazy, right?
I've told him this to his face on his stream. Yes. This is not.
That's crazy. So what we're left with is the optics fight. It's overdetermined, Hutch. They call Obama a communist. They call Biden a communist. They're gonna spin no matter what. That's all overdetermined.
But
maybe on the margin,
they're actual communists. That's the difference. It's actually true this time. When they tried to smear the Democratic Party as a communist institution that wants to kill God and the nuclear family and all that, it was obvious bullshit for decades. These people are literal Marxists. They're actual communists. Okay, that's the difference.
Evidence? What's the evidence that these true accusations of Democratic members who are not going to be running for national office, that's going to have a bigger distortionary effect on the optics of the country than the false smears of people like Kamala? That's what I don't know. What's the evidence for that claim?
Which false smears are you talking about?
So when people say, for example, Kamala Harris is a communist, those kind of people, she's for they, them, she's in favor of whatever. Trans puppies.
No, I think I think part of the reason why people like Kamala get smeared and it actually works on people is that you have these right-wing elements that prop up the more extreme examples. I don't know how you could honestly tell me that you don't think that the DSA is an electoral liability when how many different polls do we have to see where the median voter is alarmed by the perceived radical leftist shift of the Democratic Party? I don't think it's a radical shift that's occurred in the last couple of decades, but
I don't think it's material. I don't think it's hugely significant. Maybe there's more evidence. Maybe there's so the question is, what's the evidence that this is going to compromise Democrats in swing states?
Why do you
doing well?
Wait, real quick, also supplementing what Pisco said, a friend of the show, if you guys heard of this guy, Pondering Politics, $10 says, were Biden and Kamala a DSA tier threat because their unpopularity helped elect Republicans, including Trump? So basically, does the worst elements of Kamala's campaign or Biden's campaign make them a DSA tier threat because, she said trans prisoners and illegal immigrants should get a sex change for free, right? That's going to get blown up.
How do you think a DSA, dyed-in-the-wool DSA candidate would have done against Trump in 2024?
That's not the question. The question is, are you applying the same standard of existential threat to someone whose popularity is so low like Biden, who scuttles Democrats' chances across the board?
That's me saying no. I don't.
Wick TV. Sorry, I'm going on Wick. I like
Wick
a lot, actually. I actually do.
Bring him on the pod. Get him on.
I actually do like Wick. Yeah, we should have Wick on. I like him.
Bring him on right now.
Wick is a dead ender for Joe Biden, and I think Joe Biden was the best president of my lifetime. But if you want to talk about existential threat due to optics, Joe Biden was dragging the party down, going kicking and screaming, and it was Kamala Harris who saved our fucking asses from having a 42-43 Democrat majority Senate, and Wick doesn't give a shit about the optics or the effect on popularity. That was Pondering's point, is that you don't have this kind of feeling to someone who's a more centrist who carries that baggage.
I'm with Pisco on this one in that they've been crying communist for years and years and years. So what difference does it make if someone is actually a communist because their audience is convinced that left is all communists already. So it doesn't matter if they actually have those positions.
I hate this argument. They're going to do it anyway, so that it shouldn't matter if DSA people just fully give them ammunition by going on Fox News and affirming every single one of the worst stereotypes that they try to draw of the Democratic Party. The
question is not whether or not that's good, Hutch. It's does that move the needle significantly for a audience of people that is poised to think that Barack Obama was a communist, or that get their news from Fox and it's the Tallarico clip of them saying, I think our country should be like a front porch. It should have, a door with no lock and then or something or whatever, they cut it off before he even finishes his thing. Or they make an AI video of him saying, yeah, I want all kids to be trans, right? Like what is this going to do to significantly change the voter base? And is there polling that shows that when these people are blown up, that the independents and the left or the right wingers are going to be voting more and be scared of this stuff? Like that's what we need to see to say, and that's why they're as much of a threat. Or is AOC a threat just for existing in this party? Is Joe Biden not dropping out more of a threat than DSA candidates? Like that's what Josiah is getting at with this question.
These are different sets of problems, and we can unpack all the problems with Biden and Kamala. We've done on this podcast 1,000 times, but let me just put it back to you guys and just ask you, when the DSA co-chairs go on Fox News and affirm all of the right-wing like nightmare scenarios that they have constructed over the decades, do you think it makes their job, Fox News, do you think it makes their job easier to smear the entire
of course.
Democratic
But the
Party?
question is,
Okay,
but does
then
it make
that's
the electorate shift?
That's the question.
I think it does. I don't know how to quantify that.
That's
but
what
I
I'm looking for
think
the
it
proof of
does.
that.
Well,
how do I prove that though? How do I prove that to you? I mean, if I wanted to prove that,
doesn't mean that you don't have a burden.
Yeah, so Hutch, like an example that
there's
one of the
literally
chatters, this might have been Ben, was saying if the New York primary cycle, when this blew up and Daria Lisa is getting all this media attention, you could see a bump in polls from independents and right wingers wanting to vote against stuff like that, or opinion polling on the perception of socialism. Like these would be things where you could quantify this, or maybe even exit polling on, hey, why did you vote for this candidate? It's like, oh, I saw Daria Lisa on Fox News. Like there are ways to quantify this. Maybe it hasn't happened yet, but it's not impossible. Josiah has joined. Wait a minute.
I don't think Hutch has to prove anything.
Oh,
he can have that opinion.
Wait a minute.
No, but I mean, if you want to point to data sets, we know for a fact that like the median voter in this country has, by like a 16 point shift, moved more towards the view that the Democratic Party has become too extreme. I don't think that's true.
But wasn't that before the DSA?
That's pre-DSA as well.
No, but you guys don't think that having these like elements within the Democratic Party tent like contributed to that at all? Like,
no,
you don't
we're agreeing. Obviously, it makes their job easier. Obviously, if you don't have to make an AI clip of Tallarico and you have a clip of someone saying, "I want to,"
that's my position.
Our position is, to what extent should we be worried, and how quantifiable is this? That this is worth focusing on. Past, yeah, that's bad, but whatever. Let's focus on Trump, right?
Is it gonna scuttle Ossoff? Is it gonna scuttle our chances in like I don't know any of these swing states? Where should we expect the effect to be felt? I mean, what are we waiting? These, I think, races are much more local than they are national in character.
No, but you know that even like the smallest races in the smallest district can blow up and get national attention with the wrong candidate. And it makes the job more difficult if you're a Democrat that's making the case to flip the Congress.
Ossoff is able to use them as a.
Why are you asking me to explain something that you know to be true? Don't play this game with me.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that it will make
the Plattner stuff. The Plattner stuff. Do you think that hurt Democrats?
The Plattner stuff. Yeah. So yes,
okay. So then you understand. That certain candidates can be a liability to the party, and it extends beyond the state or the district that they're running in.
I agree. Yes, I agree in principle that certain candidates can be an anchor to the party brand, et cetera, et cetera. The party brand pre-DSA is dog shit, Hutch. I mean, it's the most unpopular it's ever been.
My God.
Like, is this going to significantly decrease? How much lower can it get in the eyes of the population? So in terms of national brand, we're not in a good place anyway. I know.
Actually, yeah, Pisco, that would be a good metric, right? Well, no, Hutch, that's a good metric. Like we can see how does the Democratic Party as a whole poll, and it has not been doing well. And this is pre like DSA candidates winning. Does it get worse afterwards? Does it get better? Like these are one of many metrics.
Like what is Hutch doing? It feels like he's just spamming all the buttons. If this was, I know he used to be an FPS streamer. What was it, Call of Duty or something? Not a fighting game streamer where you'd actually like, where spamming attacks is pertinent. But yeah, the whole, what about Plattner? What about Oh my God. Like, what about Biden? Oh my God. These are completely different issues. These are completely different problems. And, but at the same time, the shit that is actually applicable to what he's saying, like what Pisco was pointing out about Biden, right? I mean, that's material harm, right? The establishment of the Democratic Party, I'm going to say it, it's sclerotic. It is lethargic. It is dying, all right? We've seen this with Ken Martin, that fucking clown Ken Martin, but also that fucking clown Joe Biden. What kind of a fucked up situation were we put in over the ego of a 80-year-old man? Right? How much cover was run for Biden to keep him in the race, right? To make it so that the primary wasn't taken seriously enough for people to even treat it like it's a real primary, and for competent candidates, not clowns like Cenk Uygur, to run against, to run a real challenge towards Biden. I'm of the opinion, chat, that incumbents should be challenged every year, right? That you don't just get you don't get to sit there and just be like, and I know why they do it. It's like the whole money in politics reason. We got to get ourselves out of that mindset, okay? I know that until the law is changed, until, let's be real, the Supreme Court is changed and you know, reformed. I know that until then, you're gonna have, like, money in politics is gonna play a part, right? But if you run the kinds of campaigns that people that are serving at the behest of big money cannot, in other words, if you make the $60 million that Nikki Haley was supported with, because they just cannot stand the idea, not because they love Nikki Haley, they can't stand the idea of Abdul El Sayed possibly winning. What did somebody say earlier in chat? Like 10 million against Bowman. I mean, they're breaking records, right? You could make this the issue. You got to get yourself in a mindset of running a different kind of campaign. We need you, Nikki, right now. Don't say that, Foreign Sticks. We're very scared of Nikki Haley now, okay? We're very, very afraid of Nikki Haley. We just saw her use her teleportation ability for the first time. I am completely scared, chat. I do not know where Nikki Haley currently is. I would like to say that after taking a bathroom break and looking around the apartment a little bit, I can pretty much assure you that she's not in my house, at least right now. But given that she has the ability to teleport and that Israel comes to her in her dreams, it's a bit of a concern. I would say a bigger concern than whatever the fuck these guys are worried about, the material harm of, like, hey, there's a candidate running in New York City what thinks that transgender is okay, and therefore John Ossoff, I can't vote for him. Like, no, this is not happening. This is not happening. What is happening is, like, and Graham Plattner's another example of a real fucked up situation that materially could change the outcome of the election. That puts, you know, the candidate, the nominee, in a place where they are running their campaign from behind the eight ball, which is you know, what Kamala did, and that combined with her just dogged loyalty to Joe Biden pretty much did her in. Like, she was closer, as they remarked, than Biden would have been. Biden would have lost that election by, like, Mondale numbers, right? Biden would have absolutely just gotten destroyed. Like, it would have been a joke. You know, I don't know, chat. Maybe it would have caused a third party to. Although that is a tough lift, right? The whole third party thing, like, you know, so you have instances, and I mentioned this yesterday, the 1992 election. Let's go back in time, get in the time machine. Go back to 1992 and see a three-way election between H. Ross Perot, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush, that a lot of people think that George W. Bush lost because of H. Ross Perot getting into the election, actually leading the election for a substantial period of time, then leaving the election only to come back at the last minute. But The problem with that is that what allowed H. Ross Perot to do that was running as an independent as a very wealthy man. Right? You've either got to get ballot access way ahead of time. This is the thing that sucks about a third party in the US, right? A third party kind of has to justify its existence, and it's so far away from being able to do that that it almost presents an impossible challenge, right? Where you would have to come in, during a time of weakness, but if you don't have the ballot access, if you don't have, the teams in 50 states, right? There's a lot of stuff that you've got to have in place to make a presidential election work. And it's something that a third party outside of, I don't know, the influence of a eccentric billionaire. Hello, Tom Steyer? Tom Steyer? Tom Steyer? Are you there? Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to be dependent on, even if that works out, then how much power does Tom Steyer have in that party? And, what he's saying right now in terms of his policies in running for governor, it sounds good, but, it is a legitimate question, right? How he moved to the right side of history after having been so much a part of the problem, a part of all the problems that he was complaining about. But yeah, it's a very difficult puzzle, right? At least to unlock in the short term. And honestly, the DSA strategy is not short term. They are not looking for a moment of weakness for the Democratic Party where they can jump in and, I don't know, replace them on the ballot. They're looking at a and look, this is going to happen too, this irritation with the let me just put, sorry, this is an important thing. I don't think I've talked about it yet. I believe Hasan might have addressed it. I know somebody's talked about this, right? This is when you're a faction within a very conservative left party, which is what the Democratic Party is, you're going to cause irritation. This shit that we're seeing here, and even the shit that we're going to see later with Whick, we've got 2 hours and 3 minutes left here. But even the shit that we're going to see later on with Whick is, this is part of the, it's like an irritation process, right? This is going to go on. And look, it's going to go one of two ways. Either you're going to have politicians that are a little bit savvy in the Democratic Party, and they're like, I can kind of see which way the wind is blowing. I would like to be a part of the future. And there's no stopping, the swift arrow of time. And they could, like I said, sort of use the energy of the DSA candidates, of the new blood that's coming into the Democratic Party. And then over time, maybe the party changes and becomes better. Or the other option is you irritate them so much that they resort to dirty tricks. And once they resort to dirty tricks, then you're talking about a real struggle between two parties. You're talking about a break. And people always talk about the strategy is for the DSA to get in there and then to do a dirty break. But the more likely thing that's going to happen is that they're not going to have to do any kind of dirty break, because they're going to get rat fucked by the Democratic establishment in a really obvious way. And this is what dying political dinosaurs like the Democratic Party do when they feel their power slipping away from them, right? They make a stupid move. And I mean, look at the Ken fucking Martin. Wait, chat, we haven't even covered the new shit about Ken Martin. When we last left him, he was trying to argue with Jon Favreau about the reason that we didn't really need a postmortem on the election. They had built this up as hey, we're going to do a postmortem. And the idea was that we're going to find all this shit about how you said abolish the police in 2020. You said trans prisoners deserve rights too. And you said, I don't know, so some other, abolish the police. I don't know. They're gonna, the thought that was that the postmortem was going to implicate the left flank, right? So this trans stuff, we got to stop supporting it. This DEI stuff, it's too much. Illegal immigration is bad. We got to say that. We got to actually try to move to the right of the Republicans on immigration, which would be the thing that they do, and they just not realizing that nobody is shopping looking for diet evil. Nobody's looking. If you're gonna vote for Republicans, you're gonna vote for a Republican, right? You're gonna vote for a conservative Republican. You're not gonna be tricked and be like, oh, it looks like the Democrats have got a even better program on making the lives of those goddamn immigrants hell. Why did I do Hank Hill, chat? I feel like Hank Hill would not support ICE. I just flash wrote the worst episode of King of the Hill in my mind, all right? Oh my god, chat. The King of the Hill when ICE comes to Arlen. And at first Hank is like, well, you should really get your papers in order and do immigrate to the United States in the right way, and then somehow finds out that what's going makes a propane delivery to one of the incarceration facilities. I feel like that's how the script would go. Although I am thinking of the old King of the Hill. Now there's apparently a new King of the Hill. Anybody watch that yet? Anybody watch the new King of the Hill? Hank's catching strays. Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't give it to Hank. I don't know. That's wrong of me. Hank always does the right thing in the end of the episode, right? Isn't that how at least the original version was written? But what they time skipped, right? So now Bobby is an adult. So yeah, I guess to take that into account. What is Bobby gonna do? Maybe Bobby is protesting. And at first Hank is like, I don't much like those protesters. And then Bobby gets in trouble and oh my god, chat. No, this could get really dark really quickly. We could go into a very dark King of the Hill plot.
You could use, and I'm not writing off the idea that this is
we're at 82 out of 100 though. I'm happy about that. We're 18 points away from adding another hour to the ticker, being able to challenge some bonus content. What's winning for bonus content? I'm sorry, chat. I legitimately haven't looked in a hot minute. It looks like the Andrew Callahan deep dive. People really want to see that. Okay. Find out more about this this lawsuit against Channel 5 and what's really going on. Because according to this video essayist, this Hempleton fellow, it's it's not the way that it's being represented is not true. And I've heard people say this about Reckless Ben. One in chat, if you think that I covered it really early. I haven't covered Reckless Ben since then, but I have heard a lot more people saying that they are not a fan of various things that Reckless Ben was doing. I mean, from the video, it looked pretty clear cut, but who was it? Oh no, CoffeeZilla did a let's say yes. Okay, I'll take your word for it. He sketched to me, Reckless Ben is. Yeah, I've heard more and more people saying this, and I think CoffeeZilla even went through and found some inconsistencies there. I don't think that CoffeeZilla was really making Ben out to be the bad guy, at least when I last checked, but a lot has happened in that case since then. And yeah, I've heard a lot of people heard from Pisco that Reckless Ben was being reckless. Yeah, that I called too. I was just like, this is crazy what he's doing. But the other crazy thing about Reckless Ben is the degree to which he trusted the cops. That kind of threw me for a loop.
Literally made videos on holy shit, stop becoming the Republican straw man you're making.
It would shock me if Ben was sus. I don't know if it's that I don't know what it is. I guess, yeah.
Our jobs harder, but to what degree? That's all we're asking is obviously this is going to shift the needle, but how much?
You're asking me a question that is literally unquantifiable.
I gave you a metric and you said, no, it's not quantifiable.
It's polling for the Democratic Party. That's a metric. And by the way,
but you understand.
Point, you can have an intuition about it, Hutch, but you're on ground.
But it's not intuition.
Our intuition. So, okay.
It's not intuition. It's just, I can't give you a.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. I just told you, Andrew Callahan is at 37%, right? 89 votes counted. So make sure to get your votes if you have not already. Also, make sure to like the stream. The sooner you like the stream, the sooner you meet new friends. and hopefully not the DGG kind, although we might get some of those in here too. We got second place occupied by the Fall of Asmongold video essay. Andrew Callahan opening a bit of a lead right now. I got to be honest, it's 12 points ahead. And then in third place, we got the insanely racist Hasan takedown video, and coming out of nowhere. In fourth place still, but raising its percentage is Israel hires Hasbara e-girls to wear sweatpants and spread their legs and talk to you about Israel. Say, Israel hi, say no politic here, right? Make that case, make that Hasbara case with a, audience that is maybe typing with one hand. I don't know, Chad. I don't know how it goes, but that's some strange stuff. That's some strange stuff indeed. He was really trusting. Now, maybe it's partly a strategy that, I mean, I would say it's like a risk minimizing strategy, except this is Reckless Ben we're talking about. Like, he's pretty reckless. There's not the overall. Remember, he fucking goes to Mexico. There was like a warrant. He finds out there's a warrant for him at one point, and it's like, that's why I went straight to Mexico.
Nice, like, quantity. I can't tell you exactly like it's going to cost this many votes, but we know for a fact, just like we know it has been firmly established that a big part of the reason why the Democratic Party brand is so shit right now is because of the perception that it's too extreme, it's too left wing, and you're over here asking me like, well, I don't
look. Here's what I see. People might think that whatever policy is too extreme or whatever, they might have all kinds of worms in their brains, but what they can see is a situation that's becoming more and more unlivable. Villains that are taking more and more power, and a cliff that we are swiftly approaching that they do not want to jump off of. If you want to take the country forward at this point, it's gonna have to be in great leaps and bounds, because the status quo is in no way working. And sometimes somehow all of those weird little biases about, like, I don't know about trans prisoners, I don't know about trans kids, I don't know about abolishing the police, some of that shit fades in comparison when you're talking about, like, I want to live. I want to not experience the end of the world in World War III. I want to not see the world, choke on its own excess in an economic catastrophe. I want to not be the casualties in the continuing worsening of our climate. It's your job as a politician to direct the public's attention to where it needs to be, to what they can change right now to make their lives better, or at least, prevent them from becoming more shitty. And the fact that we're here talking about fucking, trans kids and fucking immigrant crime is a fact that the Democrats are unwilling to do that. They got no stomach to take on the problems that the American people really care about, right? All they got is a song and a dance and a little bit of, crumbs, right? When what we need is bread. We need big loaves of bread, okay? And mayonnaise, maybe of the vegan variety. We need something to put on the bread. We need lettuce that doesn't make us shit our fucking brains out. And tomatoes that are not going to, give us a parasite. We need some real shit here, chat. We need this Iran war to stop. We need the Supreme Court to stop enabling dictatorship. We need major fucking change. Chat, you can't, okay, I hate to say it, it's a fucking cliche, but the whole thing about the deck chairs on the Titanic, it feels like we're worried about the arrangement of the chairs when the ship is going down. I don't think anybody is alarmed enough about this shit. Anyway, let's continue with these guys. So yeah, Pondering Politics, Josiah about to come on. He was part of that panel with Pisco that apparently pissed a lot of people off. You've got Whick in chat. Hutch is like, bring on Whick, bring Whick in. We'll see if Whick actually comes in. I don't think that he does, but he did do a stream after this, so I'm guessing he wasn't happy with the outcome of the stream, and he wanted to do his own, and he called back, yeah. He dialed deep in his Rolodex and found RGR. Can we do an RGR panel today? You always have been the queen, Riley. You always have been the queen. Can we get an RGR panel together? We gotta warn people about the danger of this tanky invasion, chat. And I know a thing or two about tanky invasions, apparently.
See how, you know, like a candidate, you know, like Daria Lisa is going to materially impact the party. It's like, it's not quantifiable.
Materially, it must be quantifiable to some degree.
Yeah, we're 18 points away from adding an hour and adding some bonus content. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. It's on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Click on the stream, click on the poll and stream, chat, then poll. And then you too can vote if you have not already. Make sure to like the stream when you do, and yeah, if we get 18 more points further, I'll add another hour, and we'll do one of these bonus topics. Right now it's looking like it might be Channel 5, so make sure to vote against that if you don't want it, for it if you do want it, and know that you can also put your money where your mouth is when you support the stream, and you know, either put your finger on the scale if you want to, or put your finger on the exact opposite of the scale by saying Vox Populi and saying no, let's not have money in politics on the fucking stream.
Degree, right? Like we can look at that,
but I just
we can look at these things and we can measure them, and if we're getting fucked and we have,
I'm sorry, that just went way sexual for me. Anybody else? We can look at these things, we can measure them, like immediately my mind is in the gutter, and then he hits us with the we're getting fucked by them. Does somebody need to, like, I don't know, like take care of some libidinal energy maybe before the stream? I don't know, chat. What's going on with Soy Pill?
Well, I don't really see how, you know, like a candidate, you know, like Daria Lisa is going to materially impact the party.
We just went 0 to sexual in like 2 seconds. That's crazy.
Like,
no.
It's not quantifiable.
Materially, it must be quantifiable to some degree, right? Like
To
we can
some
look
degree,
at that,
but I just
right?
get-
So,
but I already- yeah.
we can look at these things and we can measure them, and if we're getting fucked and we have exit polling on why people are voting this way, if like we know it's the Democratic Party doesn't have a message or they're viewed as too far left, like we know this because of polling, it's not just vibes. So we all agree, obviously, this is bad optics.
Wait, there was a third thing too. Did I miss it? Did I miss the third thing?
How, you know, like a candidate, you know, like Daria Lisa is going to materially impact the party. It's like, it's not quantifiable.
Materially, it must be quantifiable to some degree. Right?
Quantifiable, okay.
Look at that,
but I just
right?
get,
So,
but I already,
we can look at these things and we can measure them, and if we're getting fucked and we have exit polling on why people are voting this way, if like we know it's,
If we get fucked, at least we'll know like the length of whatever is fucking us, and that's going to be comforting in some way.
the Democratic Party doesn't have a message or they're viewed as too far left. Like we know this because of
We're getting fucked, meaning what? The DSA takes over? Is that getting fucked for you?
it's not just vibes. So we all
look, measure, and then get fucked. Yeah.
This is bad optics. To what degree does it matter? We can quantify this. Maybe we can't today. We didn't prepare for it.
Hopefully with a flared base.
But there's got to be something that we can use to say, oh, holy shit. Like Democratic generic party is going down right now after this surge in DSA wins.
So I'm fine with you if you want to say this is my suspicion.
Josiah, get in here.
But then people aren't on the right, I think, epistemic ground.
You see his he's there.
Your suspicion, which
he just hasn't talked.
My reversion to the mean is this kind of shit isn't going to affect the national character of races. My I don't know, steady principle is it's the economy, stupid.
Hi, all right, trying to say something, but Pisco overrides him. Okay, I'm trying to get my mind out of the gutter, chat.
It's the general character of whatever electorate you're talking about. It's these kind of broader things that aren't as
90 votes. Damn.
Mamdani is the mayor in fucking New York. That's my position, and I don't think the people who criticize that view think like
exit polling could be like another thing. Yeah.
Are on equal footing to say that that's like clearly wrong unless they have evidence. But I'm fine with you having that suspicion. I just don't think that it's like you can.
I
say
just
that
want
I'm
to stipulate before I
really
come in
correct.
here and kick Hutch in the balls is that actually I agree with him in the sense that like this DSA clip that's circulating, I think that it certainly will not help. It will have some sort of deleterious impact, especially as Fox News signal boosts it. I don't know if it will be outcome determinative, but we don't need to add anything to, given the margin of error in even the House of Representatives and certainly the Senate, we don't need to make a very difficult challenge, that much worse. So I agree with Hutch that my intuition as well is that this is not going to help. But, to the extent that we're not litigating the policy platform here, we're just talking about the electoral consequences of DSA or the negativity that DSA brings. I'm just curious if we're consistent in our standard. I mean, everybody agrees here that the National Democratic Party brand, as represented by the likes of Joe Biden and Hakeem Jeffries and others, quote unquote, establishment Democrats, we would all agree that the brand is pretty bad, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Do you regard Hakeem Jeffries, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, we can go through name by name, do you regard them as threats to the Democratic Party because they depress voter enthusiasm, voters are fed up with those particular politicians? How would you describe them?
I would apply a completely different standard when you have
Bullshit.
someone like Biden presidency.
That's fucking bullshit, Hutch.
Nuance? Who heard of this? I mean, it's a completely
Schumer
different.
is net negative.
You gotta let me make my point. You gotta let me. Like when it comes to Biden, like he was president and he spent actual political capital. Like he sacrificed part of his popularity, in part,
more coffee,
deliver on promises made to like the progressive wing of the party. I'm not even saying that was a bad thing, but I'm just saying like, are you even going to tell me that it's a totally different? Like we should evaluate these things completely differently. Like it's a totally different role. Like some obscure seat in some state assembly or something like that, or some small race or some small district in the country. Like
it's
how much of a life
thing? It's like it only matters when it's these sneaky little people and over there. But
no,
I
didn't say that. No, Biden was an unpopular president. He was a liability to the party.
I just want to say people
I'm sorry, go ahead.
hate both parties the same. So when I hear the Democratic Party isn't polling well, doesn't have high approval rating, it doesn't mean anything to me because neither does the Republican Party. I look at the special election victories in the last 18 months as a sign that people think more positively of the Democrats.
My understanding, Guy, and you have to correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't looked at the polling recently on this, was that, the Democratic Party collectively was polling worse than Republicans or Trump at every point that their favorabilities were compared or their approval ratings were compared.
Yeah, but by how much? We're talking single digits, it's nothing. It's
yeah, no, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because, again, I totally concede, what Hutch was arguing with respect to the specifics of the policy platform. But what perked my ears up is this idea that, well, the DSA is a threat to take seriously because they could cost us elections. They could make it more likely for Republicans to win. Then by that logic, we have to say the same thing about Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. And I don't think.
Oh my God, this is brilliant. I mean, and to be real, chat, just to, remind you, Pondering Politics is a lib, right? Pondering Politics is, not anybody. Don't confuse this guy. This is nobody's socialist, right? He's maybe a little bit more open. I mean, this is a guy that's like friendly with the Vanguard, who like, look, the Vanguard, obviously not very far, they're not like some kind of, far left, commies or something like that, right? But the name puts a lot of people off, right? The name, the Vanguard, the fact that he even like listened in to what these guys were saying, shows you he's got a little bit more openness and yeah, thankfully mentioning like, because this is the thing, there's inconsistency in their thinking. It's so much easier for them to call to mind the damage from a non-elected official like the DSA official that went on Fox News, or from a candidate, well, really like a nominee, the damage to the rest of the brand, like Joe Ossoff's trying to run his more conservative campaign, while DAC is running a campaign to the left. And, is the DAC, is Georgia going to be thinking about DAC when they're voting for Ossoff or not? Probably not. But at the same time, if Biden, uses his power and the power that we bestow upon incumbents get so much deference, so much power. The Democratic standard operating procedure is if you got an incumbent, you're not going to run a real primary. If somebody does run a primary, make them fucking pay, blacklist them, rat fuck them, you know, make sure that you set an example, because we don't want to have to run any primaries against incumbents, right? We want to keep all that money for and maximize the advantage of incumbency. And look, I guess when you're doing well and people are happy, people believe in some kind of an American dream, they believe that there's a way up, even if they're not there yet, that they can get there, then yeah, maybe, you know, something like, you know, an incumbent strategy, like, you know, works. But this country has not been okay in a long time, right? I would posit that for probably the entirety of most of our lives, right, this country has not been on a on a safe track, so yeah, I'm talking about like since like 2008, right? There's been something really wrong. It hasn't been addressed by either party, and you know, on some level, the American people, famous for memory holes, have not entirely forgotten about it. This is what allowed Trump to come to power, but this is also something that could have, you know, allow a candidate from the other side of the political spectrum to come to power.
I think Hutch would do that.
And allow for what I'm talking about is those leaps and bounds that we need to move by if we're going to survive. Yeah, survival. Look, you can like play it safe and shit and not do very much, not change very much, you know, when you're on a even course, right? A steady course, so to speak. But if if you're being chased by a monster, you got to be making leaps and bounds. You got to run. You got to make haste. And I do feel like there's a number of monsters chasing us right now.
That, and Hutch would appeal to, well, they do other things, but that's,
and one of them, yes, chat, is Haley Stevens, sorry.
Besides the point. You can say, okay,
Biden
yes.
more than the others. Biden more than the others. How much is the median voter thinking about Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer?
I imagine that the median
10% of the country are thinking about these people very much.
Yeah,
I imagine that
how much is the median voter going to know who the co-chair of the DSA is?
Precisely.
A week from now, you know? Like,
think about
suspect,
but not the leader of the respective Congress. I mean, make that make sense.
That's where Hutch. That's where I think that your calculus falls apart here, because I suspect that the median voter will be thinking about how fed up they are with the Democratic establishment more than they will about the DSA.
I mean, I agree with Guy here. We're like, I don't really know how much the polls matter right now when you look at the actual election results. The people, they're like the Democratic Party brand tanked because they're losers. They lost to Donald Trump for a second time after January 6th, after his nightmaric presidency during the first term. And people don't like losers. And it's that simple.
If you tell me that was because Kamala Harris ran a firebrand leftist campaign, I'm gonna ask you for what you're smoking.
So there's
and where can I get some?
Internal revolt within the party. The party feels betrayed in part by people like Biden for staying in the race, but also, you know, there's this perception that the like establishment like propped him up or whatever. A lot of the stuff is, I think, complete nonsense and just total noise. But that's what you asked the question, like, why is Guy asked the question, why is DSA, you know, seeing more success now? It's because they're fucking arsonists who thrive in this kind of chaos. They feed off of people's anger and insecurity and ignorance, and you know, their numbers are gonna dwindle again the next time there's a Democratic Party administration. But you know,
so then
that's why I think
they're going to dwindle. Then their influence is going to wane as we get closer to the presidential, and so who cares?
Something that Steven said yesterday that I got thinking about when I woke up at 3 hours later was, what would DSA's numbers look like in subsequent election cycles? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but like obviously you have this election cycle where Daria Liza and Valdez were elected, but technically didn't that cohort shrink in between like the last couple of years because Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman lost their election?
Yeah, because of AIPAC. Wait, is that where he's going with this?
So I think it's
or is he arguing this as a reason not to worry about the DSA?
I don't think we can just assume that it is inevitable that DSA grows from here. I think that like the push and pull of politics means that we could see them get wiped out in the next election cycle or two.
Well, hold on, Josiah. The only reason Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush lost was because of dirty AIPAC money.
Look, if a very charismatic Democratic candidate came along, offered a solution to the problems that that are afflicting Americans, not just the problems that Americans are worried about, the problems Americans should be worried about, the bottom line, and they made the situation materially better for most of the people out there, then yeah, you would see, like, you know, there would be less of a need for a outside group. But I don't see that happening. Either the, you know, charismatic candidate or the solution that actually works. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. If they could have done it, they would have done it. If they had the solution, they would have enacted it. If they were not just trying to sort of maximize their chances or minimize their, you know, pitfalls, which is what they've been doing ever since the 1980s, ever since they got scared of their own shadow and abandoned the New Deal style of, you know, of policy platform for a Republican light style of policy platform. That shit can't work. That shit doesn't help. Cory does have a decent chance of winning her seat back. Yeah.
Had nothing to do with their popularity or anything else. So
That's right.
You got to keep that in mind.
You got the cheat code. You got that AIPAC cheat code.
That's
yeah.
I mean, it was the fire alarm.
I mean, they say a lot of people believe it. A lot of people believe if El Sayed loses on next Tuesday, it's because of AIPAC. It has nothing to do with his campaign or his coalition or his policies. Nothing. It's all AIPAC's fault.
Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. When you're getting messy drama from DNC bitches like this, the thing to do is to, you know, if you want to be the party that is ascendant, the thing to do is to ignore them a little bit, right? Don't be the person like squabbling, you know, with these losers over why they are losers. You got to move on with bold proposals, and you got to target the enemies of the people. You've got to name the people that are making life suck for everyone. Name and shame, right? And whether it's, you know, Republicans and MAGA and Donald Trump, or whether it's the tech overlords, right? That's who most of your fire should be against, right? Don't get bogged down by this shit. You on some level, you gotta, that was the one place where I sort of like agreed with the I don't know who said it in here in this group, but you know, that yes, in general, like the Sayed did not need to necessarily clap back against Whitmer. The only place I defer there is that, like, you know, he's running the campaign, he's talking to the advisors. I don't know, maybe somebody told him that it would be beneficial to do that. I don't know how unpopular she is in Michigan. I know she's a lot less popular than she was at her height. Not a tall joke, chat. Just, you know, at the height of her popularity is what I'm not making a big Gretsch joke, okay?
Be pigeonholed by lefty standards when it comes to their assessment of the facts.
Wait,
though. And
why are all these people wearing hats inside? Well, there's two people wearing hats inside. That's a soy pill. I thought he wears like a hat with a twirly thing, but this one looks like just like it's made to look like the twirly hat, but it's not. It doesn't have a twirly because he's got his headphones. He's got to listen to the conversation. He takes off the twirly hat and he puts on the baseball hat. And then, yeah, I mean, IRI wearing a baseball hat inside. I don't know. It's because he's pretty fly, I think. Does the butterfly count as a hat? No, but apparently the headphones do. Apparently the headphones do count.
I think that Josiah's point is well taken, that it's not at all clear that to the extent that these are failing politicians or politicians who keep saying cringe things, that the Democratic electorate, who I think has been brutal and vicious in recent months, won't kick them out. There's precedent for this.
And even to the people in chat who are like saying, well, they lost because of X, Y, and Z reason. Who gives a fuck? They lost. The point is, like, this idea.
Careful. Should I be looking at the chat on the side here? Do they have their chat up?
That, my God, if we
This
don't
is
strike the
Pisco.
final death blow to DSA, their numbers are going to double, triple.
Oh, okay. Never mind. No. The chat that I guess Pondering is talking about is either going to be Hutch's chat or it's probably Hutch's chat. Do you know, I don't know if Darafil's still here, but I'm wondering if Wick, they're talking to Wick, right? They're referencing Wick. Wick's in somebody's chat. This is being streamed on Pisco's channel, on Hutch's channel. I'm assuming also on IRI and the Soy Pills channel. And it's also, I think, being streamed on the Lib Learn channel itself. So it's streaming to a lot of different audiences. I guess maybe Josiah too. And you know, I mean, this is why people do panels, right? Why be in front of an audience of, you know, if you're Pisco, 300, when you could be in front of an audience of 2,000? If I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there. If all of these guys are streaming at the same time, but I'm wondering whose chat. I'm guessing Hutch's chat is probably where. No, wait, the way Wick talked about it though, because I think it was Josiah. No, wait, who was it? Someone. I think somebody other than Hutch brought up Wick. And then, like, as if Hutch wasn't seeing it, which would imply that it's not in Hutch's chat. I don't know whose chat it was, and I don't know if anybody in chat, even somebody who was there for this live, would have necessarily seen it, would know where Wick was coming from.
That's fucking cap, and it's also just not proven by.
We're gonna see Wick in a little bit, Death Size. Hold on for that.
Recent electoral history. You have no evidence that that's the case.
It just for me, it strains credulity to hear you guys say, well, I don't really see what the problem is when you're talking about, you know, a movement that is very explicitly
interesting. Wick is in Pisco's chat,
publicly saying we want to destroy the Democrat.
Which one is IRI? Well, he's moved now. He's in the top right. Top right is IRI.
Party, and from its ashes
stands for I'm really important. They're calling him Guy. If you hear somebody refer to Guy, IRI is who they're talking about. Whoa, sorry, I'm having coffee burps right now, chat, but that means I'm having coffee, and that means I'm having caffeine, and that's apparently what I need right now. Because, like, oh my god, I don't know why, chat. I thought I could go without coffee, right? I was like, I don't need coffee. I got my green tea, and you know, green tea is refreshing and it's delicious, but it's a little bit lower in caffeine, I suppose.
We will build a new vanguard party that will usher in a communist utopia, you know, all while looking at a consistent public polling that shows the median voters think that the Democratic Party is too extreme. And then I got both of you guys are like, I don't really see what the big deal is, you know, like.
No, I think, like I said, I when I entered this conversation, I said that I concede that DSA.
Yeah, it's so refreshing. It makes you cough. No, like it went down the wrong pipe, but it is very refreshing, especially if you put a little bit of lime.
I could see DSA costing us elections in like swing districts and swing states. I'd totally make room for that, given the polling that you've cited, that the American people believe that the Democratic Party is too far
Woody read, I tried to quit coffee once, worst 8 hours of my life.
left. I totally conceded that. My issue is, and I think this is what you and Pisco were trying to hash out before I jumped in, was to calibrate the extent of the threat. You do have people in chat who are objectively wrong and stupid and always lose the debate, suggesting that we are on the cusp of some sort of MCU Hydra takeover of the Democratic Party, and you yourself have conceded that.
I am not comic booky enough to know that.
And so now that's one extreme we've taken care of. I don't take Pisco's comments as to say that DSA literally poses no threat in no context. It's just we're trying to calibrate the extent to which it's a threat at all.
But
that's
these are
right,
very...
but
Go ahead, Pisco.
I was going to say that's correct. I think that if I'm going to be convinced that someone, for example,
fascinating to see these newbies become debate bro pilled. I guess that applies to Soy Pill. Although what he is he's a YouTuber that, in fact, maybe even he had like a, what do you call it? Was he like a Ransona guy? The dude that I have on the thumbnail, the like Soy Pill, the cartoon guy. I think that used to be his Ransona. I think he used to do like Ransona videos. I could be wrong about this, right? But he decided to branch out. He decided he wanted to stream. I think that's what led him to, get kind of pulled into here, because he's a fairly decent sized YouTuber, same, size as, bigger than Pisco and IRI probably, but so he kind of got brought in from this, and like it's a dangerous thing, chat, because a lot of people that get brought into the world of debate bros, like they don't really know what it's about. Like they just kind of like, yeah, debating, I like to debate, sounds like fun. They don't know what, like, when you buy the ticket, what ride you're actually going to have to take. And it's a bit of, I wanted to reach out. Like, I saw like fucking Owlish of all people. If you remember, one of the people that was on one of the Destiny panels or one of the Wick panels with Destiny. And just being like, I've never gotten so much hate before. What's going on? I'm just like a little, small bean over here. Why are people, hating on me? And this is the thing, when you go on Destiny stream, you get a lot of eyeballs on you. And even if you're kissing his ass, right, you're in for some shit. There's people even in that community that for whatever reason will not like you as an orbiter, right? But it's the factor of just somebody going from nowhere, which is, where I interpret most of these new Wick people as having come from, to having like a large audience. And I experienced it too, and it led to some really kind of bad toxic dynamics, right? I've seen other people get it a lot worse, right? If I had gone on to argue with Destiny multiple times, I definitely would have gotten it worse. That's why I did not take Destiny up on his latest challenge, right? I think over Jesse Single or whatever. But I almost wanted to reach out, even though I'm sure, like, there's no trust. This person would see me as an evil snarker and a tanky. I don't know, maybe the leader of some kind of a tanky invasion. Even, I don't know. It depends on how steeped in the VTuber lore they are. Yeah, he was a bread tuber. Yeah, he was kind of a bread tuber, right? Maybe a very centrist-y bread tuber. But yeah, he sort of joined up into this, came from the world of YouTube. And again, it's hard to explain what is actually going on in the panel scene, in the overall like politics scene, especially when it's like tangential to mostly like Destiny and Vosh, right?
Like Mark Kelly or John Ossoff.
But at this point, just by the polarization, Hasan is tangential.
Are going to be sandbagged by these candidates. I'd like to see some evidence of that. If anything, I think Ossoff, he just had an interview, right, where he's making a contrast with some of these DSA types, and they're like, "Do you believe in abolish this? No. Do you believe in?"
I think that was actually old, right, Pisco? Wasn't that not recent? Or am I?
That was whatever.
That was from 2020.
Okay, fine, but he can do things like that. Mark Kelly can do things like that. We have examples, for example, like Tom Swazi and others who are able to appeal. And now, listen, I have my problems with Swazi and other these individuals. That's true, but it's not clear to me.
Also, why do they keep on referring to 2020 as this like original sin? Why do they keep on doing that? Because they'll like say there was like these two races that. The overall number of Democrats like slipped in 2020 is what they're referring to, and they're like, aha, and Biden won. So that must mean that the radicals out there, fucked up the whole thing for the Democrats. And I ask you, right? If the far left, we're not even talking about the far left. We're not talking about like political actors at all. We're talking about like a protest movement, right? If the U.S. if citizens, if voters viewed the, the protests as being too radical, and they viewed the Democrats as being in favor of the protests, right, which is not too much of a leap, then how the hell did Joe Biden win? How the fuck did Joe Biden win? How the fuck did a corpse win? How did you drag a corpse across the finishing line? Do you remember the Amon animation videos of Joe Biden? As basically like a robot or something like that. I mean, that's not far off. He is an empty suit, almost to the point of being a corpse.
It's going to sandbag these candidates in swing districts, and unless there's evidence for that, it obviously can cause other problems. And if there really were some Hydra takeover event that we're on the cusp of having, that would present its own set of challenges, and I would concede that that's a harm. But it's just like, to me, I'm not convinced that that's going to happen. I don't think that Ossoff is going to be sandbagged.
That feels like a little bit of a straw man. Like, you guys know my concern. My concern is the Republican Party. I do view the Republican Party as a literal existential threat to the American Republic. And Josiah, if you agree that the DSA being a liability sufficient to maybe strip us of a few seats in the House, if you agree that that's possible or likely, then I think you do understand the threat. And for some reason you're not you're not landing on the logical conclusion, which is that, you know, we live in a hyperpolarized era right now where the margins really do matter. Like these are going to be they've been really close margins in the House for like the last few cycles. And if you agree that they might cost us seats, then you agree that they could cost us like the majority in the House.
Well, wait, but also
Hutch,
Hutch, what's the prescription, right? Voters voted for these people. They like these people better than the moderate in whatever district they're running in.
That's my bottom line to any liberals out there that are clutching their pearls over this. If you want to fucking get your candidates elected, organize, right? There's a reason that volunteers are not excited about helping out your candidates. There's a reason why voters are not excited about your candidates. If you want to reverse that, you've got to be pushing the envelope in some direction and in a positive direction. You've got to be, you know, coming out with more than I am not with Trump. I am not with stupid. The bad guy that's doing all the bad things. Yeah, I'm not him. I mean, that'll work to a certain degree at a time when he's so unpopular. But it's not going to work in terms of, you know, you're going to lose your shitty incumbent candidates.
Is it like, tell them not to do that? Like, you know, that's what they're doing in the primaries. We're like, hey, these are why these people aren't as good, why they're not electable. Should we not like, endorse them in generals? Like, what do? You can try to shift party opinion away from these worse ideas and say these aren't good and hope that they vote right. But we kind of brushed over the fact like voters are picking them. They like them. They're like, oh, these guys are fighters. So what do we do?
Well, I want to answer Hutch's question since he posed it directly to me before we start that tangent, which is I think that it's certainly possible that DSA, as they continue to be signal boosted, like the example with the co-chair on Fox News, that they could cost us some seats in some swing districts. I don't know if it's probable. I'm saying that it's certainly possible given the polling that you cited. But Again, I'm not sure what you're asking me as far as like me recognizing that's a problem. I do recognize that's a problem. But if the idea is that because DSA is so unpopular that it could cost us certain elections, therefore they're a threat, that logic works with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Kamala Harris and other people. But you would never say, oh, we got to distance ourselves from Chuck Schumer, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden and whoever else. And so that's why I'm saying I don't think you're being particularly consistent.
For the record, Sweet Josiah, who is my boy, and I love him and he is my boy, you've heard me make the case that I actually don't think that Chuck Schumer's done a horrible job, but I think that he should resign for the health of the party. You've heard me make that argument 1,000 times. So I've taken that exact position. Jeffries, I don't think is a factor in the way that people are equating with like Schumer, but I do think.
Does Hutch watch Jeffries and be like, yeah, I'm glad this is our guy? I feel like just the fucking optics of the way that he talks. Does that project confidence, competence? Does that project being a winner? Like, look, the problem that people have with the Democratic Party is not so much the radical policies, you know, amongst a voter base that does not understand policies, that is more in tune to like cultural shorthand than policies into like the kind of cultural coding, like Trump going to the UFC, Trump going, you know, serving fries at McDonald's, right? These things actually work because they're symbolic and little more than that. Hakeem as a symbol represents the ineffectual. That which is not effectual, right? Represents failure, represents pathetic. And the fact that Whick can look at him and just be like, no, I don't see that at all. What are you talking about? I think you're too mean to Hakeem Jeffries. It's not my ideology. It's not my disagreement with Hakeem Jeffries that is, you know, that makes me have that assessment. I would have that assessment regardless of, you know, what kind of words or what kind of actions were coming out of Hakeem Jeffries. He, like a lot of the, you know, like a lot of the Democratic Congress and Senate of you know, his generation and the generation before, like this is the problem. The people that they are picked, right, for leadership in this like left party that sort of, you know, artificially truncated its artificially truncated towards the center. The Democrats that don't believe in the New Deal, the Democrats that don't believe in what were democratic policies, are some of the most pathetic people in existence. And conservatives and liberals and the left and people hate them, across the board, right? It is a personality type that is not conducive for leadership because it doesn't inspire confidence. It inspires quite the opposite.
I think Schumer is a perceived liability, and so he should step aside.
Well, I understand that you say he should resign, and I have heard you say that, but do you think that Democrats should be campaigning against him? Should Democrats, so for example, you would support Democrats saying, I will not vote for Chuck Schumer to be Senate Majority Leader?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And likewise with House leadership too, right? Like if you saw polling indicating that Hakeem Jeffries is very
if I saw polling that made me think that Jeffries was a liability.
How popular is Hakeem Jeffries? I'm almost certain. I mean, IRI is the encyclopedia here, guys. The encyclopedia
I don't think Jeffries is a factor, and Jeffries has held the caucus together at every he's done the job exactly as it should be done in the last couple of years. Like he's done an exemplary job as House.
But what
leader.
if he costs the seats? I understand. What if two things can be true at once? Kind of like, well, hang on.
Oh, now we need data.
So wait a minute. No. See, this is no. So wait a minute. So we use Biden as the example, right? I think everybody here agrees that Biden was the best president of our lifetimes, right? If not modern American history, right? And yet simultaneously, he was an electoral liability. These two things are not mutually exclusive. So when I tell you that Hakeem Jeffries could be an electoral liability, you hit me with, well, he does his job. Well, fuck his job, Hutch. What if he is simultaneously a competent administrator and also deeply unpopular? And because he's so tied to the Democratic establishment, he could depress voter turnout and cost the seats.
I mean, if you showed me something that made a compelling argument for that, then sure, that would.
What would you need to see?
Wait, why do we need data now? You didn't need any data for the DSA.
I never said I didn't give you data. You were asking me for how much does it move the needle? I don't know, but we do know.
Why don't you just accept his vibes on this? Because I agree with you, and I agree with him that this obviously intuitionally can make us look bad. But to what degree does it matter? We've now spent an hour and 10 minutes talking about this. We haven't gotten to anything Trump and the fascist takeover. And the idea is all right, how much are we gonna spend time in fighting on excising the cancer?
Who is calling for Jeffries to step down?
No one is. I don't think anyone. Mamdani isn't.
No. There are people calling for Jeffries to step aside.
I'm sorry. Among lefties and influencers.
Yeah.
I called on him to step down from leadership last year, but I'm like.
So finally with the hit, I'm tuned out of it. Chat. One in chat if you're still awake, especially over on the YouTube side. No, actually on both sides. One in chat if you're still awake. Yeah, it feels like I don't know. Chat is maybe hypnotized. Let me roll this back. We're about 20 minutes from finishing this debate. We're gonna move on to the Twitter live after that. I don't know what I'm gonna do, chat. I gotta have something exciting. I'm afraid people are gonna fall asleep and turn into dream characters because this next one we got. I mean, we got this too that I kind of wanted to finish, but I've heard it's boring. Except, as you can imagine, you get a bunch of talentless people in a room with RGR, and you're gonna have a shitty, unentertaining content, as Tyler said, and as is the norm on Wick TV. But this is the action, I guess, is over on the live space that just concluded, Pisco's live space. So he did one before. This is where Josiah came in, ruffled some feathers, I guess. Like, Josiah's not anti-tanky enough for some of the DGG faithful, and getting some hate there because of it. That's why they brought Josiah into this conversation. And then the Pisco live space that just went down, Destiny popped in, and Destiny's always mad at Pisco for one reason or another. This is the same, but yeah, I'll try to figure out something to do, because we gotta have something on the screen. Maybe I'll play some Vampire Survivors. Chat, I can set it up so if the Twitch people can actually affect Vampire Survivors. It's like it's a, what do you call it, chat? It's like chat integration Twitch chat integration. That is a thing. Now, the last time I tried it, it was just like, I don't know, it was weird and people couldn't figure it out or something. We had like 3 people participating. But yeah, that's going to be a Twitter space, and obviously there's no video to go with it, so I've either got to find something interesting to show you, or play video games, or something like that. So let me know if you got any opinions about that.
Are we gonna spend time in fighting on like excising the cancer?
Hold on. Who is calling for Jeffries to step down?
No one is. I don't think anyone. Mamdani isn't.
No. There are people calling for Jeffries to step aside.
I'm sorry. Among like lefties and influencers.
Yeah.
I called on him to step down from leadership like last year, but I'm like, I'm to be honest.
Wait, they spent about an hour trying to define liberalism.
Honest with you, right? I think that we could do better in terms of leadership, but I'm okay with him being the leader. As opposed to Schumer. I'm with you, Hutch, that I'm more gung-ho about jettisoning Schumer than I am Hakeem Jeffries. But the question is only if it were demonstrated to you, right, that he were a liability, or if you felt that he were unpopular, or if you compared him, and let's say that Mamdani is more popular, like compare Hochul and Mamdani, would you be like, all right, we should distance ourselves from Hakeem? Would you have an issue with the candidate? Like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's
if you made it like, but I feel like I'm consistent in this because, like, I use the same logic with Biden, right? Like, as soon as
the fucked up thing is that, like, unless something massively changes, Jeffries probably will be leader. The base does not like him, but the way that the caucus works, I guess, is weird. I mean, look, you got Mike Johnson as the leader for the Republicans. Before that, you had Kevin McCarthy. There's some pretty strange characters that roll through there that nobody really, like, on the outside likes, but somehow on the inside they make the right friends, and that's essentially, how, or it's a part of how leadership works.
I came to terms with the fact that, like, that Biden was bringing the whole party down, and that he just didn't have it in him to run that campaign. I was the biggest Biden stand for his entire presidency.
We're gonna test your consistency. Okay, so let's say we can provide the polling that you're.
Tanner Dude Man, are you on the one with the weasel, or are you on the one with the glasses?
Looking for. Then I should spend at least as much time calling for Hakeem Jeffries to be excised from the party as DSA, right? And so should you, right? Because they're both electoral liabilities that could potentially cost us seats.
That doesn't fall because Hutch might have like a value add on the lefty watch that he doesn't bring to bear on the Hakeem watch. So that doesn't necessarily fall.
Well, wait a minute. To the extent that they're electoral liabilities, I'm saying by the metric of them being electoral liabilities.
Would you agree? Yeah. Would you agree that we determine whether or not something is a liability on more than just polling? Like, would you agree that there are a lot more factors than just okay? So, like, also, I want you to look up approval ratings for every congressional leader over the last fucking 5 decades. All right.
Arias said nothing. It feels like it. I mean, he did earlier, but.
It's a part of the job to be unpopular if you're going to be a congressional leader. Like, it's my understanding is there hasn't been like a popular congressional leader since.
Well, part of that is negotiating between the base and the donors who actually are your bosses, and the base who you got to keep happy if you want to keep your job and keep fulfilling the donors' wishes, and if you want a nice cushy job after you get out of Congress, because a lot of when we talk about money in politics, right? We're talking about campaign financing. There is also the whole factor of lobbying that, that people don't talk about lobbying anymore, right? Because the whole thing is so foobarred, right? The thing that gets people's attention, the thing that has people's priority is the fact that corporations are people too, my friend, which is really, really bad. But yes, they're still lobbying, and there's still this whole revolving door that goes on. Where people do the work of donors, of capitalists, while they are in Congress, especially in leadership, and then they get out and they can expect a nice cushy job from that interest when they transition back to the private sector, and that's how That's how the shit runs. Pisco and Pondering are utterly and completely correct. Any argument Hutch could make about DAC being unpopular counts. Yeah, exactly. There we go. I think that is game, set, match almost, right? We do have like 20 minutes of this left, but it feels like the game has been played out. And yeah, Hutch is just waiting to get checkmated here. Or sorry, yeah, Hutch is waiting to get checkmated because again, the argument that he's making is something that cuts against his own, favored politician even more than the people that he's trying to use it against. And it's just kind of like I don't know. It's a very embarrassing self-own. I mean, I'm glad people are enjoying this though. I've heard people in chat saying it's a good conversation, so I'm glad it is enjoyable, right? Because it's a little bit. It's a little bit frustrating that Whick thinks that he's got something and he so does not have something. What he has is a double standard. Am I right? This is Hutch's double standard. The standard that he wants to apply to get rid of or to, I don't know, cast aspersions against the candidates. I don't think he can get rid of them, right? That he, and again, like I said, they are going to have to fucking suck it at the end of the day, right? If you've got volunteers excited and if you've got people excited, right, in your primary, excited to see someone new take over and you're an incumbent, you're going to lose that match, right? Unless you can somehow offer something which they're not used to doing. And this is what's great about it, right? Chat, worst case scenario, the fear of the DSA lights a fire under these establishment Dems to actually do something. They do not rest on their laurels. They do not play it safe anymore, right? And that's probably what pisses them off too.
Probably like the fucking 60s or the 70s. Every Senate majority leader, every House majority leader is unpopular. Like every Congress is unpopular.
Are you sure that's not just in our lifetime? Are you sure that's not just in our lifetime?
It's baked in. The question is like,
what's baked in, I guess, is if you're a prominent person in the Democratic Party, the Republicans are going to try to, make you into some kind of, they're going to try to create controversy around you, especially if you might run for higher office. If people are talking about you as a presidential candidate, it's what they did even to somebody like Hillary Clinton, who was clearly on track to run for president.
Like, how salient of an issue is like Hakeem Jeffries being House Speaker?
How salient of an issue is Daraliza being a member of Congress?
It's not just her. It's the whole collection of them and like what they're bringing to the party. And I already Josiah, you already agreed that like having, and I don't even think you disagreed, Pisco, that having people like DSA co-chairs go on Fox News and do their thing is probably
it can only possibly hurt. It can only possibly hurt the Democratic Party.
It ever. Yes.
Yeah.
It won't help. I just think no one will care about this in 10 hours.
What if it gives Democrats a chance to show that they're not that? Like Hakeem Jeffries gets asked about it and says, "There's your example. We ain't that." He's been saying it over and over the last couple of days. There's 215 of us in the House, and they're.
I mean, do you realize that? Like, what are we talking about? Like a Fox interview or something like that? There is some wisdom in never playing defense.
Those are like 3 people, man. So we have a much bigger group of people that don't feel like that, and
just get ready for wall-to-wall coverage of DAC when the next Congress is sworn in, okay? Because they're gonna do to her what they did to AOC times 10. Because
they have AOC like.
Yeah, are you saying they're gonna make her a superstar? Are you saying they're gonna give her a fucking national platform? Because that's what they did to AOC.
Abs on like Fox News, right? Like they never stopped. And yes, she moderated, but like this wall-to-wall coverage is just constant. That's why every single Republican knows who she is.
Well,
how much is that depressing voter turnout for Democrats? How much is that making independents vote against her? I don't know, but like, is that the metric we're going to use of how much time we're dedicating to this? Like, should we be talking about, should we have the DAC tab on the Lib Learn, website and constantly be shitting on her? Like it's not a question of whether or not it can hurt. I think that's obvious. All right. Everyone here agrees, right? You go up on Fox News and say, let's get rid of the American military. And I just read the site, get rid of every overseas military base. That's fucking insane. Obviously that is going to hurt us. Okay. To what degree should we be focusing on that? That is what we're all questioning. And that's what you need to quantify.
What you should be questioning, Soypol, is whether that's good policy. I think it's more popular than you realize, right? That's not a loser, okay? That's not a loser. This is what Kamala didn't understand. She thought when she said most lethal army in the world that she cooked. Nobody. Who is that for? Nobody was happy to fucking hear that. The people that really want the US to dominate the world with its military, they're already, voting for Trump, and the people that you're trying to, she thinks somewhere in the suburbs, somebody's like, oh yeah, nice and lethal. Oh, she's not one of those peaceniks, right? You can what? Be like, those anti-war people that used to be in the Democratic Party, like Nancy Pelosi and shit. Nancy Pelosi's not really anti-war. A lot of these Democrats voted for the Iraq war. But they did in 2006 ride anti-war sentiment to a majority in the Congress. Like, nobody is fucking impressed that you're like, I am anti-war. Actually, I am not your, I am not the liberal from the 60s protesting the Vietnam War. I'm not. It's crazy. It's crazy how they don't fucking get this. Look, if Trump can win with like, we're gonna not start any wars, that shows you it's not even a partisan concern. Classic lib shit, worried about what Republicans will say. Yeah, that puts you on the back foot. That really does put you, look, one thing that Trump never did was worry about, his racist shit was going to bring people down, or worry about what liberals thought, worry about what MSNBC thought about, his fucking horrible fascist campaign, right? And that's not to say you should be emulating the guy, but
by like, hey, am I dedicating more than half of my airtime to shitting on these people when I'm not even highlighting how bad the fascist takeover is, which should be the thing that's invigorating people when Democratic polling is so low that, like, I think 1 in 10 Democrats say positive things about their party, and the main reason is that they're not fighting back. That's why these DSA people are winning at all. And it's like, okay, well, now we're just shitting on them for, like, apparently the reasons that people like them. Right?
That's actually a really good point. That's a really good point. Hakeem Jeffries is actually worse than DSA, because not only could he cost the seats to Republicans, he's costing moderates their seats to DSA. The reason people are electing DSA candidates is because they're bringing the fight. Oh my God.
He's the wrong person. Yo. Okay.
I expect a manifesto against Hakeem Jeffries before I make one goddamn video about.
Again, none of these people are people I'd agree with on most things, but it's kind of refreshing to see Wick put in his Hutch put in his place that way.
DSA.
Are you seriously making the case right now that you think like Hakeem Jeffries is not fighting this administration?
No, I think he's doing everything in his limited power.
Regardless
for
of whether
purposes.
he is, though, is the perception that the Democratic Party is not fighting back enough.
Part of the reason that perception exists is because of bad, like I would say, bad faith attacks from these DSA types.
You don't understand. It's coming from the people. It's coming from the people, right? People are scared as shit about Donald Trump. They want to know that there is some kind of a fighter, right? If you're like, I don't know, in a cave chat and like, I don't know, like a ogre is coming after you, would you want the person in there to be a fluffy little teddy bear who is like, maybe we can be nice to Mr. Ogre, maybe then he won't eat us? Or would you want to at least have something with some kind of some kind of attack, like a offensive, defensive stats to be like, all right, maybe we can't beat the ogre, but we can at least fight this guy, right? That's where people are at. You trying to fucking show your belly to Trump, you trying to lay low, you letting him fucking get his agenda passed. And don't you try to tell me that wasn't the Democratic plan, because it was. It absolutely was. They were scared about losing popularity in the face of a guy like Trump, and their answer was to be like, well, let's just not show ourselves in opposition at all, because somehow our opposition is gonna make it look. When he's trying to pass bullshit, when he's trying to get, you know, the Lake and Riley Act and get, you know, ICE funded and all this shit, right? There is no worse place that you could get. You let him get that legislation passed and you're kind of fucked, right? This is why the American people hate the Democratic Party. They didn't even pretend to put up a fight. They were afraid to be seen in opposition to Donald Trump, right? And so that is, yes, something that even a fucking establishment liberal should be able to perform some kind of a, hey, I see what's going on, and I also don't like it. That would have done better than what the, you know, Democratic Party did. Yeah, are you going to get some unfair frustration from people that expect you to have more power than you actually do? You know, are there some things that Trump is doing that you will not be able to stop? Sure, absolutely, but you will have more of your people looking at you as they don't consider you fighters, right? This is almost goes to the whole Israel. You know, people always talk about Hamas as like, well, why did the Palestinians choose Hamas? Shouldn't they be choosing like a very moderate group to represent them? That's all like, let's have peace with Israel and shit like that. No, there's a reason. There's a reason that people under a fucking slow genocide, even before October 7th, and you know, an open air prison, there's a reason that you know, there is support for the one group that seems to be materially opposing the people that are making their life miserable. And that is a lesson that the Democratic Party, this Democratic Party, likely will never learn. Chat, we're down to 54 minutes already. So I'm going to just keep on rolling through this. If we get another hour, which we are, 18 points away from adding another hour to the stream. If we get, you know, to that point, then, yeah, I'll do full coverage of this as well as a little bit of, you know, some bonus content. If not, I'll just cover as much as I can and say hasta la vista.
Who are claiming that people like Jeffries could be doing more. It's all this Green Lantern shit.
You really think that people would not come to that conclusion by themselves? You really think that if just nobody says anything, I mean, I guess if nobody says anything, right? But that you don't understand this is coming from the American people themselves, all right? Whether or not there's somebody out there to give it voice, and there's gonna be somebody out there to give it voice, because people that want to be successful in politics can read the room. Even like, you know, some of the people that you know, may have only ran because they were scared. Like, they might not think of themselves. A lot of these candidates did not think of themselves before they entered into whatever primary as being people the kind of people that would run elections, and yet they pushed themselves to that because they were afraid of what would happen if they didn't. And just like the American people are voting for these, you know, DSA candidates and, you know, left-wing candidates because they are afraid of what will happen if we just like trust the fucking plan, trust Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer and just like allow this to be our standard. They are begging and pleading for someone to actually stand up and at least, you know, fight against Trump rhetorically, even if there's not a lot that you can do right now materially to stop his role.
Unilaterally, like,
guys,
you know,
I wrote a strongly worded letter. That's not the DSA making him look weak. That's him making himself look weak.
I think Schumer is like an optics nightmare. And
I'll be honest with you, I'm warming up to Hakeem because he said he wanted to clean up the Supreme Court. Did you guys see that?
Yeah. I'm warming up as well.
I'm gonna become his biggest fucking defender as soon as he says let's expand the Supreme Court.
And he's trying to be diplomatic. He's like, you know, he's been trying to make like overtures to like the Mamdani wing. Like, you know, you can tell he probably has a lot of contempt for them, but you know, I think he is making efforts. And so
yeah. Well, I remember a year ago when Mamdani won his primary, everybody was saying Mamdani's going to sink the Democrats. They're going to use him as a boogeyman, and that did not come to fruition. So I have a feeling
I think it's the opposite, right, guy? He's invigorating a lot of people. He's got his little optics wins all the time. He does all the look at the kids and the pool and the New York and the food and the ice cream. And you know what? He's endorsing crazy people, and that's not good. But he's also, I think he's pushing a lot of good, you know, messaging that is getting Dems more on board with stuff. So I don't know. It's hard to just look at this and say it's going to.
More popular than Hochul. Isn't he more popular than Hochul in New York? Isn't he more popular as a figure?
I wouldn't doubt that. I don't think most people know who Hochul is.
Yeah, New York's half the state, and then you got the upper part that's more conservative. But the other thing I want to bring up why I don't care about these DSA types winning is because I don't think people are voting for them for their socialist positions. Like, I think probably 3% of people in their districts voted to abolish prisons and get rid of borders. They just saw people
Probably
fighting,
less.
saying, we can have a floor that nobody drops below, that we take care of people. It doesn't have to be
No, people voted for them because they want more money spent on their communities and less money spent on the fucking militarization of police, all right? It is a directional, aspirational plank that you're seeing there and bemoaning, and it wins. It wins. Socialism equals no prisons. And a lot of these cases, they're talking about, like, you know, moves to either, you know, freeze funding or defund it, you know, as being abolition or like long-term goals of like, hey, you know what, if we could provide more social services, there would be less need for incarceration, right? If we didn't have a self-licking ice cream cone of the, you know, prison industrial complex, you know, we have an insane amount of people incarcerated, right? And it is in no small part due to the perverse incentives and the conflicts of interest when you have a private, you know, a largely private prison system.
Like this, we got some person in here for 30 years. It's time to get some young blood in here. I think it's just these simple little things. I don't think it has anything to do with their policy platform and all that.
Especially because
I think these guys are boring. I think they are. Yeah, we saw this chess game play out. Hutch lost, and you know, this is going to make Destiny matter. I almost kind of want to move to that quicker.
That's not the candidates. The candidates.
But these guys are cursed. Like they've got chat like has totally been lulled to sleep. Most of you, anyway. David Luke says these guys shouldn't have a podcast if they are this bad at analysis.
Say this shit, but they don't say it in the campaign trail either because they know it's fucking stupid, or they're not the co-chair who decides to go on Fox News and blast it. But like, I don't think Daria Lisa brought up abolishing prisons in her campaign.
Yeah, she gets crucified. She tries to avoid
like, that was not part of her platform because she knows either it. Like, I'm sure she still believes it. Obviously, I think Mamdani probably believes it too, but they're not campaigning on it. And that's why these voters aren't like being turned away. So if anything, is it worse to focus on it a little bit and say, okay, this is bad, but they're not doing it, and we can focus on how bad fascism is, or to blow it up as much as Fox News is and be like, oh my God, guys, this is so scary.
You're going to lose that fight, Soy Pill, because it's hard to tell people what to care about and what to talk about, you know? Like,
but the voters
it's like
don't
drama.
care. They're electing them.
I wish you guys didn't spend 3 weeks talking about the snark Discord, but you do, you know? And we have all these important races and all this exciting, important stuff.
Wait, which ones of them talk about the snark Discord? Maybe Hutch?
With the Iran war, and everybody's talking about the snarker Discord. Okay, it is what it is, though, you know? So I try to embrace it. And
that's kind of funny. I mean, obviously, IRI, huge Zionist, but not super concerned about fighting Ethan Klein's battles for him.
I say, okay, people want to talk about this or that.
What is his connection to Destiny at this point?
So,
gets the people talking, you know?
That's provocative. Point, which is, what's the prescription? What do you want us to do? I asked this question last night. And you get a collection of different answers. One is like, you need to kick them out. You need to excise them. And what is meant by that when we try to narrow it down is like, don't endorse them or don't like support them with money or something. But at the end of the day,
ultimately what this would come down to, the only thing you can do is rat fuck them in the general election, right? If you could win the primary election, you would, especially in these races that have got AIPAC dumping $60 million to get a loser like Nikki Haley elected. Yeah, if you could, you would. So the only thing you could do is, I don't know, kind of like try to rat fuck them in the general. And at that point, you are cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? You are making it like the Democrats have kind of a slam dunk on this one, right? They're very well favored to take the House. I think they're favored now to take the Senate as well, which is a crazy thing to say. Not only because this is you know, this is a bad year for Republicans. Kind of have an advantage about as to what Senate seats are up. So the fact that we're even talking about the possibility of the Senate flipping is kind of crazy in the first place. But yeah, that's the only thing you could do is rat fuck them in the general election. And at that point, this is where you start to not only do harm to your own party, literally by you know, opposing these candidates in the general, but you're starting to do insoluble harm to the like to the brand, right? That's a bad look, and it's a bad look for the, you know, establishment Dems. It puts the, you know, it puts the DSA actually in a place where they could be become sort of appealing as a countervailing force, right? If you show like these motherfuckers, because they didn't want, you know, DAC elected, they went and they helped Trump. They sided with AIPAC, right? It doesn't really take much of that to kind of flip the dynamic in terms of the what Democratic voters think as far as the Democratic Party being, you know, just right, being too radical or not being radical enough. He kind of resembles Asmongold in his voice. Not kidding. Oh, the soy pill? I guess. I never thought of that before, but yeah.
If the fear is Republicans, why would
the soy pill has got the Homer Simpson thing going on too. He's got the constantly scruffy face. It's never bearded. It's never bare. It's always at that Homer Simpson, like 7 o'clock shadow.
we support the candidate against the Republican? What is not being done that should be done? What is the prescription, even if you agreed with this assessment? That's my question.
Well, I've already said, like, loosely, you know, I think Pisco, you and Josiah, the way that you talk about them implies that
this thing is dragging.
More cooperative relationship is possible than I think is possible. So, like, I'm not saying I've seen people accuse you of like sweeping for tankies. I think that's ridiculous. I've never gotten that sense from you.
Hutch.
But at the same time, like the way that I think, I don't know. I don't get the sense that
for me, on the other hand, apparently I have the secret power of voice to command the tankies, right? They do whatever I say, supposedly, according to lore, chat.
That you appreciate the threat in the way that I do. I get the sense that you would rather see them like win elections if it means like quote unquote like more fighting, whatever that means.
Well,
because their votes for court expansion.
What's the prescription? Would you rather them lose to the Republican? Like that's the tanky argument of like the scratch a liberal fascist bleed. They'd rather like a DSA person lose if it means that, you know, like a MAGA person wins. Like you're not saying that, right? So like what do we do right now that they're the general candidates? If they are winning these primaries, should we?
This is the exact question that I was pushing towards.
We distance ourselves? Should we not try to pull them into more?
Like yeah. What are you saying? You're saying oppose the DSA? Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Bipartisan legislation. Like should we try to make them moderate like AOC? What do we do?
Maybe
don't give them Mao uniforms and give them speeches.
Just maybe don't.
I'm sorry, this is Mouse Speasants.
Roll out the red carpet and act like this, you know, this relationship can work, because it can't. It's just it's always
why couldn't we use them for their votes? Let's use them. I mean, IRA makes us a lot. Yeah.
What
it's a
value are they adding?
situationship, Hutch. It's a situationship. It's messy. Okay, it's not a long-term relationship. Okay.
I just don't know what value they're adding.
Here,
like,
I'll tell you what value.
Gaps are they filling?
I'll tell you. AOC is a card-carrying DSA member since 2018. I would say she's very valuable to our party.
Yeah, but the reason why you're saying that is because she has distanced herself from the worst excesses of the DSA.
So the prescription then, Hutch, is let's encourage these more radical DSA people to distance themselves and have actual get the fucking line, work with us, or we're gonna Jamal Bowman you and get you out because you're voting against important legislation.
Who's saying this?
I think you should have Daria Lisa on the show. I think you all.
Oh wait, who the fuck was that? Jamal Bowman them. Okay, wait, no, roll that back.
Get the
soy pill. Bro, that's not a pill you want to bite. You just made people think you're with AIPAC. I'm pretty sure you're not with AIPAC, soy pill. You may not be, concerned enough about AIPAC, but I am pretty sure you are not a, card-carrying member of AIPAC, right? That's not, that's crazy. That's crazy. We're gonna Jamal Bowman them? That was AIPAC. That was AIPAC. That wasn't about, the Jamal Bowman being like, I don't know, illiberal or too radical or something like that. What beat Jamal Bowman was redistrict. Okay, maybe that's what he means. Redistrict them. Anyway, you're playing a dangerous game here, Soypill, and I want to see you keep playing it. It's in my interest as somebody that wants to see these loser liberals replaced by some kind of left. Some kind of actual left. Every other country has some kind of left. It's not always good, but we've got two rights, and they don't make a wrong, or they do make a wrong actually. in this case. And
the fucking line, work with us, or we're going to Jamal Bowman you and get you out because you're voting against important legislation.
has Hutch picked his nose yet? I haven't been on nose watch.
Right.
I think you should have
I've been a little bit distracted this stream. Speaking of which, we've got 41 minutes left potentially. We are 18 points though away from making that 1 hour and 40 minutes, getting some bonus content, which at this point looks like Channel 5, and also getting to watch a little bit more of this. I'm really tempted to just like flip from this and bring out the Destiny, bring it the Twitter space that Destiny invades.
Daria Lee's on the show. I think you all should.
Yeah, I would say that Soy Pill is probably the least the person in the group I mind the least.
Have Daria Lee's on the show. I want to see her. I want to see her go up against the wood chipper that is fucking Hutch.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, I met her in her.
I was like, wait, what are you saying?
She remembers me, but let's see if.
Oh, you did you?
She doesn't. She
remembers
doesn't. What's it called?
No, he wasn't saying throw her in the wood chipper. He was saying that Hutch is a wood chipper. He's joking that Hutch is really good at debating. I think it's a joke.
No, I met her through PV, right? And I don't think she's,
I think it's a joke.
Working with him anymore.
I don't think Pondering Politics actually thinks Hutch is a great debater. I hope not.
That Ukraine stuff. So we'll
if
see
she
if she'll.
saw you from,
we need a third right, and that will make a left. Yeah, we got to get the American Communist Party on the ballot. Hazel Den and Eddie the Liger. Who's that fucking guy? The Liger guy? They got a Liger, chat. They got a Liger over there in third position land. The fascists that LARP is communists, right? They've got a Liger.
He remembers you for sure.
Wait, Hutch, do you disagree with Guy though? Because like I just laid it out. There's a model here, and that model is get in line, or we'll fuck you over in the primary next time.
Yeah, but
what's wrong with that model?
Did Jamal Bowman and Cory Bush losing their primaries disincentivize these people? No, they took that as you know, an attack from AIPAC and the establishment and whatever.
Well, then nothing can deter them, Hutch, if that's the case. I mean, if them being primaried and losing their general re-election, then
This is Hutch realizing that it ultimately has no power. This is going to be like, watch his body leave his soul. Sorry, his soul leave his body. I hope his body doesn't leave his soul. That would be super weird. If he left behind a ghost? No, we don't want his body to leave his soul. Okay, we want the soul to leave the
I'm not sure.
body.
In all seriousness, like joking aside,
So unbelievable cringe. It's
what could
true.
possibly deter them?
I think you should try to erode their credibility by making them look silly and pointing out when they act silly.
Oh, okay. So be in concert with what Fox News is saying. Just repeat those talking points within the left. Okay.
Do that instead of saying,
Wasn't that done to Bush and Bowman?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, but I mean, in the case of like, you know, the DSA, like Josiah, when you were saying, well, you know, I saw one reply that you posted where you were like, somebody was pushing you on how crazy their platform is, the DSA platform, and you were like, well, you know, there's some things that I agree on, but it's like, you know, you could
That's
just
that's a
really,
Hutch. What you're saying is, under no circumstances do you got to hand it to Hitler.
yeah, in so many words, yeah, something like that. Like the fact that, you know, you might agree with them on court expansion or something like that, it's like, okay, but you know, if their end goal is to throw the
segregation, if their end goal is segregation, or if their end goal is Jeffrey Epstein Islands, Hutch, you're the guy. You're the guy who wants their votes no matter what, whether it's a segregationist or whether it's, you know.
Hutch, I don't want to. You're a vote slut. You're a vote slut.
You're a slut for votes.
But it's never been about, you know, whether or not I would support them versus Republicans. I of course would, barring some really extreme circumstances. But
yeah,
you know.
Well, I think everybody here would have preferred somebody other than Daria Lisa.
Yes.
In like,
that's Mamdani's fault. He did that shit.
No, it's clearly Hasan's fault. Comparing Hitler to DSA is insane. That's the kind of room we're in here. That's the kind of room these guys have to read. But it's funny that even amongst them, they've got so much, you know, they've got, I mean, this is drama. This is Hutch trying to defend the indefensible, dealing with figuring out that he is powerless, that in, you know, districts that want to vote for a DSA candidate, you know, in places where the the volunteers become active and work towards that, and yeah, with the increasing infrastructure of left flank candidates or left flank elected officials, this is something that he does not have the power to put the kibosh on. And I guess that's news to this guy. Pondering nothing. Yeah, we're down to 36 minutes, chat. I want to give you as much of this this crazy Destiny invasion, which I've been told there's no slurs on this one. Hopefully, I think there's no slurs on this one. I gotta move over to this. Okay, let me check the poll one more time. See where we're at. How many votes do we have? 95 votes. Did it peter out? Did it Paul out? Did it Mary out? What does this one say? 95. Yeah, only 95 votes so far. So yeah, we were really close to 100 not so too long ago. But yeah, the poll's pretty much the same as it was before. We got Andrew Callahan in first place. If we do get 18 more points and add some bonus content, it looks like it's looking to be that. Of course, if you have donated or if you do donate, make sure to let me know in chat which one of these topics you want, and you can put your money where your mouth is and help your favorite topic win. Video essay, Fall of Asmongold, second place. Insanely Racist Hasan Takedown in third place, and Israel hires Hasbara E-Girl. Girl. I don't know if there's plural or not, but either way, that's going to be the difference between finishing this in 35 minutes and finishing it in an hour and 35 minutes, which is what we'll do if we get 18 points further on the goal. Remember, it's super chat, super stickers, getting yourself a membership or gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch. That's what makes the number go up. And if the number goes up to 100, we add an hour. If it goes up to 200, we add 2 hours. If it goes up to 300, well, we'll just have to add an hour to Friday because this stream is limited at 6 hours, but you will be making for a longer stream on Friday and a more challenging stream as well. I don't know if does anything happen in the last 5 minutes. Let's take a look here. We got, oh my God, how does this work? Okay, I'm advancing to, wait, what?
Boots are already on our throat.
Got the boots on our throat with Pisco. All right, what's going on here? Okay, so we're really just zeroing in on the part where Destiny comes in, which might be good time-wise. Okay. I am so confused.
Between DGG, like that we should do illiberal things, and Hutch was on the other side, and in order to end fascism, we need to be illiberal. What happened to that discourse?
Don't get me started on
Wait,
that.
wait, Hutch, you remember that discourse?
If you want to speak about DGG, you should drag.
We need to have like
on that. Don't get me started on that.
like so. What happened to that? By the way, do you remember that, Presec?
I do, but I wouldn't want to speak.
Let me see if I can. Nope, I can't. Fuck. Sorry about that. I'm trying to put this somewhere where you can actually see it, because there needs to be something on the screen. Otherwise, this is going to be really boring content. Do I want to break out Vampire Survivors? I'm a little bit. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, so we're listening to the last 44 minutes of this. We don't have 44 minutes, so I guess we won't finish this unless we get 18 points further in the. There we go. Play recording. I would like you to be able to see this. I wish there was a way I could like move this thing over into where it's visible.
I'm already critiquing. People are already critiquing. Happy to critique as appropriate, as needed. If it's the red line before, quote, treating them as an enemy, that's again going to have to be further refined. Treat them as an enemy? Does that mean don't go on their show? Between DGG, like that we should do illiberal things, and Hutch was on the other side, and in order to end fascism, we need to be illiberal. What happened to that discourse?
Don't get me started on
I
that.
can't really speak
Hutch,
DGG.
you remember that discourse?
If you want to speak about DGG, you should drag.
We need to have like
Don't get me started on
like
that.
so. What happened to that? By the way, do you remember that, Presec?
I do, but I wouldn't want to speak for the entirety of DGG. Like I said, if you want the DGG spokesperson, he is sitting in the waiting room, so you can drag him in.
Who? Conduit?
I assume this is not the real Kash Patel, Henry Doggo, Fatty Fever. Yeah, like I don't know. Stephen. Oh, Stephen is listening.
Oh, there he is.
He's not in the requests. He's not in the requests. He's not in the request. But like, yeah, I remember that discourse, and I remember it being like, oh no, we have to like break the rules in order to give punishment. And I'm like, all right, listen, maybe you can make that argument that's consistent or whatever. I am against illiberalism. I'm in favor of liberalism. I have no problem holding candidates to account who are illiberal and condemning them. What's the issue? Where are we failing to meet the moment as you introduced?
Because you are platforming the people who are trying to get them elected. What do you mean?
I'm not platforming. I'm a small, like, 100 viewer Andy. I'm not platforming shit.
You know what I mean? Like you would advocate for the platforming of these people because and only based on because they
It's Parsec.
like Republicans. Like we're all in the same team in that sense, yes, but like we're not on the same team whenever it comes to the whole like liberal democracy thing.
In terms of the suggestion here, I guess I am sorry. I know this pisses people off, but like I'm in favor of them having a platform. By which you mean like I'm in favor of them not being censored. I'm in favor of them not being banned. I'm in favor of them having the freedom to speak. Or like what in what sense do you think that I'm in favor of their platforming? Like what is it that I'm not sufficiently calling out with respect to platforming?
Could the danger be that if you treat them favorably and give the impression and lend credence to the idea that we're all on the same team, and then you funnel people to their audience, and then like 6 months after that fucking rabbit hole, they're like Democrats are fucking completely beholden to corporate interests, they don't give a fuck about like that's the pipeline that I think is at least like my concern.
Come on, I'm looking for some
treat them favorably
animal videos.
Yeah, if you treat them like they're
you treat them like one of us. That's the
political friends.
Okay. I
asked me to define friend. I'm not going to do it.
I think I'm more likely to.
Oh my god!
Like
animal videos, please.
Take some of theirs, and they are to take some of mine. I don't know because I'm maybe that's false. That's just my intuition. Maybe I'm like totally coping about that.
I mean, there's the closest thing.
I think it's useful to go on these big platforms, and when it's called for it, to be adversarial.
Ducks
and I think
dying in the reflecting pool.
Don't go on Joe Rogan, but because you would say
it's not what I meant.
And to the extent that I'm hearing illiberal things, or to the extent that I have criticism, like I called out Ryan Grimm earlier this week because of the Fauci shit. I added him, then I made a separate quote post about it, and like this is the kind of shit I'm apt to do. I do it with Cenk Uygur. Is there any reason to think that it would not be my conduct going forward? That I'm not fulfilling that?
Well, yeah, I think it is like a little bit of cope for sure, because I would say like generally midterms are like kind of a more like low turnout environment, right?
Accept that debate request?
There's Destiny. Okay, here we go.
Do a debate, but he stopped responding.
Have you ever had an adversarial debate with any of these lefties ever?
With any which lefties? Yeah, I've had adversarial debates with lefties, not particularly with Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball, but with lefties who call in, Prime Kai, Ogre Boy, Vadim.
Anybody with a platform, whatever you answer, the point I'm getting at is, I know the answer is no, because they're never going to host those. So when you say, I'll have an adversarial relationship with them, no, you won't.
Okay.
They never will.
So in case you don't recognize the voices, earlier it was Parsec speaking, now it's Destiny speaking.
Okay. I mean, if you're saying they won't let
what just happened?
I mean, and tweets don't count, and Vadim doesn't count, and Ogre Boy doesn't count. Nothing counts. It only counts if it's scheduled specifically as a debate.
Wait. Do you think that nothing counts is the same as saying only people that only have something to gain by using your platform because they're way smaller is the same thing as saying nothing counts? Is that
well, I'm asking what counts, and the only thing that counts.
No. Hold on. I asked you a clear question. Answer that yes or no. Is it the same to say that nothing counts is the exact same thing as only infinitesimally smaller creators will talk to you?
Analytically, they're different by definition.
Okay, thank you. So when I say these people won't talk to you, what I mean is the Ryan Grimms and the Kyle Kalinskis and the Crystal Balls and the
I'm trying to figure out, chat, how to make this better. I can shrink it.
I haven't had those debates with them. I haven't. I don't know if they're willing. So the answer is I'm
okay. So yeah, this is kind of cursed. It's a Twitter space that we're listening to. The speakers and like who's speaking and all that this shit. There are little avatars and pictures. It is right to the right of the screen. And there should be a way to grab this little window and move it over to the left and be like, let's look at it, but there's not. And I'm trying to figure out a way. Yeah, like the best I can do is give you like a dog cooling itself off in the hot summer heat by sitting on a, in a drain. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
The answer is
I know I've done Twitter Spaces before where I've been able to just I would like it to make it the page. I would like to just if I could just make this the page, if I could just open a page, a Twitter page of this, then you'd be able to see them. It's what we did last time. Elon just fucked this up. And I can't really put it on screen without fucking up my OBS setup.
the answer is I'm not sure. The answer is I'm not sure. Wait.
Oh no, that's exactly what I'd have to do. Oh my god, I can't
I got an
deal with
initial response
this.
from Ryan Grimm, and then he stopped responding. After I'm like, well, this is insufficient.
Okay, so is that a long way of saying yes?
Hang on a second. So I haven't requested a specific.
Yeah. The other thing is that the dog takes the play button. Wait, what is it like if I put this on? The dog pauses.
Your question was, would they be willing to be adversarial? And my answer to that is, I don't know. With me, I'm not sure.
Okay, right. I'm curious. I think the answer is no.
Okay.
You guys got hung up a lot on this Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney thing. Why? Nobody is trying to run either of these two people as Democrats. These are Republicans. And the reason why we say these guys are good people is because they took a huge political career risk to do what they felt principally was the right thing.
Whether we're willing to run them or not is tangential. The question is on allyship. The question is on whether they're in the tent or not. And so it's tangential to say, are they running or is there sacrifice of a given quantity? That's just tangential to the question of whether they're ally.
Is ally is if you were the United States versus Nazi Germany, is Texas the same thing to you as the Soviet Union?
Analytically, they're different. No. I mean, yes, they're different.
Okay, so when you say allyship, why are you doing this weird game of conflating all allies as the same thing?
I'm literally doing the opposite. I'm trying to disentangle. So I'll respond to that. So
do you think would you have the same standards for a never Trumper quote unquote ally as you would for somebody who is in your party?
What kind of standard are you talking about with respect to what?
I asked if you would have the same
with
standard.
what? I mean, you have different standards for different folks. I don't know what you're talking about. For different things.
So you have
for different things.
Well, so why do you keep comparing Adam and Liz Cheney with fucking?
Well, I'll tell you why. So a criteria is given by someone, let's call it Usurper Hutch, and they give a criteria for being in the tent or not being in the tent. Then we give someone and we apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria. We apply the criteria that was given to us to some other person to test for consistency. And yeah, so that's the answer to that question.
I'm going to shout at Hutch. Hutch and Usurp, you guys are horrible. You guys said that those guys were in the Democratic Party tent. Did you guys really say
allies?
That?
Allies.
Yeah,
allies.
You leave me out of your petty.
Yes, they said they were allies. Yes, correct. Yes.
Hold on, Hutch and Usurp. Would you expect? Let's see if Hasan Piker can guess what they're going to answer this. Hutch and Usurp. Would you guess that Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney would vote for a Democrat over a moderate Republican?
Destiny is talking to Pisco here. Yeah. That's what Darfel is saying. Oh, you're explaining it to somebody in Twitch chat.
That's tangential. Hang on,
yeah, I feel like this is a little bit of cursed content here. They sound similar. Okay,
that's tangential. Hang on. That's tangential.
I'm just curious.
That's tangential.
Did you guess that they were going to answer that way? Did you guess they were going to answer? That's not
that is tangential. The question is on allyship. Yeah. So that's so we're assessing one thing at a time.
Is Texas and the Soviet Union?
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. So the question. Okay. So the question. So the question. So the question is only. The question is whether or not people are in the tent, and it's a different question.
No. What do you mean the tent? You're equivocating.
There's no equivocation. What is there's no equivocation. These terms there's no equivocation here. So an equivocation is using different definitions.
Okay, so like going forward, I think what I need for Twitter Spaces is a either to be playing a video game or some kind of interesting visual thing going on, and then you know what? The closest I can come to that is going to be this. All right, we've done this once before. The chill zone, chat. The jellyfish zone. There you go. We can kind of squish this down a little bit. Yeah. Again, apologies. I'll set something up better in the future. But yeah, with an overlay, if we could have this as an overlay. If there's some, I don't know if this works, but
for terms, there's no equivocation.
But I do know we got 22 minutes left. We're not going to watch all of this, but apparently there's a pretty decent Destiny crash out here. So it's either this or it's going to be RGR.
Here, you can't identify an equivocation, and
you're equivocating on the term tent because you're whatever it can mean, whichever you want it to mean. You're being
no, I'm not being intentionally vague. I'm the one calling.
Do you consider Adam and Liz people that you would consider Democrats?
Allies was the term we're using. Allies is the term we're using. Why are we changing the term? Who's being slippery with language?
What do you mean by ally?
That's my fucking question. That's what I ask, and they get fucking pissed when I ask, "What do you mean by ally?"
Strange that everybody here has an intuitive sense that there's a difference between an allied who is a never Trumper versus you.
That's by definition an equivocation, isn't it? You're using ally in different senses, yes or no? It is by definition an equivocation. You're saying ally is something different, and you're comparing two different things, apples and oranges. That's an equivocation.
No, equivocation is when you're being intentionally vague or hazy, like when you say big tent.
I'm asking, so you're complaining. I'm the one who's asking for clarification about what these people mean with these fucking terms. That's been my whole cause this entire time. So I ask, what do you mean by ally? And Hutch says, what do you mean by what do you mean? Right? They're getting pissed off.
I would rather, I'm down for the RGR stuff. Me too. We're 20 minutes now away from the stream ending though, so it doesn't look like it's going to happen today. It doesn't look like bonus content's going to happen either.
I'm asking clarifying.
I don't know though. Questions. We're 18 points away, so anything could happen technically.
And you outrageously accuse me of equivocation. It's crazy.
Because what they mean when they say, "Oh, I think that Adam is an ally," and you also say like, "Oh, well, of course, like Jeffries is an ally." We don't. Do you think they mean the same?
I would.
When they say
I would hope they're not equivocating. That's why I'm trying to have non-equivocation.
I'm asking you, as a human being, gun to your head, when Hutch, if he says something like, "I think Adam Kinzinger is like an ally,"
the truth is, I'm not sure. The truth is, I'm not sure. I assume when I have these conversations. Wait. Let me finish my response. The truth is, I'm not. The truth is, I'm not sure.
Another dictionary argument is that all these guys do. They do a lot of this stuff, right? They do look when you want to puff yourself up as like some kind of a, I don't know, philosopher king of the internet, right? And you don't know shit because you became a StarCraft esports star instead of finishing college. Then I guess this is what you do. I guess this will actually that's your best bet, right? That's the most intellectual you can sound is an actually. The definition of ally is one who.
Assumption when I'm having this conversation is that we're not equivocating, right? So when we ask about allyship, my assumption is that Hutch isn't equivocating. That's why I want one standard, one criteria. That's why I'm asking these questions.
You're not going to have the same standard.
So then we are equivocating. If we're using different terms that mean different things, that's equivocation.
No, it's like when somebody says a friend. Like, does a friend of the stream mean that they're going to be at your wedding? Like, what? Like a friend?
So that's what I'm. So what I'm trying to do is get clarity on language. When he asks whether Hasan is an ally or whether Hasan is in the tent, I need to know what he means.
Okay, then give us new words right now. If you were talking about Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, I consider these two people, I don't know, friends, allies, whatever. They were willing to stake their political reputations on standing against Trump. I think that's a really admirable thing.
I do too.
And I think it benefits us in the long run and it benefits America. But I wouldn't consider
it's a different calculation if you think that either of those people represent any voters. If you think that the treating, Kinzinger or Liz Cheney differently or making them part of the campaign, if they're willing to be, is going to actually help you rather than to turn people off, which is the reality. There's a reason these people are not relevant in the Republican Party anymore. What you want is to capture their supporters back when they had supporters. Unfortunately, the swift arrow of time moves in one direction and it is not backwards. So you've got no motion. You've got nothing. Willy Wonka style. You got nothing. All right. I hate to be the mean one here, but I gotta get my half magnifying glass and read my half contract and tell you that you get nothing, because that is the reward for having one of these people on your side. And it sucks that Kamala didn't understand this in 2024. It sucks even more that Destiny cannot admit this obvious fact in 2026.
Consider them the same thing as like elected leader Democrats. So what is the different term you would use for them than what you would use?
I'm not proposing the use of these terms. I'm responding to people who are asking me the question about whether given people such as Kyle or Crystal.
You don't like the same word. Hold on. But notice how I was able to understand immediately,
what?
And I could probably ask more questions, what Hutch and Usurp and anybody else.
What then say, what do they mean by ally?
As in, right now, there is a huge confrontation that we have with a foreboding force. We can call it fascism or Trumpism or MAGA or whatever. And these people seem to be standing on the side of basic liberal values. They seem to be people that recognize that they would put country before party, which you usually don't have to when it comes to voting Republican or Democrat. You're not supposed to be putting country before party here. All the parties should be for the country. But they recognize that at the moment, they have to align, at least temporarily, with the Democrats because the Republican Party represents such a great threat. But once that threat is gone, they're immediately back to the Republican side. They're not Democrats, they're Republicans.
Phil Sever, thank you for the gifted membership. Oh, now it's underneath the, oh my God, I gotta switch this back. You couldn't see that, but there was a jellyfish there, and Blue Pip, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
So on that notion, Kinzinger is an ally in the same way that a Democrat's an ally. On that notion of allyship.
Oh my God.
On that notion of allyship.
If
that
you
just
take
provided.
if you take Kyle to be sincere, which I don't, and I don't think you have a good reason to.
Well, okay, no, but like
Yeah,
assuming
but
if that's all it means, then that's in line with what Josiah was saying.
But I would put
Hold on.
Kyle and
The reason
Crystal
why it's not
more
the
in
same
the.
is because everybody understands that Adam Kinzinger is a Republican, but people like you guys keep obscuring that Kyle Kalinske is a Democrat. He's not a Democrat. And once the election is over, we get back to normal
When did me or Josiah say he was a Democrat?
People like you are going to keep Kyle over here where he's a fucking lunatic. If Kyle Kalinske and Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm and the majority report, if all of these people were to disappear from politics forever, do you know what the seat effect on Democrats would be?
Who knows? I don't know. You think
Zero.
positive?
It would be nothing.
Okay, so there's no effects, right?
Exactly. It would, or it would benefit
So then
us.
what? Then why the
Because
consternation? Then why the consternation?
the only thing we're doing is hurting us. We're not. It's not like Kyle is out there turning independents or Kyle is out there convincing MAGA to join our party. They're only doing damage.
Okay,
to the
so now we're gonna find a quote of either Josiah or I calling Kyle a Democrat. Never heard that happen. Josiah was very clear in the sense in which he's using ally, that Kyle on that vision, assuming he's sincere, is an ally on that view. But he never called him a Democrat. He never said treat them the same as you would treat Hakeem.
I don't think Kyle and Crystal wouldn't even call themselves Democrats.
Sure. You guys kept asking earlier, what would you differently? What would you do differently? Okay, so I just wrote a little bit. So like Josiah has a video saying Tucker, Pierce, go nuclear on Ben Shapiro. Would you ever have a video titled like this related to the majority report or Kyle Kalinske?
Hey, let me fix
where they're going like
what we going on here.
agreements on DSA stuff.
No, because it's
No.
my shit's
Okay, you
towards
have a video
anti-Trump.
titled, okay, fuck Bill Maher. Would you ever make a video about that related to
Oh my God.
giving an insanely raked over the coals interview to Slotkin or Matt Berenstein and these people abusing the fuck out of Mick Morrow? Would you ever title a video called, okay, fuck Matt, fuck Emma Vigilant?
If she said that she was open to voting for JD Vance, maybe.
Oh.
Like Hasan and Vosh?
You mean like you?
Oh.
You mean like Hasan and Vosh?
Yes, like Hasan and Vosh and you.
I publicly criticized.
Me,
And you said that you were. It's unsure whether or not you vote for AOC.
I
or...
said over AOC, assuming a socialist takeover. They said over Gavin Newsom. Hold on.
Oh,
Do you
I'm
recognize
sorry.
the difference between those
I'm
two
sorry.
statements?
So when
Yes or
I
no?
asked that
Yes or
question,
no? Do you recognize the difference between those two statements? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but just an invented thing.
Okay,
I
you
never
agree that-
asked whether or not you vote for AOC.
Chat, we are going to be doing another hour here, I believe, and you also have a hype train going on in Twitch chat. As cursed as it's been tonight, as difficult as it's been for regular chatters to communicate, you've got the hype train. This is your chance to jump on the hype train and get yourself some exclusive emotes. And just, I don't know, mog people that maybe are being annoying in chat with those emotes, right? Just spam emotes if you're if chat sucks, just like I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but there we go. Hype train is on. And we're what at I can't add. I think we're at 118. What do we need for are we gonna do Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams again? Yeah, it should say 118. There we go. 18. It's where it's I can't make this but there we go. We got another hour. What should we Is that what like Haley Stevens whispers right before she kills you when she teleports into your house in the middle of the night? She like whispers in your ear, Israel comes to me in my dreams. That would be so scary, chat. I'm pretty sure she's a cursed Momo doll of some sort.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Oh my god, we need the double whammy. I think we need the double whammy, chat. We hit 100 and wait, did I count those out? I don't think I called out the let me call out the jellyfish that just got jellyfished. Some people just got I don't know if you know this, chat, but Undead Logic, you just got jellyfished. Amy Goodman's peace sign, you just got jellyfished. Ribbit, you just got jellyfished. Sitting Cow 2, you just got jellyfished. Blade 043, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Look, I feel like this one pairs really well with another, right? You know, just like people talk about their food pairing with wine. If you want to pair your food with a exclusive emote tonight, you got like, what, 3 minutes and some change, 2 minutes and some change to do it. If you join that hype train, look, you can support the stream whenever you want, but if you support it when a hype train is on, you'll get extra emotes. It's just a question of, do you want extra emotes or do you just want the regular? But what do we got here? Okay, I think we can combine these. I think we can combine these. All right. So let's hear this from Haley Stevens once again.
Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Do not.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people. I will continue to fight for the people of Israel.
Didn't work.
Continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Do not come.
I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Do not come.
Do not come. All right, so we'll end on that. We got, or no, sorry, we're not ending. We're continuing on that. We're gonna finish this off. We got a few minutes left of this, whatever the hell it is. This meeting of the minds, so to speak. Pisco, Destiny, Hutch, Josiah, Usurp the Chief, who, if you don't know, this is just a Destiny Stan account, some kind of DGGer on Twitter. Parsec is I believe, a Nuisance Kick streamer. I don't know who this is. Don't know who this is at all. Chimp Theory. Oh, that doesn't sound cursed at all. I'm sure that's I don't know anything about this streamer. I don't know. But yeah, Josiah, Hutch, Destiny, Pisco, chatting it out. And we got about 30 minutes of this left.
Given social,
I would put it faster, chat, but Destiny talks too fast already. He's annoying enough. I feel like me speeding him up would only make him faster. But chat, we are gonna go and do this tanky infiltration panel. We got RGR. We got RGR's girlfriend. That's a weird. I never thought about going on a panel with my significant other. I feel like that would be weird. Owlish is here. Wick is here. Not Nate. North is here. And I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't particularly care either. But yeah, we're going to do this after figuring out what the fuck is going on with Destiny's crash out tonight.
Takeover. I asked whether you would vote for AOC or JD.
Yeah, Steven, sorry. This is as much.
Takeover.
No, the question to you was just as much of a no-brainer as it was to Hasan. And I publicly criticized Hasan when he gave his.
You guys don't even know what communism is. You guys don't see the threat at all. You don't care at all. You're
yes.
totally
AOC is not a communist.
Yes.
It's not about AOC being a communist. It's about, would she permit, like Mamdani his, as a backdoor, all the commies into the party? That's the issue.
Yes.
I would prefer an economy ran by JD Vance over like the Green New Deal that literally destroys 25% or whatever of all corporations and turns them over to worker-owned fucking boards. That's insane. That the Green New Deal is an insane federal jobs guarantee. There's just so much insane shit in the Green New Deal. But we just don't talk about it anymore because it never went anywhere. But now we just look at AOC as like the moderated candidate that's had to move away from like the far left. But it's such a meaningless question.
Would you back a JD Vance when he said that he wouldn't certify the results of an election that he'd lose?
Yeah, on liberalism grounds, hopefully.
What? Yeah, that's disqualifying to me. But so is being a communist.
Wait a minute. But so which of the two would you vote for if you had to choose between two disqualified candidates? You said that you would rather have an economy run by JD Vance.
Bro, at that point, I would probably take the Kalinsky out and say, well, I don't know who I was supposed to say. And I just wouldn't endorse anybody. If I have to vote between a communist and a fascist, fuck me, dude.
Well, AOC is not a communist. So again, the problem for you is that the hypothetical pose, Stephen, the hypothetical pose to you was a no-brainer. It was easy. AOC, in every fucking timeline in the multiverse. Period.
Oh my
Just like to say the same fucking thing, the same hypothetical, Stephen, the same hypothetical that was posed to Hasan, Newsom, or JD Vance, that was also a no-brainer. And I criticized Hasan when he said what he said. As a matter of fact, and when you gave your fucking retarded answer on AOC versus JD Vance, I bit my tongue. I'm not here to try to take swings at you and Hasan and everybody else just because you give a fucking stupid answer.
You want to swing at anybody while they're all swinging at us. You just sit in the corner and do nothing and then watch them eat the fucking party from the inside. That's the problem. That is the issue. It should be infinitely easier to say, would you vote for a moderate Dem over the
Should I be taking swings at you over your answer? Should I be taking swings at you over your answer, Stephen?
Maybe communism in 2 years. Like
that. He didn't give you a hard time. I didn't give you a hard time.
It wasn't communism versus JD Vance. It was AOC versus JD Vance. You gave a dumb answer. Should I and everybody else be like pointing our ire towards you? I bit my tongue. I bit my tongue. It's like, okay, I disagree with that. And moved on.
Yeah, nice. What am I assuming the policy differences are between AOC and JD Vance? Because the stated policies verbally, I'm sorry, he's given better policies and better answers than AOC.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry if that's offensive, but like, that's just true. We can debate on any of the economic policies you want. He sounds like he has a decent understanding of things. Now, I also happen to think that Vance is a fucking fascist who's been brain fucked by fucking Peter Thiel and them, but he hasn't said that. So what the fuck are the assumptions I'm supposed to make? I can make a bunch of crazy assumptions about Vance that aren't even really that crazy based on all of the shit that I think is in his background. But then what, am I just supposed to assume that AOC is going to be a moderate left Dem?
Is Destiny's molding convincing anyone? It doesn't seem like it. That's why he's getting more and more desperate.
Fucking Gavin Newsom, or like a kind of far
yeah, this is what I wanted to show you, is the Destiny crash out.
Left Dem, like Gavin Newsom. Like, what the fuck? Why would I give her so much charity?
And again, this is the lack of tolerance. Look, he's got a community that's pretty anti-leftist, right? They do where it's a reference about, Hitler in comparison to the DSA just completely is like, oh yeah, no, that makes nobody bats an eyelid to that. And still he's not happy. It's not enough, right? He's been radicalized, right? He's been triggered, and the fact that other people in his community, or even people that are sort of trying to leave the community, like Josiah and Pisco, are not in line with him is he can't take it. And he's going to try to go in here and, I don't know, intimidate people, do something, get people back into line. We've seen it kind of work with Pisco before, just like he didn't think the harassment was really worth it. Can't blame him. Can't say that I totally blame him. But it does suck that he continues to be in this orbit, because again, Pisco's got a future ahead of him. All right. I'm not a big fan of breaking points, but he's sort of broken onto there. He's a very useful guest for people who want to talk about law. He's well spoken, and he's a lawyer, and he's good at explaining legal stuff to people that don't understand it. So, he is actually a very good guest. He is a very good asset for whoever he wants to collab with. And yet he's sort of stuck in this. He said he's 100 streamer Andy, right? I mean, that is what he is in DGG, and I guess he'll never be anything more. It artificially limits his growth, and he actually does have the talent, unlike most of these Destiny orbiters, to do something with it.
credibility, especially when you guys have proven that you are completely and totally incompetent when it comes to talking about anything bad to the left, but give infinite lack of charitability.
Are we loud enough? Oh my God, we're not. I'm gonna have to turn this up. And then I swear to God, the next video that I do will be too quiet, or no, too loud. Let's put the gain on 9.5 should be about right.
JD Vance.
It's better.
I don't know how to respond. I mean, like, just
I know you don't.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I just have to remember to turn this, take the volume boost off afterwards.
the comparisons between Adam Cheney, or I'm sorry, between Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and the rest of the Democrats, the big issue that I have is that when you guys talk about like, well, these other guys have realized they made a mistake. Can you think of a single political hit or sacrifice, a single unpopular thing that any of these lefties has said or done in service to the Democratic Party ever?
Unpopular with respect to the overall country or to their base?
Who is their base?
Their constituency, the voter constituency, the far lefties. I'm assuming in the case of lefties.
Why would them acknowlowing that the Democratic Party is better than the
because you know I got one in the
Republican Party
pocket,
and
right?
Donald Trump is worse.
And you know I got one for AOC.
I mean, who is their base?
Yeah, the left wing of the Democratic Party, correct?
The socialists and the communists. So have they ever taken a hit?
And you know they have. And you know
for what?
AOC voting against, drumroll, the Iron Dome, or voting president. She lost the endorsement of DSA.
Hold on. I'm not talking about AOC. I'm talking about the media people. Your
Okay.
That's
I thought we were just talking about politicians. Now we're back to okay. I thought we were talking about okay. So Kinzinger and Cheney versus Kalinske and Crystal Ball in terms of taking an unpopular position.
Any of the left-wing media people, any of like the lefties.
There's no equivalent to Kinzinger or Cheney. None.
Yeah, there's nothing close.
There's nothing at all. Nothing close. There's nothing at all.
I'm not sure of that. I'm not the lore master for all their positions.
I mean,
no. The answer is no. The answer is no. I can't think of something off the top
Kyle
of my
saying
head.
that he would drag his balls over broken glass to vote for a centrist
Bill
Democrat
Manchin, I
candidate
guess.
over a MAGA Republican is probably not what leftists want to hear. The fact that he said that.
Hold on. Do you guys think they will support anybody in the
No,
primaries?
him saying that. No, you asked for a statement they gave that would rub their base wrong or whatever. And Josiah said the statement that they would, go and vote for Joe Manchin.
Because they'll understand that like things like AIPAC and Israel are non-negotiables. They understand that when he says that.
Is that contradicting what Josiah said? Or that you asked for example, Josiah gave one?
No, because there's not a hit taken there. Nobody's like, wow, like you're right, bro. Like these people constantly equate Democrats and Republicans as essentially being the same thing.
So we're defining the scope of potential positions they could take to only be contrary to their positions on Israel, I guess, and genocide. And it seems like every time we go through this exercise, it comes down to that it turns into a merits discussion on their position on Israel, Palestine. And only if they took a position contrary to that.
They've turned it into that. They've decided that is the hill to die on, and they've made that a non-negotiable is the most radical fucking position on a topic they
Okay,
happen to know
I don't know
about.
that they ever taken a position that you're saying would qualify, which is contrary to their position on Gaza, Israel, Palestine. I don't know that they've ever taken that position.
The best example is when Kyle.
You guys think that these guys could abstain from the Harris-Trump election, but they're going to come out for moderate Dems in the midterms.
But the best example,
I can't even believe it.
Hang on. The best example of Kyle doing this, and he actually did kind of like surprise me a little bit, was there was like a brief window, like 3 or 4 months during the Biden presidency, when he railed on Breonna Joy Gray in that conversation they had. And he genuinely went to bat for Biden in a way that I think probably pissed off a lot of his fans. But that lasted literally like 3 or 4 months. And then as soon as October 7th popped off, it was just off to the races at that point.
So in your view, there have been examples of it, Hutch?
That was literally the one example, just the one. I'm just
saying. One's more than zero.
It's more than zero. It's just literally one time. One time he did that.
All right. I mean, what is this all for? I mean, is any of this inconsistent? Assume that it's true. Assume that it's true that they've only done it one time. So what? What is that inconsistent with Josiah or my positions? What is the contradiction? What is the problem?
You guys keep complaining that the Democratic brand sucks, and I agree that it does. But part of the reason why it sucks is because when people look at the Democrats, they don't know who the fuck the Democrats are, and nobody in the Democratic Party is able to look at the far lefty lunatics and say that's not us.
Here's what you don't get. The reason that nobody knows who the Democrats are is because since 1980, they have been Reagan light. They have been advocating for Reagan policies, especially Reaganomics, right? They have been in the pocket, essentially of the ascendant, neoliberal movement, right? That's why there's already a party that advances that interest in a more solid way. Right. And so the, Democrats only happen to capture power, sporadically and accidentally. And when they have it, they don't want to do anything with it, because anything that they would do, especially anything that their constituents want them to do, is going to get them on the outs with the donors that they've been convinced that they have to court in order to keep up with politics in the age of Reagan and in the age of dark money, money in politics, Citizens United, etc. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse since Reagan, and these Democrats have gotten more and more and more ineffectual.
So these guys get to constantly dominate the messaging. They constantly get to have Fox News throwing up fucking Hasan and fucking all these lunatic weirdo fucks who are happy to go on there and prance around because they know they're not hurting their fucking lunatic socialist base. And then they can gerrymander us out of fucking districts. They can fight us on every fucking part of the media while the lefties are doing the exact fucking same. And when any moderate left person is looking for any support whatsoever, they don't get it. They go on Breaking Points and they get fucking destroyed by Crystal Ball. Neither of you fucking say anything. They go on Matt Berenstein, McMurrow gets fucking destroyed by Matt and
what, Destiny, the guy that like claims that Hasan cannot possibly be in a place with him because he knows the hard questions to ask Hasan that would utterly destroy him, right? That's not real. Okay, you are obsessed with Hasan. You are not going to get better. Hasan debating you or anything like that is not going to change anything. It's just going to put a bigger, target of hate on Hasan's back. That's what Destiny brings people into debates for, by the way. You might be confused considering that he's too dumb to debate, that he doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. Why does this guy want to debate so bad? And the reason is that all he does is gets you in there against him, puts you in front of his audience, and you get all kinds of shit. Your world kind of goes to hell. Right? That's the gambit that he's playing. But it's a weird thing for him to say, right, that Adam Smith and Alina Slotkin or whoever else, right, what other else shit libs cannot go on Breaking Points. And both of these people went on Breaking Points because their campaign wanted them to do it. Thought that it was necessary. Needed to put themselves in front of the audience that hates their guts and, I don't know, try to get the audience to hate them a little bit less, and it didn't work. That's all that happened on Breaking Points. Crystal Ball doesn't have the magical power to drag people onto Breaking Points. Again, Shama Sawant kind of lobbied to bring herself onto Breaking Points. We haven't seen this yet, but Chad, I've been told that Zohran Mamdani catches a few strays from the former city councilwoman Shama Sawant. So, but yet he's acting like that Crystal Ball's got some kind of magic. Why is it that these candidates look bad? If you can't conversate with part of your base as a political candidate, if you cannot give your, explanation of this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I know you don't like it, but I think you're wrong. Then you don't belong in politics. You've chosen the wrong fighter here.
Fucking Emma. Neither.
Yeah, Destiny's the John Fetterman. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised he doesn't glaze Fetterman more often. He's pretty simpatico with Fetterman's most of Fetterman's viewpoints.
You guys fucking say anything. Every fucking.
I don't know. He probably doesn't like that Fetterman's too nice to Republicans. Maybe, I don't know.
Place in the alternative media that they go to, besides Hutch's channel or mine, I guess, they get fucking mind fucked.
No, that's not true. I've interviewed Democratic Congress people and Democratic senators.
These guys aren't fighters. They want.
I'm sorry. Is that
Mark Kelly a hand job?
Was that? Sorry. Who was breaking in there? Was that just Saya? Oh wait, I don't even know if this works the same. Chat, I can't even can I press backwards and have it go 10 seconds backwards? No, I can't. Can I press J? No, J just highlights one of my posts. Okay, that sucks. I just want to hear. Okay, anyway, I guess I'm gonna give up on it, chat. This is too hard.
Bob,
wait a
gave
minute,
a bunch of people hand jobs.
Yeah, so Steven, you're just.
It was Pisco, right? It was Pisco that broke in, right?
You're just objectively wrong. You're just objectively wrong. I've interviewed.
Yeah, 4 hours of this, and lucky you're only watching, having to watch 41 minutes.
Democratic Congress people and Democratic senators, and I don't fucking rake them over the coals. David Pakman does the same thing. Brian Tyler Cohen, you're just wrong.
I'm sorry. Oh, what?
I'm sure there are some. Okay, maybe there are a couple channels on the.
Wait,
Lib Left
we've done it. We've given hand jobs to these politicians.
You're talking to someone.
That's fine.
That's Usurp that's talking? I can't tell.
These people
Says who? Okay, like you can find.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Wait, if I go through your channel, is there heavy criticism of you? No, actually, wait. Why am I even asking this? I watched you defend those dog shit fucking interviews. You're fucking crazy, bro. You slurped both of them up defending the horrible fucking roast session that I think Crystal Ball gave to fucking Slotkin. And I don't know if you covered the Bearstein.
So this is so you're taking the view that if you
Emma and what Matt Bernstein with Slotkin and oh my god, what was the other one? Adam Smith on Breaking Points. Who was the other person that came on Breaking Points and got like completely destroyed?
You're not outraged by the Crystal Ball interview of Alyssa Slotkin. You're like definitionally bad faith or something.
Okay, it was Slotkin.
Yeah,
it was
I'm sorry.
Slotkin.
Did I say bad faith? Did I say that? Is there an echo here? Did I say bad faith?
I guess I don't know what the conclusion is. That I'm unwilling to call it the left. Maybe I disagree with you.
You also got another one in here, Mockler, who does the same thing. Like when he interviews Democratic senators and Congress people, it's a polite interview. He's not raking them over the coals. It's a massive platform.
It sounds like Josiah, but he's got mute.
Will limit the far left people who attack those people.
Usurp is the only one that's not muted.
But the far left never will be. And you guys give nice interviews to far left candidates. The far left will never
And
give
liberals,
nice interviews to your
and more liberal candidates. I mean, we gave nice interview to Mark Kelly.
Yes, but I'm saying you guys will be nice to the
Look, Destiny did something on stream. I don't know how many people watched me cover this. I think I covered it, but he had this whole system where he talked about different kinds of interviews, and it goes from a hand job, as they're talking about, right? An interview where you're doing your best to make the other person look good. Maybe you're their friend, right? Maybe you know them, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna give you your chance to shine here, right? Goes all the way from that to like a bad faith interview, I guess, like a hostile interview, where you're not even really caring what the person's saying. You're just trying to make them look as bad as possible. And he's just kind of obsessed with this. And because of this, the community has to, like other people in the area, yeah, it is Usurp that's talking right now. Other people, like they're kind of pressured to like see these things and talk about these things this way, even though it's Destiny's brain-addled, kind of, slop that we're talking about. It's not a real theoretical structure. It's just they are glazing the emperor with no clothes.
lunatic fucking far left people. The far left people will never be nice. Do you understand that one-way treadmill like only moves to rot the party, moves people further left?
Yeah. So I acknowledge that is true, and I think that that's bad, and that they grade on a curve, and that they will never, I think, treat with respect the liberal candidate, and will use bombastic rhetoric, and it's bad. I just don't know how that's contradictory with our view. I mean, we are willing to criticize those.
And ultimately, if you don't think it's a good idea for these people to go on breaking points, maybe they shouldn't go on breaking points, right? If they can't stand up to whatever, I don't think that Crystal. I mean, not a shot at Crystal, but I don't think she's like the the fucking assassin out here, throwing rhetorical bombs, right?
Creators.
Like you can have a conversation with Crystal Ball and come out like looking okay, come out not looking like Adam Smith did the other day. And it's funny because there are people. What Hutch put out a video of like, oh yeah, that's great. Adam Smith completely. This was so beautiful. Adam Smith just gave a symposium on why Crystal Ball is full of shit, and like he acted like this was a good thing. He acted like, oh no, this is great. This is what we want. This went super well, right? Destiny obviously. Anybody that's looking at this, like with any sort of objectivity, has to say it did not go well. Destiny realizes it didn't go well. Hutch is sort of stuck in this no man's land, I guess, which maybe is why we haven't heard as much from him. Where his assessment of the situation that everything's okay is actually, and it's kind of similar to, why Destiny's mad at these people in the first place, why this civil war between the normie liberals and the Neo-McCarthyites has percolated up so much, is that, even the people that tried to, I don't know, give the best spin, like actually Adam Smith looked really good there. Actually, the Democratic Socialists, they're not going to win. And if they do, we're going to Jamal Bowman them. It's okay. Everything's all right, right? This is pissing him off, right? He's like seeing his house on fire all around him, and by his house I mean his orbit, and he's like, this is not fine, this is not, and everybody else is kind of trying to calm him down and be like, Destiny, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, you got to play nice with these lefties, right? And just look for the right chance to shiv them, just look for APAC to come in and you know, and Bowman. Now Bowman is a verb, chat. Bowman is a fucking verb. Chaos Mix Apocalypso says, a jackass me went on Breaking Points and looked like a jackass by someone asking normal questions about genocide. And like, Crystal Ball is not like a hostile interviewer. I mean, she just doesn't. The thing is, like, she's not giving, you know, hand jobs, I guess, to use Destiny's phrase for it, right? She's not giving a easy, you know, worthless interview, because people don't like that. That's not why people watch Breaking Points. I guess that may be why people watch Hutch or Destiny, to feel good about their shitlib candidates, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
And Hutch,
Well,
no,
I mean,
not
you
sorry.
don't ever
Josiah,
Okay.
Josiah, real quick.
Wait.
I looked at your channel from around the time that Hasan said that he wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom over JD Vance, and I don't see a single video.
I didn't do a video on it. I did on Twitter.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Largest left-leaning streamer, Hasan Piker, by the way, but
We both criticized. I mean, Josiah made a big tweet about it. I did a review of it. I thought Mockler did a really good job when he got confessions there, and like, yeah. So we've covered that. We've criticized Hasan. It just seems like it's not enough. That we're not doing it enough.
what happened to Massey when he showed skepticism of Donald Trump? What happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene? You see how it's not the same? Do you see how the right knows?
Is that what Destiny wants? I'm trying to understand where he's going here.
Like their own in line, and they don't like host their own like cancerous.
Yeah.
rot
We
inside
don't.
their-
We don't have the power. We don't have the power to do what Trump does vis-a-vis Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, because you're not even willing to exercise the smallest amount of it. You get bullied by, admittedly, a small faction of the party. Like, legislatively, these guys are like fucking, what, 4 seats maybe? I guess if you count all 4 justice Dems, and then whatever the 3 incoming DSA seats are. But like, it's not like they just have a lot of media power. But because nobody is willing to say anything further left, not only does it hurt our own party on the inside, it makes the Republicans attack
Hutch
us.
criticized the left. I've seen Soypill say that he hates Hasan or something, and he's been critical, even though, you know, he doesn't agree with you guys on everything.
Yeah, 4 hours, but only like 40 minutes of Destiny, luckily.
In terms of your conclusions on socialists and left wingers or whatever, Josiah, I have seen him criticize far left people on his Twitter account. Maybe it's just a prescription that Josiah should be using his platform to make videos about it. And I heard that from, I forget who it was.
Somebody even brought up this tweet. This is like the nicest, gentlest fucking tweet ever in terms of Josiah criticizing Hasan. He doesn't even name him. In terms of like criticizing Hasan, like the very worst Democrat is objectively better than any MAGA candidate. He could have said something like, "I can't say because Newsom needs to earn my vote."
The Destiny wants the Democrats to be his personality cult. Look, he's used to, like, I don't know, like he wants like distinct lines, right? He doesn't like the you know, the like he's a Democrat who's fundamentally anti-left, and he wants to see a party that reflects that. He wants to think of himself as being the majority viewpoint, and he just isn't. He's very, very out of tune with what, and we're talking about Democrats here, chat. We're not talking, obviously he's out of tune with the left flank of the Democratic Party, but he's out of tune with even just like the main, like the brunt of it. Did you see the beginning where Usurp the Chief thought anti-Semitism was a core tenet of communism, just like Nazism? I did not see that, but he is, yeah, at least from what I've seen of him on Twitter, he does strike me as a not serious, not smart.
If he wants to apply leverage. If I watched the video, I think I did watch your video on Bill Maher, who I agree is a fucking piece of shit. It was a million times more brutal than Hasan, who's supposed
to be talking to Soypill now? I'm sorry, is he talking to Josiah?
Right?
Mar's supposed to be on our team. Not
Who answered?
Bill Maher is supposed to be on our team more than Hasan is.
Is that Usurp? The only other person that's got his speaker on is Usurp. Is that him? I can't. This is like.
Okay, my brain is fried on that comment. I don't even know, but okay.
Wait, what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know, Stephen? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat? Which of the two self-identifies as a Democrat?
I feel like Bill Maher is like,
Correct. Bill
I'm an
Maher.
old
Bill
school
Maher says he's a
Democrat.
Democrat. Bill Maher says he votes for Democrats. Bill Maher is supposed to be on the team much more than Hasan. So by your own logic, I should be holding him to a higher standard than Hasan Piker. And by the way,
So
with
you're
my
telling me that
Go ahead.
wait, so you're telling me that this ultra gentle tweet of like, we should hold his hand and help him be making better decisions is about somebody who's adversarial to the party? Because it looked like it was phrased to like a fellow Democrat who's almost completely aligned with us, and he's just like a little bit off on some things.
No, it's to a massive content creator who I guess at times endorses or supports very specific Democratic candidates, but who uses
yeah, Mitsa Boots, I hate to tell you this, and you're allowed to disagree, okay? Everybody can have their opinion. You're entitled to that. But yeah, if you're reading, if you're analyzing this without the understanding that a lot of what's going on is dependent on jealousy of that Stephen has towards Hasan. Even if you don't like Hasan, you got to recognize that the sort of mainstream penetration, the penetration, there we go, the relevance that Hasan is experiencing right now in the Democratic Party, for good or ill, is exactly what Destiny has always wanted, right? Destiny, when they started out, because he was a bigger streamer, sort of claims to have made Hasan and has always resented Hasan being able to move away and do his own thing, and especially this is what negatively polarized Destiny against socialism. Before that, he was like curious. He was, I need to look more into this because, again, that's where the party's going. That's where the people are going. That's where the mindset, that's where the energy is. And, when with the falling out with Hasan, Destiny purges his community of leftists. This is where Vosh starts to get really big, because if you were following Destiny and you like the Destiny format, you can get that from Vosh without the conservatism. Really, this is where Destiny's conservatism started to shine through. But yeah, it's whether you like Hasan or not, not noticing the sheer volume of the jealousy that Destiny holds towards him is gonna it's gonna undermine your analysis. That's all. But yeah, you're allowed to have your opinion.
Platform irresponsible,
and I'm allowed to have mine.
And gives a shitty answer to a no-brainer question. If you want to say that I don't want to pre-commit to a specific Democratic candidate because I'll forfeit all my leverage, that's one thing. It's kind of like where I was fine with the uncommitted movement during the Democratic primary.
Nobody's saying.
No,
Do you think that that's what Hasan is saying?
No, what Josiah is saying is Bill Maher, on your own terms, identifies as a Democrat, and Hasan doesn't. And secondly,
I am so sorry. Fuck me, chat. I have not seen that speaker on Josiah move, and I can't rewind this because it's a fucking shitty Elon Twitter space. I mean, I don't know, chat. Maybe I should use these, but no, I can't. It doesn't look like I was so confused. Usurp's, mute button is off. Josiah's mute button was on. It did sound like Josiah. I thought we were listening to Usurp like the whole fucking time. I am so confused about who is even speaking in this thing.
Bill Maher said he's considering voting for a Republican, which isn't what Hasan said. Maybe that's explaining why one gets the one reaction versus the other. Those are just things that I don't know. I mean, this hall monitor behavior, in my opinion, is kind of cringe. It's a criticism, right? It's a criticism of Hasan.
Hall monitor behavior. What do you mean hall monitor behavior?
You're looking at his dick. You're looking to inspect like what his tweets are and the nature of the criticism, and you're basically being like virtue signal harder, bro. That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry. You're looking at his dick. Wait, who's looking? Are we talking about Fuentes again? Usurp does not talk much in this section. Yeah, you were saying he talks more in the beginning.
Yeah. Notice how all the lefties do this to their own, and how all of MAGA does this? Why are we the only people that can't show support for their party? You see the problem?
You think Josiah doesn't show support for his party?
Really?
What?
That's like all he does.
Support the party?
That's not what I said.
You said we don't expect people to show support for our party. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Hasan?
I'm talking about enforcing standards amongst people that are supposed to be Democrats. It seems like the right can do this. MAGA.
Am I right that Josiah's speaker is just staying on mute the whole time, even when he's talking?
And the far left tankies absolutely do this. So why can't the center left do this? Why can't we ever enforce a standard anywhere?
In terms of calling it out, we do. You do. We all do, to one extent.
That's Josiah, right? 100% that's Josiah. Anyway, I'm gonna stop looking at the icons, right? I'll try to just go by voice, I guess. That's 100% Josiah. And his fucking mute button, it seems to stay on. That's what's confusing me.
Or another. That's what I did with Bill Maher. Bill Maher is supposed to be, again, listen, I'm an old school liberal. I'm a Democrat. I voted Democrat in every election.
He does sound a little bit Southern, yeah.
But you know what? My vote's up in the air 2028. And then for all the reasons I laid out and yet you agreed with in your review of my video, the guy who said that, yeah, my number one issue is that people won't concede elections. Well, Bill Maher says that he might give his vote to the guy who specifically said he wouldn't concede an election if he'd been in Mike Pence's position. So by definition, Bill Maher should be like, I'll either vote for the Democrat or I won't vote at all, but no way in fuck would I vote for JD Vance.
Maybe I've just seen different stuff. My impression that I feel like Bill Maher hasn't been like a Democrat since like fucking 2016. Maybe I'm just like super
You're wrong
on that.
Yeah. I mean, technically wrong. He's been a Democrat who hates the left flank. He's been a Democrat who he's just very similar to Destiny, right? And again, I think the only thing that has maybe, I don't know, chat. I don't know how long has Destiny hated Bill Maher. There's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that, but I don't think they're too far off from each other. I think the difference is. Well, I mean, after Destiny saying, hey, maybe JD Vance might be okay, I think Destiny hates Trump. 100% hates Trump. Doesn't see anything good about him other than, I don't know, maybe he might deport Hasan Piker. He might arrest Hasan Piker. He might make himself a problem for the tanky left, right? But he would never, give Trump that credit. Because I think when he makes up his mind that he hates somebody, he doesn't really come back, I don't think.
Okay, yeah. Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay, somebody linked a New York Post article from 2025 with Bill Maher drops bomb about his political affiliation. Quote, I was never a Democrat, end quote.
Oh. What do you mean, never what?
Bill Maher says he never left the Democratic Party because he was never there to begin with. Quote, I never was a Democrat to begin with, end quote. Bill Maher said...
Well, I mean, that's more of him saying that he's trying to be an independent or whatever. And he would have told you that, I'm an independent, but holy shit, the Bush administration fucking sucks, right? The war on terror sucks. He would have said, I'm an independent, but I really like what Obama is doing, right? I'm an independent, but I love Hillary Clinton. Right, that's his thing. He doesn't want to say that he's beholden to one of the parties, but he basically is, a neo-lib.
Club Random podcast released on Saturday with his guest actor, Asai Morales. Quote, I always like caucus with the Democrats, and I generally vote for them, end quote, the comedian said. Bill Maher said that he's anticipating a day when the Democratic Party will be, quote, as insane, end quote, as the Republican Party.
Was Bill Maher.
I feel like he's like one of the guys who's like, I like weed and shit, but I feel like the woke stuff is too much. That's always been.
Yeah, he's been anti-woke, but so are you, Destiny. What are you talking about?
Yes, he's a guy.
That's just why I'm a little bit surprised Destiny's not more generous with Bill Maher. But yeah, I think, like I said, once he decides he hates somebody, he hates somebody. I'm guessing Bill Maher crossed the line in that weird dinner that he had after fucking calling Trump a fascist. He goes and has dinner with him. I mean, I guess most people with any sort of brain that are not literal boomers, there's not Bill Maher's audience is Bill Maher's audience, right?
Always complained about the Democratic Party.
Divorced dads over 60, something like that.
But he just said in that, and I'm glad you provided the rest of that quote, that he caucuses with the Democrats and votes for Democrats. He's a Democrat. He's more of a Democrat than Hasan is.
I think you'd grant that.
I would have considered Joe Rogan 2018 to be.
Look, I'm glad that chat is. We're seeing more chat now. The chat had kind of gone to sleep. I'm glad chat is interested in this at least, even if I'm. I'm sort of. I'm waiting for the payoff. Chat. We got 13 minutes left of this. I'm gonna try to watch a little bit of the RGR panel. We'll see what we could do, and then we'll go to bonus content.
Would you agree with that or disagree?
I think I disagree.
Which is right now looking like it's going to be Andrew Callahan.
Beg your pardon?
I would have considered Joe Rogan in like 2016 to 2018, like that time frame. I would have considered Joe Rogan to be more of like a Democrat than Bill Maher.
I disagree with that. I was shocked. No, I was shocked with what you just said with Bill Maher. I
don't agree either.
Viewed him as a Democrat guy, and I never viewed him other than that. Like I feel like he's always. I mean, he had an HBO show, and before that, where he's always glazing Democrats. So I mean, whether he identifies as that, I think you would consider him as more of a Democrat than Hasan. For his highest point.
through Obama, sure, but after that, I don't know.
He
Okay.
voted for
Well,
Obama. He voted for Clinton. He voted for Biden. Supported Kamala.
Do you okay?
For the longest time, yeah, Bill Maher like advocated for a more conservative Democratic Party, but advocated for Democrats, and certainly advocated against MAGA. Right? It's only after the quote unquote vibe, the vibe shift, which wasn't real, but you know, people, boomers, especially like Bill, probably were convinced. It's like he looked at like, this is the future. All right, you got to make yourself useful to Trump, or you're going to be tread underfoot. And Bill Maher said, "Oh no, I've got a nice life. I don't want to be tread underfoot. Let me just see what we can like go to Mar-a-Lago, have a little conversation with this guy." No, sorry, it wasn't Mar-a-Lago. He went to the White House. I keep forgetting.
My final question:
Does he know anything about Maher? I don't know. I've never seen him cover Maher much. Hasan, you know, from not as much as he used to, right? But Hasan at least used to cover him. I've never really seen Destiny. I mean, he's aware of Club Random, so you know he's aware of the content that you can actually react to, which would be that, and not certainly not the HBO show.
I think that in the upcoming primaries,
although what is it like on Kick? Maybe you can cover it on Kick.
If you look at like Stevens and
I'll say it.
I don't even know. Do you think that? Yeah. Do you think that these guys are really gonna?
He actually did vote for Sanders. What, in 2016?
Like full-throatedly endorse Stevens if Elsa.
So yeah, I mean, if that's true, he has changed a lot.
Enthusiastic? No, I don't think so in any world.
No.
And you guys are.
I'm not okay with that. Why do you think we're okay with that?
You are okay with it. Your actions speak.
Wait, how are we okay with that? I don't want.
That's so insane to me.
I'm gonna buy a Haley Stevens T-shirt if.
Republican Party is so much more lit than this. It's so cocked. Like, yeah, if their candidate they want to win loses, the fake doctor guy with fucking real estate in Dubai, yeah, then I probably, you know, but there are allies. It's just so insanely cucked to me. I actually can't.
But then don't say we're okay with it. Just say that we're cucks and we're not loud enough about it. But like we,
what does it mean to be?
What's the difference? The difference is we do have a dispositional attitude against them not being enthusiastic in supporting the Democrat, and I would wear a Haley Stevens punishment.
They're not even here participating in the Democratic primary. They're just here using El Sayed as a vector to attack Democrats. And if he wins, they'll use it as a bigger vector to attack Democrats. And if he loses, then they'll still.
So you think that you don't think that they're genuinely supportive of El Sayed? You think they're lying about that? It's just a means to an end to like shit on Dems.
Insofar as he's a tool, yeah.
Well, wait on a second.
The billionaires until Tom
Hutch, you think that?
That's why they hated
Hutch,
why they hated soldiers until fucking four-term fucking dark. What was it? Blackwater fucking Iraqi deployed totem cuff. Fucking Plattner the rapist showed up, and they were okay with him.
So were you, and so were you for the general. And just to be
because I legitimately support the Democratic Party.
Oh,
not just
okay.
somebody to support.
But I want to ask.
That's the difference. Wait. Why did you just say?
This is the whole thing with Destiny. I gotta point this out, right? Destiny, in fact, I think Hasan mentioned this today. Destiny cares, like with the Professor Dave thing, right? Destiny straight up called Professor Dave a anti-Semite, practically called the man a neo-Nazi. Said he was doing dog whistles, right? The thumbnail has got like blah 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 against Zionist, and then like somehow the word Zionist is like covering up Jews or something. Yeah, he'll take like pro-Palestinians and call them anti-Semites. What he has a trouble doing is saying that to actual anti-Semites, saying that to actual Nazis, right? Or he's just not concerned about them, right? He doesn't think that's a big deal. So yeah, his just like you'd see from AIPAC or the ADL or any of these orgs, right? Destiny's his smoke is against pro-Palestinian advocates. It's never against actual anti-Semites, which he will sometimes even contest. Like, right, there's a clip of him being like, "Oh, is Nick Fuentes a white supremacist?" Well, I didn't think so. I mean, I'll talk to him about it, and but I don't like. Are you sure about that? Like, he will gas people about fucking Nick Fuentes, or he did gaslight people. We're not talking about pyrocynical here, chat. No, he would gaslight people about Nick Fuentes in a way that he honestly should know better. Winning debate is not winning an argument. It just is being a display of who's the bigger gobshite. That said, they all deserve to lose. Yeah.
My support came from the same place as the.
I didn't claim it did. I didn't claim it did. I didn't claim it.
If Chuck Schumer,
No.
If Chuck Schumer came out with a Totenkopf tattoo tomorrow, they wouldn't be defending it.
Oh my God!
I never claimed that they would be defending it. I never claimed that they're not don't have double standards. I'm just saying you were willing to look past those things too. Now they're probably hypocritical on that, but that's listen. And you don't even have to look at that. You can just look at how they dealt with like Azov or whatever, and saying that we're just funny Nazis. I hear you on all that stuff. I agree. But Hutch just said, oh, they would use them as tools. They're using El Sayed as tools. Isn't there a quote from you, Hutch, where you're like, the Democratic Party is just a tool? Isn't that like a...
It seems like Destiny is not the only one with the ability to deny somebody's anti-Semitism when they find themselves on the same side.
Benign opinion?
Tools to what end? No, wait, hang on. But tools to what end? That's the question. The tool that they want to use him for is to basically destroy the Democratic Party that they claim is like a fundamentally evil institution.
Oh,
so isn't this crazy, chat? If I was just to look at this, I would say, is Parsec speaking? The only person without the muted symbol, right? Other than Destiny and Pisco here. Is this Parsec? No, it's not. It's Hutch. Hutch, seems to be muted, but still talking.
Their goal is to not their primary goal is to not beat MAGA and Trump and Republicans. Okay. Their primary goal is to fester like a cancer within the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I feel like you guys don't understand. When they say we want to defeat fascism, they're talking about the Republicans and the Democrats. That's who they're talking about.
How about you? I've only seen a little bit of... What's up, Kairos Rev? I've only seen a little bit of Pisco, but I didn't like what I heard. He seems pretty liberal to me. Yeah, he is that, and he's also unable to extricate himself from DGG. This is the funny thing, though. Of all these guys, Pisco's the one who could have a career outside of DGG. He doesn't actually need the way that the people that we're about to look at, right, absolutely require, Destiny to be in any way relevant, right? This whole panel right here. And I do believe that, let's see, yes, Destiny does come in.
Government.
Oh my God, I'm not trying to, just wait a second, Wick. Just wait a second. Destiny does come in. There he is. Yes, he does come in. Come in, he does. Somebody told him, do not come. He came anyway. He's that guy. He is that guy. But yeah, these people here, they require Destiny for relevance. I think Pisco would do better without Destiny, but he can't seem to extricate himself. And every time he tries to, sort of take off on his own or show his own opinions, he gets slapped down. He said something about being a 100 Andy streamer now. Is that true? He used to get more. Oh my God. When I turned, oh, you can't see it. Fuck. I'm trying to show you these people. And you're like, what people? This is why I hate changing my setup in the middle of a stream. These people, right? These ones right here are including Riley Grace Rochong, who is underneath the God damn it, I gotta do so much shit just to. All right, what? Actually, I'm so confused now. We gotta turn that off again. But yeah, Pisco could go it alone. Pisco eventually would be bigger probably than any of these people, maybe even bigger than Destiny. But yeah, he's just kind of stuck in orbit, and I don't know what to tell him. It sucks because he was a friend of the VOD at some point. He's always been a lib, right? But he's been fairly honest for a lib, I guess. I don't know.
What about what?
They're talking about you and Pisco and us and all of us. They're talking about us, not just Republicans.
I just want to go put this out there because I found this article here. So, quote, I was never a Democrat to begin with. I always like caucus with the Democrats. I generally vote for them. I always vote for them, but I always look at it like, no, I'm actually going to make up my mind. They're just always less scary and less insane than the Republicans, but I wait for the day when it evens out. And also the title of it, Bill Maher drops bomb about his political affiliation. The reason it's a bomb is because everyone considers him a Democrat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a bomb. And he says in there, he's a Democrat when it comes to his vote and his support.
Yeah. He's been really hostile to the left flank, but he's never been, somebody that is like, in the air as far as Republican or Democrat. He's a Democratic party. Like I could see him like not voting in he lives in like LA. Like, I could see him, I don't know, not for would he vote for Spencer Pratt? I don't know. I could see him voting for a Republican for like governor or something like that. I could see that, but
he always votes Democrat.
No, I mean, like, again,
doesn't Pisco have actual qualifications? Yeah, Pisco's a lawyer. Pisco's a working lawyer.
He endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2016. Then he endorsed Hillary Clinton when she won the primary.
Certainly more than Hasan. I think you guys can grant that more than Hasan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I would expect Hasan to be more of a Democratic player than Bill Maher if he was truly on the left. I just don't consider Bill Maher to be like the Democrat guy.
I was surprised that he said he's not a Democrat. I'm going to be honest with you. And
so was I.
Yeah.
So was I. I was genuinely stunned there, and then I saw the full clip where
that is usurped, right?
The biggest people who was like,
no, that's Josiah. Fuck.
Bill Maher complained about woke as much as any fucking comedian, dude. He fucking hates the
yes.
woke
He
shit.
bitches about the left, Stephen. He hates the left, and you said that you identify with Bill Maher a lot too. You say that in the past, so like this shouldn't be a surprise. He's an establishment, old school liberal who votes Democrat.
Oh hell yeah! There you go. Thank you, Nathan Drake. Yes, Rick Caruso is a Bill Maher. Very Bill Maher coded Republican.
But he hates.
When I say I identify with him, I mean like I get the woke cringe shit, but on magnitude, the reason why I agreed with your video is because the wokies are annoying as fuck. But JD Vance saying that he couldn't even give that the election he would certify the results.
Right.
So much worse. But like, I'm just saying
that's why I flipped.
But somehow now Destiny thinks that like apart from MAGA, if you somehow take JD Vance out of that context, right, which is crazy. Like the reason that he's there, and even if he became vice president, right, this would remain, is because of Peter Thiel. He is not going to fuck up that bag, and he's not going to go against that family. But Destiny somehow thinks that like if you could just extricate JD Vance from the Republican Party, then maybe he reverts back to the hillbilly elegy guy, where he's like, no, I don't have any bias. I don't bear any malice to childless cat ladies, right? I want to be the president for everyone. We don't think that the Haitians are eating the cats and the dogs. We just want to make sure that they have their paperwork all, filed, or else you can't stay in the country. I don't know. They think there's some path back for this guy, and there just is not.
Is because it's just like, this is a betrayal of everything that you said you valued. And even when it was articulated to him, like, well,
yeah, no, you're right. There's plenty of chatter. There's plenty of, professionals that are not great people or don't have great takes. There's even a whole tradition of shitty lawyers going on YouTube and doing LawTube channels where they're like, no way, 100% Denims is going to lose this case. And the guy that was saying it is just like somebody who doesn't have any, he's a lawyer, but yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, or he's just playing to the audience that he's trying to ingratiate himself to.
You say you care about elections, and the Republicans, including Vance, don't support elections and don't accept the outcome.
In 2016, he almost voted for Hillary.
And then Maher's like, well, that's just shit that, they have to say, it's just like, come on,
Yeah, and sadly, I don't know if sadly, but he's not going back. Yeah, Vance was a never Trumper Republican at one point. There's some quote of his saying that he's worried that when he looks at Trump, he might be looking at the next Hitler. It's a pretty strange swing to see going on, and it all seems to be have been facilitated by this by Peter Thiel and his organization.
No better than this.
Well, I think I have a clear prescription now. The next time this happens,
I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that in 3 months I'll be.
Oh my God, we're running out of time. I'll be happy. I really want to give you some of the Riley Grace Rochon.
They're not going to be.
But I gotta give you bonus content, chat.
That's not the prediction.
Fuck me.
Wait. Why do you say fuck me? We never said that they're going to be gun ho.
Are you okay then? Are you okay having a coalition inside the party that's only here to advocate for radical leftists to rot the party out, but they're never going to run anything?
Rot the party out.
No, I'm not okay with people with that intent. I'm not okay with that. And by okay here, I mean I don't like it.
But how do you deal with it?
Yeah, criticize them as needed. Criticize them as appropriate. What else do you suggest? Kill them? Kill them. Or do what?
Oh my
What do we
God.
do?
Is that it? It's do nothing? Is that it?
No, no. Tell us what to do. What do we do?
I already did. I already listed. I said if there was infighting between like DSA people and moderate Dems, would anybody make a video on it? You guys, or at least Josiah said no, he wouldn't. If there was like a far lefty that gave a really fucking retarded take when Vosh or Hasan, as much as they're irrelevant or whatever, they're the two largest lefty streamers. When they say things like I wouldn't support.
Wait, is Vosh bigger than Destiny? Is that right?
I wouldn't
I thought
Gavin Newsom.
Leftist. Okay, I got it.
Over fucking JD Vance.
I did a whole fucking stream on that, and Josiah had a tweet about it.
Insane amount of anti-Semitism, but I understand that. Fuck Jews base. Okay, who cares? And the fact that you guys think that Ossoff would be anywhere near.
The thing is, you're okay with entertaining that when it's from Nick, when it's chicken and waffles and fellatio with Nick Fuentes, right? That's it can be like a hee hee ha ha moment, right? It's so strange. It's so strange.
The good boy list on either of these two people is fucking insane. They will all fucking dogpile the Jew dude if he gets anywhere fucking near an actual big office.
Same with Shapiro.
But like, I just don't think that like the amount of criticism, like, well, in a live stream once, and I made a big.
Yeah, so we criticize. You acknowledge we criticize. You just think the criticism is insufficient. It should be more prominent. It should be more. It should be louder, and it should be more vituperative.
Well, why do we criticize? What is the point of criticism?
There's many different purposes that one can have for criticism: to change opinions, to make content, to
push a change. I criticize a thing because I want that thing to change. If it's a small light tweet that isn't really even seen by the other person and there's no social pressure attached to it, there's no change there. It's just like that thing that was like dropping into the atmosphere. It means nothing.
I mean, there are multiple purposes to criticism. Another is to make a name for yourself, to get your audience to understand how you think, and to spread your opinions among other individuals who your audience is. It doesn't necessarily mean changing the specific position of whoever it is that you're interacting with. But no, I mean, like I think that I'm vocal when I disagree with lefties. I mean, I have had screaming matches with lefties. I reviewed content of Hasan. I've reviewed.
I think I know what we're gonna do now. We're gonna save the McCarthyite panel for tomorrow. Now, though, this is super weird, chat, because yesterday's thumbnail was the panel. All right. I also yesterday was the Stevens versus El Sayed debate. And I thought, we'll just do this really quickly because I think it was short. I think I watched it and it was fairly, I thought it was short. Anyway, the majority of that stream yesterday was, that's why I changed the thumbnail. If you look at yesterday's stream, it's now Haley Stevens and so because even though we did watch some of the McCarthyite panel, I think we only watched like, I don't know, 30 minutes of that max. 30 minutes of that max. So tomorrow we're going to pick up where we left off. That'll be my last streaming day until Friday. So yeah, make sure to come back again tomorrow I'm sorry, I'm sounding like I'm ending stream. I'm just like, I'm planning out what we're going to do and reminding myself that we start stream at 7 p.m. Pacific time and 10 p.m. Eastern time in hopes that I'll actually be on time tomorrow. And shit. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. End it, save me the pain. I think we might just
the debate with Mockler, and I thought Mockler did a good job.
Okay, all right, listen, Hutch and Usurp, I love you too very much. Josiah, I still love you very much. Pisco, I
is he gonna leave?
70%. Okay, fuck you, I love you guys.
Is he gonna leave?
See you, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
I'm
It
tired.
sounds
as
like
well,
he
boys.
just wants
Yeah.
the asymmetric media landscape thing on our.
Okay,
He just wants.
that's it. So we can go back to this. All right. So now we got through 13 minutes of this, but I swear to God, we got to rewind it. Is everybody okay with me rewinding this? This is Hempleton talking about Channel 5 isn't telling you the full story. Let me just read this to get some kind of bearings here. Andrew Callahan raised over $1.6 million to fight what he calls a frivolous lawsuit over his documentary, Dear Kelly. But after watching the film and reading the actual complaint, the case looks considerably stronger than his announcement video suggests. We walk through the full documented history between Kelly Johnson and Bill Joyner, including the 2007, I'm trying to remember who these people are, 2007 second mortgage, the years of forbearance before foreclosure, the bankruptcy's court findings, Johnson's disbarment for 21 counts of misconduct, and the restraining order and appellate court affirmed in full. Then we compare that to the record of what the documentary actually shows. The Jilly suits, the gated community, the Portland crowd chants. It feels like this is something for people who have been watching like a series of videos, and everybody's like, oh yeah, the Jilly suits, yeah, or the Gilly suits. Wait, oh yeah, the gated community. Oh yeah, the Portland crowd. Don't even get me started about that Portland crowd chant. Break down the 9 causes of actions, the anti-slap ruling, and why Joyner status as a private figure matters here so much. So this is definitely a law-related video. This is Andrew Callahan's lawsuit that apparently... anyway, let's go back to the beginning, see if maybe, I can understand. Because last time I was like left in the lurch, chat. I was literally talking about snake sex. I was talking about animal husbandry. Yes, how do snakes have sex? It turns out they ball up into a big ball. All the snakes, not just 1 or 2 snakes, right? Every snake is trying to have sex. Apparently, they wrap around each other, and they just fuck, I guess. But it doesn't matter because that's not what we were trying to talk about. We're trying to talk about Andrew Callahan, not animal husbandry, especially. It's like yeah, that's what I thought. The Gilly, isn't that like the thing from Harry Potter? Let's see if I can understand it today, because I was supposed to give you this as bonus content yesterday, and I feel like even though we did watch it, and maybe some of you learned a lot from it and enjoyed it, I was too distracted by all of the other stuff happening in chat, I guess. I don't know.
Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At this
Maslow's
I'm
hierarchy.
surprised that Bill Joyner continues to jeopardize his livelihood. Joyner sleep at night, having to constantly look.
We need to just look up these people. Bill Joyner. Who is Bill Joyner? Who is Bill Joyner? I'm worried he doesn't explain this. The global thought leader and senior practitioner focusing on leadership ability. He's the lead researcher, lead author of his award-winning book, Leadership Agility, not ability, agility. He also has authored numerous articles on the topic. Okay. Wait, could there be another Bill Joyner? Is this the one and only? Is the most famous? Wait, an Australian rules football player? No, I don't think this is our Bill Joyner, is it? I don't think this is our Bill Joyner. That's apparently the most famous Bill Joyner is an Aussie footballer and not soccer. I'm talking about actual, like, sorry, not soccer. I'm talking about actual football. Not what, like, 90% of the world calls football. No, I'm talking about the Australian rules football. Looks a little bit like rugby or American rules football, but I can't really tell. Who is Bill Joyner? Why is Channel 5 being sued? This is from, what is this? Prime. He's a financier from California. Frequently mentioned on Dear Kelly. Okay, next thing. What is Dear Kelly? We just make this a little bit easier, because I feel like this is for people who've already watched a series of video. What is Dear Kelly? I'm guessing this is the Channel 5 2024 independent documentary film created by Andrew Callahan for Channel 5. It follows the political life and radicalization of Kelly Johnson, also known as Kelly J. Patriot. Was this the guy with the purse? Was this the guy that put his gun in like a purse? He had like it looked like I don't know if maybe it's a man bag, maybe it's not a purse, but whom Callahan originally met at a 2021 rally. So not Jan 6, but then I think this guy goes to Jan 6. Okay, so I feel like I understand a little bit more. Let's try and see if we can understand what Hempleton is on about.
Over his shoulder. All you will pay in a big way. I guarantee. Joyner will pay a price. Just a matter.
Oh my God, we gotta switch this. We gotta switch this.
Your days on this earth.
Screen somehow.
On July 10th, 2026,
Sorry,
Channel 5
chat.
News posted a video. We are being sued, announcing their GoFundMe to raise money for an upcoming lawsuit. As
I'm doing my best.
$1.6 million. Now, you can spend your money on what you want, and I used to be a huge fan of Andrew and All Gas No Brakes back in the day. However, I want to argue that contrary to Andrew Callahan's claims, this lawsuit lawsuit filed against him has some legs to stand on. According to Andrew, a rich man named Bill Joyner has threatened to frivolously sue him over his new documentary. The documentary in question is one that Andrew's been working on for years, called Dear Kelly, which focuses on the life of a QAnoner who lives in Southern California. The man who's suing him has claimed that this documentary has defamed him, led to trespass of his residence and other properties, and inflicted emotional and financial harms. My goal in this video is to provide the facts around the case, and show that at the very least, it seems like Andrew did not do his due diligence when it came to reviewing his decisions around the documentary. Callahan starts the video with a complaint about being sued frivolously.
The past 2.5 years, we over here at Channel 5 have been fighting a lawsuit in silence against a wealthy California...
But yeah, if you're leaving us now because you're not as interested in Callahan as you are in the whole Destiny drama, just know that I'm going to be covering the RGR panel, which, yes, Destiny does make an appearance on. I'm going to be covering that tomorrow. Apparently, there is some stuff to be gleaned. Very thankful that Direful went through there and time-stamped that so we don't have to watch the whole thing, because apparently a lot of it's kind of boring. These people are like pathetic. Like we're talking about somebody that has to be explained to what the fuck, what is liberalism, right? That's how basic, like, you know, that's the kind of panel that we've got. And it's an impromptu panel that kind of got started not in the wake of that Twitter space, but in the wake of a previous Twitter space, which kind of, I guess, put Josiah, Pisco, and Soypill on blast in the Destiny community. So that we'll be covering that tomorrow. And if you see if you see the thumbnail that is from yesterday, right? Understand it's not we're not repeating content. It's not a mistake. It's not a rewatch or a what do you call it? Like a premiere of the stream from Monday. It is going to be new content, right? We're going to go forward in that and probably tie it to some other stuff and hopefully then be done. Who is RGR? RGR is Riley Grace Rochong. This is a streamer that I've actually had on. I've actually talked to Riley a bit. Back in the day, myself, Riley, Demon Mama, and who else? Like there was a many years ago, chat, we were all friends, and then Riley kind of drama baited Demon Mama, had engineered this kind of fight between their communities, and their communities were like one. RGR's community and Demon Mama's community was on one Discord. I am trying to remember. I almost think they invited me to join that too, but I thought that was a bad idea. There was something that Demon Mama wanted me to get on board with. Maybe it was like a separate Discord for like mods to join, where the mods would be like, I'm having trouble with this, this Discord user, and they're like, oh, we've got them too. Like they would kind of give them each other a heads up when somebody was, being nasty in Discord or something like that. I don't remember, but anyway. We were all friends. Riley started a fight, as she does, and I saw her do this. I saw her kind of just be bad faith with people. Put sort of, I don't know what you want to call it, other than like predatory streaming, the way that Destiny does, right? Sort of, pretending to be friends like she did with Demon Mama. Even though I guess over issues like gender self-ID, she really didn't agree with Demon Mama. Riley Grace Rochong represents more of the self-hating kind of token, trans person that wants to make a separate peace with transphobes. And she ends up ingratiating herself to the Destiny community, which is great because Destiny also hates Demon Mama. That's, I guess, the play that she was trying to make, have an audience that's more in line with her views and maybe, I don't know, embarrass Demon Mama and take some of her viewers along. It didn't work for her. Basically, Demon Mama took all of the people in that Discord, but Riley did have, I guess, the respect and the love of DGG because they hated the Demon Mama. They hated her guts, right? And so she becomes like a legend in DGG. I mean, I had my kind of blow up with her when I called her out over being bad faith to someone else. And then I had my fallout with Demon Mama when she was, unwilling to call out Dylan Burns sort of using trans people in his debate panels while platforming some pretty noxious transphobic talking points that just did not end up getting talked about, right? This is where everybody stopped being friends. And then And then Riley Grace Rochong, I guess, got into a debate with someone named Doe. Yeah, I was also friends with Doe back in the day. Another like leftist trans streamer, and ends up like basically implying that Doe is a pedo or something like that. This caused everybody to hate Riley. Right. And that's what her girlfriend is talking about on Twitter today, that saying that like after that happened, right. Let me just be clear, right. Vash's community, Demon Mama's community, she has a debate with Doe. Then she goes and she has a debate with Vash. They're talking about like kink at Pride and stuff like that. And you know, and basically people recognized her for the kind of, you know, toxic pick me sort of person that she was at that point. And then she tries one more debate that's supposed to be with Demon Mama. She's in Demon Mama's chat. She's like, you got to debate me. She like, this is her last chance, right? She's kind of been sent to the shadow zone. Even Destiny, watching her debate with Doe, was like, oh no, Riley's really, I can't help. He throws his hand up, like, right? The guy that defends Chud Logic for his sexting with a 17-year-old. He defend Prime Kai for like leaning on his employees, being creepy and hitting on one of his employees, right? Destiny will defend so many bad people. Somehow he cannot defend RGR. And so she becomes a very unpopular figure. And what she's claiming now is that in the wake of that unpopularity, she, you know, was tempted to take her own to end it all, and that the only thing that saved her was Dylan Burns and ContraPoints coming through and being like, no, don't do it. So we don't know what's really going on. It's not above DGGers and DGG orbiters to you know, kind of use something like, even like an attempt on one's own life as a you know, for gain or for you know, to farm sympathy essentially. Right. But at the same time, I know that, you know, harassment is real. And if you have a bunch of people that are angry at you, even if they're not like the streamers that are angry at you aren't bad people, you are going to get like transphobic hate and a bunch of other, you know, really toxic shit. People telling you that they want you to end it all. You know, that kind of thing happened to me. So, you know, I'm sort of torn as far as William C. Jr. We should get to the topic. I'm sorry. Somebody asked me to explain. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of explain, I guess, what's going to be tomorrow's content, right? Which is a doozy, RGR's return, and I'll see what I can make of the, you know, claims of, you know, harassment and stuff like that. Again, we never want to see that. Don't ever think that, you know, if I don't like a person, or, you know, even if they're mean to me and awful to me, that I would want you to, you know, give them, you know, any kind of shit, like to go over and bother somebody, let alone to, you know, say awful shit like that. So I'm just putting it out there. Not that any of you would do this, right? Not that anybody out there in NCC land is that toxic, but just you know, so if one person needs to hear it, here it is, right? You know, there's some bad people out there. They're dishonest, they're bad faith, they're, you know, harmful to me, but just don't ever think that, like, you know, the solution is like, let's be toxic to them, let's go over and like send hate their way, because again, you don't know who's like one step away from ending it all. So, you know, it's probably better to limit, you know, just have a consistent moral framework. If it's not okay, you know, to do to people, it shouldn't be okay to do to, like, you know, bad people, even like, you know, self-hating people who are, you know, trans person attacking other trans people with essentially a transphobic trope in the case of RGR, right? It doesn't justify that kind of shit. So it's a complicated situation. I'm going to try to handle it with empathy and understanding as much, but also, you know, holding you know, people's feet to the fire. That is the combination chat of the lamb at the beginning, the songs of innocence, and the tiger at the songs of experience. I'm talking, of course, about poems by William Blake here, but also as a metaphor for my journey as a streamer, coming to it as somebody with maybe an excessive amount of empathy, somebody who just naturally trusted people, to having seen what I've seen and know that I cannot just like go trust somebody's word. You're like, oh yeah, Destiny's okay, bring him on, right? That was a mistake. That was a mistake. The Chud logic is the British quartering. Yeah, hopefully we are we gonna get into some Chud logic? Oh yeah, because I mentioned him being somebody that had Destiny had defended, and Riley being somebody that Destiny ultimately could not defend when it came down to it.
Lender named Bill Joyner, who I've never spoken to or seen in my life. Among other dubious claims, he accused Channel 5 of violating the Federal Wiretap Act and intercepting his electronic communications, which is something I've never done and don't know how.
Oh my God, 11 minutes left.
So far, Andrew claims that Andrew is being sued by a wealthy lender that he's never seen or spoken to in his life, and the lender in question, Bill Joyner, has accused him of—
Okay, so the lender is Bill Joyner.
Violating a federal wiretapping act, something which would be impossible for him to do, given his lack of knowledge and resources to do so. He then explains that this has led to a long process of discovery, which led to the federal case eventually being dropped.
Somebody with enough money for good lawyers can sue anyone for anything at any time. And just maybe, if you get lucky, the judge will believe it. And that's exactly what happened here. This resulted in a painstaking, year-long discovery process where forensic investigators audited our company's servers and hard drives for evidence of wiretapping and found absolutely nothing. After years of fighting for the truth in a federal courtroom and spending over $800,000 on legal fees, Joyner's attorneys decided to drop the federal lawsuit entirely before trial. Poof, gone.
Quick aside on the nature of YouTube viewers. Views naturally matter, but another metric, retention, is just as important. Most people don't watch full videos. In fact, on average, 50% of viewers click off after the first minute. This means that the only two pieces of information that around 1 million of the viewers had was that Channel 5 is being sued by a random person who is accusing them of a crime that they didn't do, and that they need to raise the money for this lawsuit. The initial lawsuit being dropped wasn't even discussed until the two—
Yeah, he's mentioned, I guess, also in this Dear Kelly film. I don't know what Bill Joyner's political, activity is. I mean, I'm guessing if he's mentioned in Dear Kelly that he's some kind of is he some kind of QAnoner?
2-minute mark. Naturally, I'm not trying to dictate how videos should be structured, but when people are donating their money, things need to be cleared up quickly and succinctly so the actual issue is understood before the majority clicks off. If the first minute was a summary of why they needed the help, or even giving a call to action like many YouTubers do, say, at the end, we will explain exactly why we need this money, I'd have no problems with it. But this introduction almost makes it sound like they're being sued for wiretapping, which just isn't what's happening at all.
For the next 2 minutes, no. Come on. What are they being sued for, though? Come on. That's the only problem I have with this video so far, is it's like
exactly why we—
Okay, violations of the Wiretap Act.
Need this money. I'd have no—
Electronic communication privacy.
With it. But this introduction almost makes it sound like they're being sued for wiretapping, which just isn't—
Okay, invasion of privacy, false light, intrusion upon seclusion, violation of California Business and Professions Code, common law invasion of privacy, negligence, intentional infliction of emotional distress, defamation. That's what I thought this was. When I first heard it's like related to a documentary about January 6th and QAnon and stuff, I thought this would be like a defamation thing. Trespass to land. Okay, so did they film on Bill Joyner's land? And violation of California Civil Code, invasion of privacy to capture physical impressions. So they're saying that I guess there was a trespass on his land to film someone or something, and then Bill Joyner was defamed. Okay. Infliction of emotional distress, negligence. Okay. I think I got it.
At all. For the next 2 minutes, Andrew talks about his channel and how he had to spend $800,000 on legal fees. But then he mentions the next part of his interactions with Bill Joyner's legal team.
I've got some really bad news. Bill Joyner and his attorneys are resuing us with modified claims now that include defamation, stalking,
okay, so that's what,
false light, and trespassing. Yesterday, I was served with the process, pictured on screen, indicating that we're going to have to go through this entire process again from start to finish. And after speaking with a couple different attorneys, it doesn't seem like the second round is going to be any cheaper than the first. And therefore, I have to be direct and keep it 1,000 here. I can't afford it unless we can immediately fundraise the legal fees that are required to fight the second round against bullshitting Bill Joyner and his morally—
So is this what bullshitting Bill Joyner? It sounds like a Afro man name. Is this, I'm trying to understand, is this like what happens at the end of the video? And what Hempleton is claiming is that like most people see the beginning of the video, they think it's about one thing, and they think it's just like, hey, the lawsuit is fucking clear. Like, we didn't do anything bad, but lawsuits are expensive and we don't have the money. We can't, pay the Channel 5 crew. We can't continue to go on if we have to use this money for legal costs. So please help us out and donate so that we can keep the, Channel 5 going all gas and no breaks. And it should be a slam dunk lawsuit when it sounds like from what Hempleton's saying, not such a slam dunk lawsuit.
Bankrupt team of bogus slang and jabronis, and we need to ask for your support.
I mean, nobody wants jabronis. Yeah, that's a great way to get people to support your cause. Be like, you know what, the other guys? They're a bunch of jabronis, actually.
This is the current case that he's involved in, and he calculates that he can't afford overhead and will have to fire his staff if he foots the whole bill. After this, he explains all the new content he plans on creating for his viewers and the people who depend on him as an employer. It's only after this long explanation that he finally covers the contents of this lawsuit, almost 8 minutes in. Oh wait, he doesn't even do that. Instead, he explains a bunch of past work that he's done and previews a sentimental promo.
Oh shit, one of those old school, that's a CRT, isn't it? Like a CRT with a VCR? I know all the acronyms.
For his documentary, Dear Kelly. It isn't until almost 12 minutes into this video that he even mentions the plaintiff of this case again, Bill Joyner. And it's about the thesis of his film, Dear Kelly.
So after I popped that question, our whole conversation pivoted from Clinton trafficking rings and the alleged Kobe Bryant assassination to a personal one about a man named Bill Joyner, the one suing me now.
I've been advised by my attorney to not say that much about the Dear Kelly film ahead of this ongoing litigation, but I will tell you that this film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute.
Wait, is that the Kelly guy?
Between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Okay, there's a dispute. The QAnon guy has a dispute with Bill Joyner.
Specific wording. The film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner. This will be important later. He then claims that the second half of the film contains an apology from the subject of the film, Kelly Johnson, and focuses on him taking responsibility for his actions.
Pretty emotional intervention and documents Kelly's process in inpatient therapy, in which he accepts responsibility for his own role in the home foreclosure and actually goes as far as agreeing to apologize and make amends with Bill.
I need to go back and I need to forgive Bill Joyner.
Again, put a pin in this. He then continues his Dear Kelly promo. Andrew finally touches on the contents of the legal complaint that was filed.
So in the complaint, which is also linked below, they describe Dear Kelly as a film that corroborates the false, nonsensical, and mentally disturbed story of defendant Kelly Scott Johnson. They claim that we spent 2 years stalking, surveilling, video recording, and audio recording Mr. Joyner, his family, his home residence, and his place of business. And that we traveled to California, where I actually lived at the time, specifically to create recordings intended to harass and intimidate Mr. Joyner, his spouse, and his minor children. While it first appeared that Callahan was simply reporting on the story of Kelly Johnson, it is clear that at some point the two became quite close, and Callahan has taken on Johnson's crusade against Mr. Joyner as his own.
Andrew, in response, files an anti-SLAPP motion, which I'll let him explain.
So SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and mostly exists to protect journalists from frivolous lawsuits that are typically leveraged by powerful people with deep pockets who are trying to keep reporters quiet about something by burying them in legal and court fees until they basically get fatigued by expenses and agree to settle outside of court and sign some kind of NDA that guarantees permanent silence.
However, he got the ruling back.
Then a few months later came the ruling. Our judge ruled in favor of Joyner, dismissing our motion and arguing that Dear Kelly was not protected speech because Kelly's story is not a matter of public interest, meaning because Kelly and Bill are both private individuals and their prior disputes surrounding the foreclosure of Kelly's home had already been resolved, my film wasn't journalistically valuable because their dispute with the house was no longer ongoing and so doesn't concern the public.
Let's pause to recap just one more time. First, this motion was rejected due to Bill Joyner's status as a private figure. Legally, a private figure is someone who is neither in public office, i.e. a high-ranking government official, a public figure like a celebrity, someone involved in a large news story or a person of public interest, or a limited-purpose public figure, which is a person involved in a large story who would otherwise
I see why Bill Joyner maybe is not a public is not a public figure. I don't see why this Kelly guy, the QAnon guy, you'd think that if he was involved in a bunch of QAnon / Trump stuff, that would be of public interest.
Private figure. This is important because Andrew's argument against Joyner being a private figure is that he's connected to a larger story that's relevant to the country.
The film, even though it's focused on Kelly as an individual who himself isn't like a politician.
God, remember Save the Kids? Do you remember the QAnon thing? They would do protests and be like, save the kids. You asked them what they were talking about. They would tell you these stories about like underground tunnels, children being kept in them, that there was like, just like masses and masses of children being, I don't know, like, Epstein kind of stuff going on, with them, and that it wasn't being covered because the Democrats and, were in on it.
Or an important figure necessarily.
And there were anti-trafficking organizations called similar stuff to Save the Children that were actually being materially harmed by this sort of fake crusade. There was even a movie, The Sound of Freedom, that is, sort of trying to portray this as like a real thing, give these people like a story of what a patriot did go and save children who were being held in some Latin American country. I don't know. It's complicated.
His story
There's a lot to this.
connects to broader national events and movements that have permanently reshaped the landscape of our country.
Prodigal son.
Absolutely.
None of it happened before. Remember
Absolutely. Thank you, Charlie. Good seeing you again. Thank you.
This is not really a convincing argument at all. But he says that the reason this anti-slap motion was dropped was because the judge is really old.
I don't know if the judge ever watched Dear Kelly or if she even knows how to use a computer, and I mean that respectfully. Judge Marshall was born in 1936, around 15 years before cable TV became a household fixture, and may have had, honestly, genuine difficulty navigating the technology.
Kind of a red herring and distracts from the legitimacy of the decision. So that's the story so far from Andrew's side. Earlier, he said that this case all started with the Dear Kelly film. Well, let me burst the bubble a little bit. Andrew said that we'll get a better idea of how ridiculous this lawsuit is if we watch the film.
Watching Dear Kelly in its entirety will give you more context as to just how ridiculous this lawsuit is, and probably answer whatever other questions you might have about the project.
So I did. And I have to say, I came to a very different conclusion. The documentary opens up with Kelly Johnson in front of a Planned Parenthood protesting the site, since he's pro-life, and he believes that Planned Parenthood is selling baby parts. Not even a minute into this documentary, Kelly starts yelling about Bill Joyner, saying Bill has stolen his house from him.
Save the kids! Save my house! For Bill Joyner!
After this, Andrew Callahan splices in a short video clip of Kelly pointing a gun at the camera, saying,
I got First Amendment rights, and I got Second Amendment rights! Vote! And don't forget it! Don't tread on me!
After going in and harassing the front desk, the receptionist threatens trespass and Kelly walks out, comparing the abortion industry to Bill Joyner, since both are cowards hiding behind doors and P.O. boxes. Andrew then overlays footage of the private residence of Bill Joyner as Kelly rambles about where he lives.
P.O. box, just like he hides behind the gates of
Notice that we're not even through the intro, and Bill Joyner is mentioned multiple times in the introduction and is even doxxed. After this opener, Andrew states that the purpose of this documentary is this.
This is a documentary about a guy named Kelly Johnson, spoken patriot who hates the Democrat Party, but not as much as he hates a man named Bill Joyner, who you don't know about yet, but you're gonna learn a lot about later.
So the point is to investigate Kelly Johnson's life and why he hates Bill Joyner. If you recall before,
But I will tell you that this film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner.
Andrew claims that the film only briefly focuses on the pre-political dispute between Kelly and Bill Joyner, and you'll see how ridiculous this is as time goes on. Although this technically isn't contradictory with what he said before, if you combine the statement with Andrew's opening that Bill Joyner was someone that he's never talked to or ever seen in his life, you would think that Joyner serves.
I mean, I guess it serves as a decent it's pretty objective. This is like a pretty objective explanation for the lawsuit, right? From not it's and with maybe what Andrew how Callahan might be misportraying this. If you want to go check this out, it's on a channel called Hempleton. Let me see. Let me just copy this. Let me just copy the link address. I'm going to put it in chat if you want to go watch more of this on your own. I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're going to figure out what the fuck is going on with the RGR Cringe Panel and this whole DGG Civil War. And there we go in YouTube chat as well. So yeah, I'm reading you into US A-hole, who is now watching, I think, what are they called? The Good Liars or something? It's the guys that go out and do like put a microphone in the face of MAGA chuds and I don't know, make fun of them. So it seems like we could use some of that. It seems like we could really use some of that right now. That's what we need, I believe. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. You're about to raid out. Oh, I was gonna read the. Okay. Much love, Twitch. Fly my pretties. There we go. Raid sent. Raid sent. There it goes. Hitting US A-hole with 50 viewers. Let's see if there's. Yo, this is what I love about raiding US A-hole. This is what I love. Also, are those sour worms that they're eating? I can't tell. It looks like something yummy. Yo. It's such a good track. All right.
Welcome.
Yeah, go check out US A-hole if you haven't already. Go make sure to follow them on Twitch. Let me read out again, chat. If you support me on Twitch, if you support me on Patreon, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts go out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Foul. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, I will catch you tomorrow. Remember, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, skip Thursday. Friday, Saturday, skip Sunday. That's my new schedule. We start at 7 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. I realize I have been late recently. I'm really trying to get on that because honestly, finishing the stream early has some advantages in terms of me being able to run errands. That's usually what gets in my way. But yeah, this time I had to make another thumbnail. I've got the thumbnail set for tomorrow, so everything should be good to be there on time and hopefully get everything taken care of that I need to today. Much love to everyone. Take care of yourself and each other. And wow, weird shit going on. I'll try to bring you, I don't know, I feel like the content, like it made my head spin. I don't usually want to, that's not the effect that I'm trying to achieve on you. I don't know if this is me, like, you know, being under caffeinated or just like kind of out of it or having a off day or something, or if, I don't know, like we're gonna get back to the good content, chat. I don't know. This was a weird day for a lot of reasons. But yeah, much love everybody, and I will see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. And hopefully wrap up this cringe panel and have a better explanation for what exactly is going on with Riley Grace Rochong. If, you know, harassment and such or you know, have caused like this many problems, like her return to content doesn't really make that much sense. You know, it may just be the kind of, you know, farming of sympathy that they're trying to achieve to get her back on track as far as having a career, because the shit that she did. And I know, chat, what's going to happen next? The Vosh people are going to come out. Demon Mama might come out of the woodwork. That would be scary. That would be truly scary if Demon Mama were to come out of the woodwork, right? Almost as scary as Haley Stevens appearing right behind me, which hopefully, is she right behind me, chat? Is Haley Stevens right behind me right now? Do we have a Haley Stevens problem?
Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist.
Do not come.
Do not come. All right. Anyway, much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. And yeah, hopefully we'll not be haunted by Demon Mama, by Haley Stevens, by anyone. Chat, Keffels could come back. Who fucking knows, right? They poked the hornet's nest in the Vosh community, and I have seen some like old Demon Mama heads kind of pop back up and clap back at RGR. So yeah, well, it's probably good that we didn't cover it today. I will try to cover it tomorrow. I just want to put it in context, and at this point, I'm not sure what the context is. I'm a little bit, you know, confused by that. Obviously, nobody should get, you know, transphobic harassment. You know, the internet's a mean place, and there are people out there, even, you know, uninvolved parties that'll, you know, try to, you know, jump on a dog pile against a trans content creator. So if any of that stuff happened to RGR, that really sucks. And, you know, I wish her well, but again, once bitten, twice shy, chat. And I have seen people use shit like this, namingly, and somebody taking an attempt on their own life. I have seen stuff like this used by this community to farm sympathy. So it is a real question. What exactly is going on? Today I have only questions for you. Tomorrow I will hopefully come back with answers, and we'll move forward. So much love, everyone. See